वापस से फटाफट से विंडो कैप्चर ऑन कर लेते हैं। ब्रॉल चैंपियनशिप 4 मिनट बाकी। लेम्स पॉ 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 पॉ। चालू ही हो गया भाई।
Afternoon, good morning and good evening everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Brawl Stars Championship Last Chance Qualifier. Yesterday, 8 teams proved themselves worthy of making it to this stage in the competition, but today they'll have to prove themselves worthy of being potential champions. and only a singular best of 5, best of 3 is all that stands between them to a golden ticket to the Brawl Stars World Finals. 8 teams will enter the arena, but only 4 can be left standing tall, and this is what their entire year's work has been leading up to. It'll be one last brawl to decide it all. Who is it going to be? We're about to find out.
Welcome to the show.
Hello everyone and welcome to day 2 of the Brawl Stars Championship Last Chance Qualifier. Yesterday we chopped the teams in half, and today we're doing the exact same thing again to see what 4 teams will take the golden ticket and head to the World Finals. I am Trav and I'm joined here with Teddy. And I could not be more
टेडी को
excited
इधर
to
क्यों
get
उठा
on the
लेते
way
हैं?
today.
इसको उठा के अलमारी के अंदर बंद करके टेडी बियर बना के रख दो भाई.
Incredible. I saw everyone on social media having the exact same opinion we did over here in Poland. That it went
पोलैंड में हो रहा है भाई ये.
some of the groups look
पोलैंड में चल
quite
रहा है.
predictable. The result was nothing but predictable. I'm sure that day 2 is gonna have some same stuff in a store, so I really cannot wait to see how it goes down.
Yeah, I mean, unpredictable matches, and every turn there was something going wrong for at least one of these teams. So it was a little bit weird to see, to be honest with you, because we came into yesterday having heavy favorites, and some of those heavy favorites were massively upset, and that is what we absolutely love to see at the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's take a little bit of a look at the format, see what we've got going on yesterday, and see what we've got going on today. Day 1 was 4 GSL groups with 16 teams and 20 matches played. We cut the teams from 16 into 8, and now we're in day 2, where 8 teams will fight for the 4 golden tickets through 4 matches. Each match will give 1 golden ticket to the winning team. So a big, big day for all these teams, Teddy.
Yeah, exactly that.
जो
And
जीता वो सीधे वर्ल्ड
first
फाइनल्स.
seed in their groups are going to be
जो
facing
हारा वो बाहर.
teams from seed 2 of their own groups. So it is a bit of an advantage if you manage to do really well yesterday. I mean, qualifying already for day 2 is a huge feat, but if you got the seeding going your way, it can be absolutely massive. Unless, of course, you know, you have a seed to reject that you're going to be facing today.
Yeah, let's take a little bit of a browse at the brackets as well, see what we've got in store for our teams, who they're going to be playing, where the seeds allowed them to line up. First game of the day will be SK Gaming versus Humble, a European face-off once more, like we've been seeing throughout the year. After that, STMN versus Reject, which in my eyes, best game of the day, going to be an absolute banger, whether or not Reject can come to their former form and be able to put up a fight against STMN. It really is looking incredible. Rest of the matches, Revenant Esports versus Raconic up after that, and then Navi versus VN Esporting, and then right at the end, we've got that hypercharged show match, Teddy.
Yeah, that Hypercharge show match is going to be a bit of a chance here to see how Hypercharge is going to be affecting competitive. As if you guys didn't know, here for the Last Chance Qualifier, all the Hypercharge brawlers are banned. So they're completely unplayable. However, they aren't banned, and they even can't be banned for the show match. So we'll definitely see some Hypercharge action over there.
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting, to be honest. And it's funny how it's shaped the meta as well, because it's definitely only a temporary meta in reality, because, you know, as soon as these hypercharged brawlers get allowed back in for World Finals, that's when the meta's going to change. You know, we've seen brawlers, Rosa, tanks coming in so heavily now that Shelly can't be played, Spike can't be played, because there's some of those hypercharged brawlers. So it really has shaken things up for a few of our teams here as well. And even teams who we felt kind of heavily relied on tanks, such as Navi, really showed their worth yesterday.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a surprise, definitely for sure. But at the same time, you know, I think the fact that teams can adapt to the sort of bubble metas that we're having right now is a challenge of its own. But let's give a look at our predictions, Trav, for today. What do we have here? Pretty much all the same except for Revenant versus Reconic. And Trav, you're the one that's going
एसके
in
को
a
वोट
different
कर रहे हैं
direction.
लोग, फिर
I must say,
स्टेमिना
you
को
know, I
वोट
think
कर
we're
रहे
pretty
हैं, फिर
similar across
रेवेनेंट
the
को
board.
ज्यादा
I've
वोट
just had
मिले
faith
हैं,
in
आर्सियन
Chronicle
को
all year
1 वोट
long.
मिला है,
You know, I had that
और नावी
absolute
को ज्यादा
breakthrough
वोट मिला
prediction
है.
when I randomly
चलो
just thought, you
भाई.
know what, Raconic, they're going to win a monthly final this month, and they did exactly that. So possibly we're going to see some of the same again, but I do think that is one of the closer games of the day as well.
हमें मिलना नहीं
I
है.
think Revan and Raconic are very, very evenly matched. And honestly, I hate to
वर्ल्ड
say it,
फाइनल में
but I
हाइपर
think it
अलाउड है
depends on
वो.
whether
हाँ,
Sergeant
तब
shows
तक
up or
क्योंकि
not.
लोग
I
प्रैक्टिस
was
कर
about
चुके
to say, I
होंगे
think it's
इसलिए.
going to be the Surgeon show again.
वीसी
And
पे
I'm
हो कि
hoping
नहीं,
it
क्यों
is.
भाई?
I want to see
क्या
some
करना
crazy
वीसी पे?
plays from him. And across the board, I mean, we are pretty much on the same page, but that really doesn't mean all that much. Because yesterday we agreed for tons of matches too, and we got so many of them wrong.
Well, looking at this first matchup, SK Gaming versus Humble. And as I said, European showdown. Yoshi, OP, and iChaos on the side of SK Gaming. Really, really strong roster. Everybody in this competition came into it thinking they were probably the favorites alongside Reject. They proved a point, and Reject have still got their point to prove. But SK Gaming have been playing absolutely amazing throughout the later portions of this year. And I think it hasn't stopped there.
iChaos, Yoshi, and Ope, two Spanish players. Ope, the only French player remaining in the Brawl Stars Championship. Together, they do have a top 8 in the World Finals 2022, a top 8 in 2021 as well. Their opposition, though, is definitely fierce as well. Coming in as the ever underdog, it's going to be Team Humble, Luki, Cyclone, Tumsy, and Kanan. A 4-player team with some big achievements this year. They managed to make 2 top 4s in the monthly finals, 3 top 8s. Consistency was their path to success. Let's see if it can still be here against SK Gaming in their final match of LCQ.
I mean, that's the thing, you know, Humble, they're always there, they're always present, they're always consistent, but they haven't had the higher peaks like SK Gaming have. You know, SK have had 2 seconds in those monthly finals in comparison to Humble's top position, which was, as you said, 3/4 getting to those semi-finals. So I do feel a little bit worried for them. But at the same time, if they can bring some better gameplay, because I still think they left a lot to be desired yesterday, Humble. Whereas SK, they came out and they left it all on the floor.
Yeah, I think experience here, as much as like we'd love to just compare their achievements.
आज
and
तो
all that, I
5
think
मैच है
experience
बस.
just makes a
हाँ,
big difference between those two teams. As I
लेकिन
mentioned,
बेस्ट
we have
ऑफ 3 है कि
some
बेस्ट ऑफ 5
multiple-time world finalists
वो
on the
देखना
side of SK
पड़ेगा.
Gaming. For Humble, this was their first BSC LAN. They have some LAN experience, but within the Brawl Stars Championship, it is their first year at LCQ, and that is definitely a big challenge for them. And I think that was probably the root of some of their problems yesterday, just struggling to find their feet a little bit. And I mean, there's so much going on, you know, in the LAN events, so many factors that you're not necessarily prepared for if you just don't have that experience behind your back. So they've had day one to iron those things out a little bit. And I talked to their manager just minutes ago, and he said they were confident. He thought it was going to be a great day, and that's a one-on-one quote. So
क्या
I
करूं
believe in
Duolingo
Humble. I
डाउनलोड
think they
करूं
definitely deliver
वो
a show
कौन सा
here, but I
हाँ
mean, it
तू
goes without
डायनामाइट
saying
ट्री
that
वाले
SK
पे जा
Gaming
भाई,
are
तू
gonna be
डायनामाइट ट्री के
favorites.
फल खा
Well,
जाएगा.
doubtable favourites of that as well, and I think Humble are the heavy underdogs. There's a chance of them winning, don't get me wrong. They've got to get everything right. The gameplay, the draft, the
तू तो बस
mechanics,
जाके
everything
उसको
has to be
फल खा
perfect
के
for
दिखा दे,
Humble.
मैं
And
मान
even at
जाऊंगा.
that, I feel like SK have still going to be on a bad day
फल
for Humble to
खाना ही
win
नहीं
here.
ना
But
भाई.
we're starting things off in Pinhole
अरे
Pop
तो
followed by last
पोमेग्रेनेट
stop.
वगैरह खा रहा भाई, मैं तो
Ring of
डायनामाइट
Fire,
ट्री बोल
and
रहा
then
हूँ.
Bell's Rock to end things off.
तुझे लग रहा होगा कि मैं मजाक कर रहा हूँ, सच में पेड़
Yeah,
है
last
वो.
stop, not necessarily a fan
पेड़
favorite
सच में
amongst
है.
pros
सच में तो
just
होगा ही
yet,
पेड़.
but it is
जाके
going to
सर्च
be a
कर
very
फिर
fresh
बताना
map
कैसा
here.
लगा तुझे
I
उसका
think
फल.
it's the first time I see it in competitive. I may be mistaken, but regarding the predictions from you guys
Best of
at
5
home,
हैं.
you are just as one-sided
लंबे
as
चलेंगे
we
थोड़े.
were on the talent desk.
शाम तक तो चलेंगे
89% of
और
you guys
हाँ,
are going to side
आज
of
रात में
SK
बजमी
Gaming,
खेलना
and I really
पड़ेगा
can't
क्योंकि
blame
6
you.
से 10 में
It's
2
definitely
मैच खेलने का
closer
तो
than that,
है ही क्वेस्ट.
but at the same
अबे
time,
रात
option
SK
नहीं
are
है.
favorites, and
गोल्डी
that's
भाई
just
रात
the way it is.
गुच्चा आपसे
Humble,
गुच्चा.
they better have come
तो होने तो
incredibly
गुच्चा.
prepared for this
बजमी में
matchup
कैरियर आ.
because it might just be their last in the Brawl Stars Championship
यार गोल्डी
2023.
भाई यार.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, prediction-wise,
खेला यार.
you know, obviously people are going to
भाई
predict
रात
SK
में हो
Gamer
सकता है
at
खेलेंगे.
89% to 11. I don't think it's that far apart, but obviously
खेलेंगे,
people are going to pick
पापा
their favourite. And the
रो
majority
रहा
of the
था
time,
मैं.
SK are going to be that
Game
favourite.
में.
In my eyes, I'm giving it like a 70-30 in favour of
तो
SK
फिर मैं
Gamer. I
गेम
think
में
that's a
गया,
pretty
मैंने
accurate
नेट वेट मारा उसको, फिर
description
सही
of how
each team's chances are, because SK Gaming just coming in as a massive favourite. Genuinely, the start to the year for both these teams was pretty comparable. Neither of them had a very good start, but then they definitely picked things up. But SK just picked things up a bit more.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that for SK, it was a worse start and a bigger like pickup, as you said. A bit more consistent on the side of Humble, but still, like, yeah, it wasn't the incredible year, but it can still be.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Humble always, you know, they were just always getting that quarterfinal and losing. They obviously made it out a couple of times to that 3/4 spot, but at the end of the day, if you're not getting further on than that, then I don't know what your chances are like to play against SK Gaming. That's the thing, because they are a top-tier team. Well, you know, they're going to be one of the best teams in Europe at the moment. We haven't really seen it since Gamescom, where they played against World Finals.
Yeah, they definitely have. One of the big challenges here for Humble as well. If they were facing each other in the final, I wouldn't go 70-30. I would go like 50-45 or 60-40 at most. Problem is, we're at line right now, and then that is the domain of SK Gaming. When you have an IKO on stage, you better be scared, because he is going to be yelling, he's going to be confident, he's going to be celebrating after every victory, and that can take a little bit of a toll on the mental of your opponents when they don't have that sort of experience, when they're not necessarily like emotionally as immune to the BM and trash talk. So I think it might be a little bit of an intimidation factor that I would definitely not count out as something that will be affecting Team Humble, because they just don't have that sort of experience just yet. They're a young team with very young players, just like literally in age. Those guys, some of them have only been competitive like for like a year, you know? And that is always something to keep in mind. But that does bring some freshness as well, and maybe a side that SK Gaming hasn't seen from Humble just yet.
And, you know, I think this intimidation factor is definitely heightened just because of, you know, the personalities of Humble. They're not the biggest personalities. They're definitely very introverted. And I think that's something that SK probably will take into account. They'll probably try and intimidate them. As you said, IKO's very loud across the stage. It gets even louder when his opponents are loud as well. Obviously, Humble probably aren't going to be that team to do it. You know, they're no semantic shout across the stage. But, you know, it is intimidating. When you're behind as it is,
figurines
across the stage without you know, himself getting excited, I think it will intimidate.
Yeah, I think this comes back a little bit as well today to the fact that Humble, they kind of
तो मेरे पास क्यों होंगे भाई? मेरे पास नहीं है, लेकिन हाँ मेरे पास, मेरे दोस्त के पास A to Z है भाई. उसका वो सब भी हैं जो आज तक मैंने देखे तक नहीं है, उन सब के भी हैं भाई. उसका लाखों का कलेक्शन होगा कम से कम.
And that is something that might bite them back now, because they just didn't really perform yesterday, and now they are facing one of the favorites to take it all. But at the same time, I think it can also be an opportunity, because a lot of people have said, yeah, Humble free brackets and monthly finals, free bracket at LCQ, and it's true, they've had some luck on their side. Right now, facing SK, I mean, there's no free bracket. If they make it through, it will be a hard-earned,
तो टूटी दीवार मत दिखाना, वहां जाके वो कैमरा से वो दिखा दे.
video to throw to now. Know your bro with Humble.
पहले वो फोटोग्राफी की रीजन एक फोटो खींच लेना. हमारे पास बहुत समझता है.
Who in your team sleeps the most?
Definitely Cyclone, I think.
Yes, Nalla.
Yeah, myself, I think. Because like, I mean, he was late to breakfast this morning as well. He wasn't showing up, and you sleep like 10 hours a day for some reason.
हम दिखाते हैं स्क्रीन शेयर करने का पहली बार हम किसी के साथ स्क्रीन.
Who in your team has the best sense of humor?
I don't really know.
Best sense of humor.
Probably
Sinks and Luki.
Sinks,
they're all funny, but they're not like.
Cyclone is the worst. That's
अबे तो शक्ल दिख गई मेरी. स्क्रीन शेयर कैसे करते हैं कैमरा कैसे?
रहने तुमसे ना हो पाएगा. वैसे ही मैंने अभी डिस्कॉर्ड बंद कर रखा, तो मेरे को तो वहीं से भी नहीं दिखा तुम कहाँ दिखा है.
Everything.
Yeah, and then a huge fall off after that.
खींचता है, नहीं आता ना स्क्रीन शेयर करना.
Probably you.
No, I'd say.
लाओ शक्ल ही दिखा दो
depends
अपनी.
on who's playing the most.
It depends. Like sometimes you play the most, sometimes
Yeah.
the others play
दिखाएंगे
more.
आगे
Yeah,
आगे
It
चलो.
really depends on
Some
the
months
period.
are like play 24/7.
देखे वो जमाना हो गया, देखे सही वैसी है जी, बहुत बगड़ गई है.
नहीं मैं नहीं देखनी नहीं चाहिए भाई, देखनी नहीं चाहिए.
He looks quite
गंदी
nice.
चीजें देखनी नहीं चाहिए
अरे हाँ भाई, गंदी चीजें देखते रहना चाहिए। समझता है कि और कितनी गंदी हो गई है।
You, definitely you, yeah. Cannon can cook.
I cook the most probably. Cyclone
ये हमने बनाया था 1.5 साल
yes,
पहले।
like
जब
a
हम जो
machine.
डीएम देख के आते हैं, डीएम देखने में मजा आता है। गंदी चीजें देखने
Oh,
में
him.
उतनी मजा नहीं आता।
He has everything in the game.
Well, no, like I don't have like the most recent ones, but
DM
yeah,
देखिए।
besides that, I have more.
अच्छी चीजें देखिए। ओपेरा पे गलत इस्तेमाल ना
Well, I have a bit of a look into the
Dum, dum.
lifestyle of some of the humble players there with some great questions, to be honest. And
ये
you know,
तुमने
it's
क्या
very
प्रिंट
insightful.
निकाल लिया इनका?
Yeah, the title was Know Your Bro. It felt a little bit
पूरे
like
निकाल
roast
के
your
हमने
bro at some
कार्डबोर्ड के
point,
ऊपर
you know?
किया
But
था।
I love it. I really love it.
कारस्तानी, हम एक दिन फ्री
Apparently
बैठे
no
थे,
sense
उस
of
दिन की
humor.
बात है।
I believe it was for Cyclone, so you know he's gonna be dead serious.
Rakshas is
Love this
here.
match. Absolutely
Hasso.
focused as they have to be. The
Yeah.
admins are checking one of the tablets, so they have the tech team involved right now, making sure that we got every player in the best conditions possible. Because right now, for Team Humble, this is literally the biggest match of their career, at least so far.
Yeah, I mean, definitely so. And that's the thing, it has the potential to even be SK's biggest game, right? If they win this and then they do well at World Finals,
तो
the
फिर मैंने
World
कहा
Finals, because
बजट
they've won this
फ्रेंडली
game,
बना
you know,
दिया।
that's the thing. Obviously, the World Finals games will take priority over this at that point. Just a little
चलिए,
bit.
वो
just a
वाला
little bit
बढ़िया
different.
लगा भाई।
But I still think
वो
that it's a
लाइट
massive
वाला
game
जो
for
अंदर
SK
से
as well.
जिसमें
Think about it.
2 टाइप की लाइट
Talk
जलती है,
about
इसमें एक में सुबह वाली लाइट
Humble
जलती है, एक में
having
रात वाली
BSC
लाइट
LAN
जलती,
experience,
तो
what BSC LAN
सीनरी का
experience
इफेक्ट ही
certainly
चेंज
have,
आता है।
I think Yoshi maybe only played in the LCQ, hasn't actually played at a World Finals.
कुछ
He's
2.5-3
been
हजार
देखा
तो
था
I
DM
think
आपने?
that's, you know, a big thing for them as
देख
well.
तो
If
लिया।
he
DM
manages to
देखा तो
qualify
नहीं
now,
देखा
he's going to be the player
अच्छा तो
भाई
who
नल्ले
has to
मैच
show for that
क्यों
World Finals
नहीं
and plays
चालू
for the first time
करते?
after being benched
ये
twice.
जो टाइम पास
It
करना
might
है ना
take a bit
भाई,
of
9
time.
बजे तक चलाना
might
है
get
कैसे भी
benched
करके।
this year.
Yeah, they might bring in another player.
फिर रात
Yeah,
के 9
I
बजे तक
think
चलाएंगे, किस बात का
what I think is
चलाएंगे
really
वे
important
लोग?
here for SK in this match
कि कल
is
16
just
मैच
the fact
थे
that this is one of the biggest
और आज से
orgs in
8 ही
Brawl
मैच,
Stars.
5
They've
बोल
been
5 मैच
incredibly
है सिर्फ।
successful every single year, at least when it comes to like, you know, their
तो खींचना
own
तो पड़ेगा
region,
ना।
where they've always performed, always been
एडी
on
का
the
वेग
top or
मन्नू से मैच
amongst the
करता है।
top teams. And this year was really the year where they didn't really find much success. They struggled and
अरे तुमको
it
पता
was
नहीं
so
है
difficult
राक्षस
for them
भैया,
to
कल
pick
इसकी
the
कुटाई हुई
pieces
है।
back up.
टूफा भैया
And
इसकी
yet,
कुटाई कर
the
देगा,
org is
इसलिए
still
देखो
there.
हंस
They're
नहीं
still
रहा है,
supporting their team.
ऐसे करके
But
हंस नहीं रहा
at some point, they need those results. And they haven't really had any like big
देखो
results this
कितना
year.
बेचारा
This
सीरियस
could
होके
be
बात
what
कर
they
रहा है।
need. Make it to Worlds, get that ticket locked in, and I think that would be quite big for them.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I mean, as you say, it's been a pretty underwhelming year for them. And at a certain point, you know, I'm not going to say the org's going to stop backing them because that's something SK Gaming do really well. They've been in Brawl Stars for years now, and it's great to see
अच्छा
the support
ब्लैक
that the
होल कहाँ
organisation
पर है
brings to the
यार?
team. But for the organisation, the team has to bring results, or is it just
वही सब
becomes
स्टार जो
pointless to
डेड
be
हो
in Brawl
जाता है,
Stars? And I think SK
वो
Gaming,
ब्लैक होल बन सकता
they're
है।
a team who are incredibly mechanically skilled. And I think after that Ope joined the roster, one of the most mechanically skilled teams in Europe. And they just didn't show it for such a long period of time, and now they've finally started to settle in, and the team plays got better. I think the mechanics were heightened through that as well.
What if?
Yeah, I
What if
completely
देखने
agree.
में
I
क्या
mean, if
मजा
you look
आती है
at
भाई?
raw talent on their roster, Yoshi is incredibly gifted mechanically.
कल मैं देख नहीं था लेकिन
Ikeos
रात
is
बहुत
really
हो
known
गई
for
थी,
his
सो
mechanics
गया
as
था
well.
अचानक
But
फोन
when you
छूट के
look
गिर गया
at
बिस्तर पे।
Ope,
मजा बहुत
he's
आती
like
लेकिन
one of the
देखा नहीं है
biggest
बाद में।
rising
वाह,
stars in
मजा
EMEA.
बहुत आती है भाई,
And,
बहुत
yes,
मजा
he
आती है।
managed to make it
देखा
work
नहीं
with
है लेकिन
footwork
बहुत मजा
this
आती है,
year.
बता रहा
शॉट्स
हूँ।
देख रहा था
He
ना,
wasn't like
हेडसेट
necessarily
फ्लाई
playing
के
bad
शॉट्स
either. I think there
शॉट्स
was just
देखे।
a certain level of inconsistency that wasn't quite fitting for Tier 1 play. But SK Gaming, if there's one thing
Shots
we
देख
know
रहा
they
था।
have as an org is good structure, a good setting, good conditions to
अरे बस करो भाई,
develop
तुम जाके
talent.
चालू करो।
That's
इतनी
an
देर
org
में
that's
तो
been
उनको घर से पकड़
incredibly
के
good
रस्सी
at
बांध
that
के ले
because for
आता
many
भाई,
years
और
as
खड़ा
well,
कर देता
they
बोला
were doing
खेलना तो
so
खेलो
well
नहीं तो
with,
घर भगा दूंगा।
honestly, not necessarily the
Yeah.
best players mechanically or the biggest talent in the region, but yet they were on top of the
इतने में
leaderboards.
लिटरली भाई
So
पूरे
I think
4-5
this,
मैच हो
is
जाते
really
जितनी
big
देर से
for
बकवा
Ope to
बकवा
have
किए
the
जा रहे
conditions around him for him to really
हैं।
develop as a player, develop his skills, and become
भाई यार
like,
मेरी वो
the
वीडियो
next
बहुत
Lennar, the
गजब है यार।
next Drage, or the next big name in the region.
वाली
that
वीडियो
he
जो
isn't
आपके
just
चैनल पे
yet,
अपलोड है।
but he really has the potential to be.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I mean, you know,
जब
as you
टीममेट को
said, it
10
didn't
लगे हो
make
वो वीडियो तो
you
मैं
know,
हर
Foot
5
worse
मिनट में
by
देख
him
लेता हूँ
leaving.
एक बार
It
खोल
didn't
के
make you know, it made SK better and Foot got better as well. So
बहुत
it was
मजा
like
आता है
his
देखने
fault.
में
उसको एडिट करके डाल दे
It was just, you know, they didn't fit properly in that team, and I think that's something that a lot of rosters
उसमें
find out through
मीम
the
डाल
years.
दे उसमें
You
थोड़ा
know,
सॉन्ग डाल दे
it was it
बन गया
2021,
मटेरियल
2022 season. Soy de Breza stayed with Totem. They'd done top 4 in Worlds. A change was made. It needed to be made because it wasn't working in the
उधर
next year,
दरवाजा
and it just
कर
didn't
दिया
fit
इधर
anymore.
मैंने
That's how
पीक ले
things
ली
work in Brawl Stars. Metas change. People start to develop skills on different brawlers, and sometimes you just need to make a change to make it work.
Yeah, no, I could not agree more. I really could not agree more because we've seen the craziest things. We've seen the craziest things when it comes to rosters, but I feel like this SK roster is solid. They are in a good place. They know it as well. And I think it was a big boost that they performed so well yesterday too. Because as much as they knew they were coming in as favorites, that's not really going to raise your confidence all that much. If anything, that adds pressure. But once you perform, once you start delivering and just have that sort of proof of concept,
मजा आ
it
गया भाई
really
उधर
helps
नहीं
just
देखा तो उधर
solidify
बंद
in
हो
your
गया इधर
mind
मैंने
that
तड़ाक
you
से
got what it
पीक ले लिया
takes
तो बॉडी
to
से
take
टच
that
हो
victory
गया
home, to lock
मैं
in
भी
your
उस
spot
समय
in the
लेडी
Brawl
फेंक रहा
finals.
था मैं सोच
And
रहा था
that
जो
is the
दिखाएगा आप
reason
लोग आ
they
रहे हो मैं
are
भी लगा
here
दूंगी
today and nothing less. I think there are teams that come to LCQ not
पीटेगा
necessarily
शक्ल
expecting
देगा
to go
अपनी
all the
आईने
way,
में
that want to go all the way,
वेरी
that
डेंजरस
might even be their biggest dream, right?
बहुत
But they
सुंदर है
know
देख
that
चुका हूँ
the
दिखाई
path is
दिखाई
gonna
हमें भी
be
शक्ल
really
दिखाई
rough
हम भी तो
ahead of
देखें
them.
राक्षस
Path
कैसे
wasn't
दिखता है
easy for SK Gaming, and yet
सब
they
लोग अपनी
managed to
शक्ल
make
दिखाइए
it
तो हम
look
भी अपनी
easy.
शक्ल दिखाएं
Yeah, that's the thing. They had
मैं नहीं
one of the tougher
दिखाऊंगा
groups, let's put it that way, and still managed to dominate all
मेरे
the
को
way through.
चला
And,
आती
you know,
है
that's just how SK roll. I don't think if they came in as, I don't think, you know, being under the pressure that they were of being the favourites, I think that's something that some teams thrive off and some teams will just, you know, hit a wall, you know, reject. They hit a wall with it. Coming in as one of the favourites, they didn't perform, and then it puts even more pressure on them. But I think a team like Humble, they want to come in as the underdogs. You know, a lot of teams want to come in as the underdogs, and I think it is one of those things where a lot of teams and players thrive just having no pressure because
भाई 5 मिनट का 20 मिनट कर दिए इनने जब तक खत्म ही नहीं हो पा रहा इनकी बातें
then that's an absolute hero story.
I agree, but we'll have to.
मुझे लग रहा है इसमें भी किसी को 10 लगता है
I think that right now Humble might be feeling
मानू का
still
बहुत
more
खास
pressure,
दोस्त
just by the
ऑनलाइन है
fact that
इस
like they're
समय
so close to their dream, and those guys have been competing for a long time. It's not like they're
मनोज
newcomers
कहता है
to the
यूट्यूब
Brawl
पे
Stars
लाइव
scene
करता है
either. It's
यूट्यूब
not
पे
like
लाइव
it's
करता है
just a year of work behind them.
हम
They've
दोनों
been
की
competing in
लड़ाई
the
हुई
BSC
थी
for
एक
like
दिन
3
मनु और
years at
मेरी
this
और
point.
उसकी
Not all of
हम
them, of
दोनों
course, but
मनु
like
और
if you
मैं
look
ग्रुप
at
में
Tomsy,
बैठा बैठा
Cyclone,
बहुत तगड़े किए
Kanan,
थे
they've been competing for years and years and years, just didn't manage to find their groove at the
अरे
highest
नाम
भाई
level
भूल
yet.
गया
ये
Managed
बक
to
बक
find a
बक बक
big
बक बक बक
mainstream
कितनी
success.
देर बक बक करेगा
This is
ये
their
हो तो
chance.
गया
They've
भाई
never
इतनी देर
been
में बंदों को
closer
घर से
to
पकड़ के ले
qualifying
आता
for
मैं
World
बोले
Finals.
खेल
They were
चुपचाप
always
से यहीं
like
पे
trying to,
अभी
they were
खेल
always doing
नहीं
some
तो
damage
टिकट
in
तुम्हारी
monthly
दूसरी टीम को दे
qualifiers,
दूंगा
sometimes even in monthly finals, but they got a real shot at Worlds right now, and I think that puts a ton of pressure onto them.
भाई आधे घंटे पहले से उनको स्टेज पे लाके खड़ा करके रखा हुआ है कि हाँ भाई आ गए बंदे स्टेज पे आ गए किसको टट्टी लग गई भाई अचानक से अब तो हटा ही दिया उन्होंने बोले सून दिखाना ही नहीं भाई नहीं तो बंदे पीछे पड़ जाएंगे फाइनली चालू किया इन लोगों ने आ गया बंदा टट्टी करके
It might be better than walking into the unknown. As good as SK are, and obviously Humble won't have wanted to face SK, but it might be good to face a European team for them. We're getting into the draft. The tech issues have been sorted. Pinhole punt is where we start. Humble have the first pick, and their draft and the bans are going to be the Nita, the Ems, and the Rosa. Can't blame them for that Rosa ban. So
आजा तू भी फेस रिवील में है बंद का हो गया ऐसे होगा भाई
Brawler at that point, if you play
भाई
well
की
enough.
वेबसाइट भी
For the
नल्ली
most
इनका
part, though,
गेम
Sweden
भी
is not
नल्ला
gonna have
आरती
any
नल्ली
major
भाई
weaknesses.
पूरा ही
It
रिफ्रेश
provides
मार
you a
देता
ton
हूँ
of
मेरा हो
control
गया
for
है
your team, able to just lock down some areas, slow down areas of the map. And I was talking about
ये ले बेटा रिफ्रेश
matchups for Squeak. We already have a Fang first pick for SK Gaming, and that's a daring one because yes, Fang has been really strong. And honestly, I feel like we
जैसा
haven't seen
हंसता है
enough
मनु
Fang
ऐसा
in
क्या
LCQ, like just considering
तुमने
how
कहाँ देख
good he is
लिया
right now in the meta.
तुम लोग
Stu
बैठ के
as
जो
well
वीडियो कॉल में
is
देखते
gonna be
रहते
a
अरे
great
वाह
pick
वाह
here
क्या
for
हंस रहा है
SK.
मनु
They
चोना
are looking to go
अच्छा
aggressive,
तभी
and I like what they're going for here. I like that they want to just kind of, you know, get in there.
वो
and
तो
be aggressive
डरपोक है
and
तो
not
बड़ा
play
भी
the
नहीं दिखा
slower
सकता
play we kind of
ओह
know
माय
SK for,
गॉड
but just
देखो मैं
intimidate
फिर से
Humble
रिपीट
because they
कर
know
दे
that
रहा
if
हूँ
they're
आज
winning
एक
in this
क्वेस्ट
set,
है
they're
जो कि
gonna be
वैसे तो
like,
2 दिन से
you
है
know, winning
कि
in
रात के
an
6 बजे से
aggressive
लेके
fashion, winning
रात के 10 बजे के बीच में 2 गेम खेलना है, उसके 100 आदमी मिल रही शायद, तो 2 गेम तो खेलेंगे बजमी।
आज रात 6 बजे से हम लोग 10 बजे तक बजमी खेलेंगे। वाह,
उसके लिए मेरे को 10 करोड़ दे, मैं खेल लूंगा।
चेकबुक नहीं मिल रही है। पहले चेकबुक तो मिल गई, लेकिन लिखना ही नहीं आता है 10 करोड़ में कितने जीरो होते हैं।
50 जीरो लगाते जा, बस दे दे। बाउंस हुआ तो तेरे को बाउंस करवा देंगे।
मेरा गया है 50 पैसे बने होंगे, 50 पैसे,
तो
बीच में नहीं
तुम्हें शायद
पैसे।
पता नहीं है, अगर बाउंस होगा तो वहाँ पर केस कर देंगे हम।
No one really has on the side of Humble. It's going to come down more to
भाई।
team play. Like, of course, they
DD ले लो,
have
DD।
on the
DD दो,
so they have
जब
ways to
PP
shut
दो।
down the Fang, but
हमें
mostly
उससे
when it
मतलब
comes
नहीं।
to just taking him down, they need to play together.
Whoa।
They need to not
Charred।
be too spaced out from each
Charred
other.
is here।
Sometimes
चलो
a little bit
finally
counterintuitive
start करो,
because you
start
also
करो,
don't wanna
जल्दी
be,
start
like,
करो,
bunched up together
start
against the
करो
Fang.
बे।
They're going to be cycling supers against you. But Carl is gonna
बहुत
be
मजा
the
आएगी
final
हम्बल और
pick
इसके का है।
for SK Gaming. Not
अच्छा,
bad
तब आएगी जब
Carl,
शुरू
still
करेंगे
a
नल्ले
more
लोग।
off meta now, considering Carl has kind of
जब
always
से
been
देखने
meta.
खड़े हुए हैं
I
भाई,
feel like
खड़े
right
खड़े
now
मैं
he's
थक
in
गया
the
उनका देख
weakest
के।
place he's been in a long time, but he's still very much decent, and in the right matchups, they can make it work.
Which he does have as well, because all three of them are going to be dominating Squeak, putting it that way. I think Squeak's going to have a very hard matchup with how aggressive SK Gaming they're going to be coming here, but it's a matter of whether he can deal with it or not. You know, he's going to have 4 sticky residues, sorry, and I think that's massive for him. And there's one
लाइक कर रहे लोग, चैट नहीं कर रहे हो।
and it's just a matter of
क्या
how it's
बात,
played. Already
टैलेंट
charged
तो
top
है।
as well. Fat splash from Cyclone onto Chaos, and he's so low. The dash,
वाह,
the roundhouse
वाह,
kick doesn't work
क्या
inside.
बात,
Wasted gadget on the side of
क्या
Thompson.
बात
Wasn't
सर,
necessary
क्या
anyway.
बात है।
SK Gaming came into this set trying to bring speed and aggression on their side, but so far it is Humble
एसटी की कुटाई हो रही है।
has been shining with a very, very early game goal. And another kill there from Luki. Super well connect onto Ope. And that should be
अरे भाई खत्म हो गया मैच,
for Humble.
शुरू होते ही खत्म हो गया
A way
भाई।
to start Humble taking game 1.
38 seconds as well, bear in mind. That is absolutely rapid, and that's got to give them some confidence as well here. SK Gaming just seemed, you know, like they weren't ready to start playing today. It was really disappointing start for them. But then again, you know, that could just be down to the the sticky residues early on was so strong, and he's going to place another one there as well. Not going to get as much value this time, but Yoshi does eventually.
अबे माय सर्कल 11 वाले तो इतना मैसेज करते हैं डीएम पे, क्या बताऊं व्हाट्सएप पे।
बस करते हैं, तुम्हारे लिए ही रखे हैं भाई ये 2 करोड़ टोटल, तुम्हारे लिए ही तो हैं। तुम आओ तो सही, तुम लगाओ तो सही।
आज मेरे पे आया, आज मेरे आया 1 रुपये लगा के टाटा नेक्सॉन।
ऐसे जीतेगा, मैंने बोला ना, समझ जाओ। हाँ भाई समझ गया मैं तुमको, इसलिए तो बोलता हूँ रोज जाके भाई बोला करो कि आज 2 करोड़ रुपए नहीं मिलेंगे, लेकिन बोलते ही नहीं। अभी तो मिल चुके होते भाई, अमाउंट थोड़ा बड़ा है ना, इसलिए थोड़ा सोच रहे हैं वो लोग कि करना क्या है, देना कि नहीं।
Tom's getting hit as well by both the Fang and the car, which brings him low, keeps that reset going as well, but still got a stun in hand if he wants to stop Yoshi from going for that lunge. And now Luki moving over with some decent HP and a super available too. Chaos going to get hit by that as well. Now starting to push out and finding some room.
Oh, the Carl super. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade there, but there was another kill actually. And I
भाई बहुत बढ़िया शॉट, और ये लोग भी जीत गए, 1-1 हो गया। फाइनल फाइनल आ गया, जो जीतेगा वो सेट जीत जाएगा।
A bit of a comeback in that second game once you start to iron things out, realize the mistakes you made in the first and how fast it was for Humble. There was obviously a lot of mistakes to iron out for SK Gaming, but they managed to do it anyway. Into this third game should be going shortly, and this is going to be the decider of who takes this first set.
Yeah, it is one of the aspects in which SK shines the most. Just adaptation mid-set, making sure to make the right changes just about in time. Aggression there from Ope. It did take quite a bit of damage, but still able to get some nice tags from afar. A bit on everyone there. Has Super now as well. He's going to be looking to heal up and potentially going aggressively on one of the lanes.
आज RNT खेलेगा, रेवेनेंट है तो सही, थर्ड मैच है उनका,
How you play that
रेवेनेंट वर्सेस RNC।
So far,
things are slowing down a
Reckoning
little bit.
e-sport.
By this time, the games are pretty much won at this point. But look at that, Ope going
Iconic.
in will get muted, but the Fang is still up. Cyclone is low HP, and there's no stopping SK Gaming. Goal coming through, and a minute and a half here for Humble to try to turn around.
Yeah, well, let's see if Humble will have the answer. Going to go in for the stun there, but the reverse stun
Oh,
from
oh,
Tomsy as
kutai
well.
bhai,
Sweet
kutai
Link
kar
sends
di
him to sleep, but now in goes Ope, and Tomsy's not in a position to get that stun down either. Cyclone's going to fall too, and
Kya
now
baat hai.
Tomsy versus Chaos for this mid, trying to retrieve this ball. Good shots from Tomsy coming through, but Yoshi searching for another super.
लोगों को
And no
duels
sweet
इतना
dreams used by
पसंद
Tomsy.
क्यों है?
Through comes Yoshi yet again, but the Sandstorm is there, but Humble just can't creep far enough forward into it.
Yeah, they don't have the most range here either. Ope gonna get the kill on two sides.
कमेंट्स पढ़ रहा था अभी मैं कमेंट सेक्शन के, पता नहीं क्या क्या कमेंट कर रखे हैं डुअल्स और वो वोटिंग वाले पे।
सीज चाहिए, डुअल चाहिए, कि ब्रॉल बॉल चाहिए, ब्रॉल बोल रहा हूँ, बास्केटबॉल।
बास्केटबॉल उसमें सब तो रो रहे हैं डुअल प्लीज डुअल।
But right now, they're on the verge of losing it.
Yeah, well, the mute was there onto Yoshi. I don't think that was the
Carlo,
desired target
penalty,
either, but
but OP.
Skip's keeping control, and why not? 35 seconds on the clock, and they've got a goal in the bag. Lukey trying to push this around the left-hand side now. Tomsy's very, very low. Carl going to move over to Lukey as well. Dash coming through from Chaos. Gets one, gets two. Surely Yoshi going to come in. The mute's there from Cyclone, but the kills are from SK Gaming. Surely a goal. There's the trade. The super in. And SK takes set one.
Chakri OP.
In our opening set, as it was, Humble was the better start. But it's SK Gaming that will have a change to their scoreboard. 1-0 SK. And Humble, I mean, they started things off really well. It was just the adaptation from SK was spot on. They were able to make the right adjustments.
बोली भाई जुजुत्सु काइसन सीजन 2 देख रहे हैं क्या?
Especially in the land setting. When
बहुत बोरिंग लग रहा है देखने में यार। 11 ऐप आ गए, मैं 7वें मैं 7 ऐप के बाद देख ही नहीं पा रहा हूँ। मतलब शुरू करता हूँ इतना बोरिंग लगता है वो। क्या नाटक बना।
As you say, the adaptations that they made were really, really nice and managed to claw it back bit by bit. And then, you know, after that first game, they just started going aggressive, and that's what their comp was built for. Flying hooks to other sides to catch people off guard. Good lunges from Yoshi as well as Chaos just going aggressive with that stew. And I think overall, they just played the comp exactly how it was meant to be played in games 2 and 3.
ऐसे सच में वर्ल्ड कप जीत गया हो। अरे आज वर्ल्ड कप का इंडिया वाला मैच भी है ना।
It is going to be Ope and Cyclone top fragging for their teams. Very similar DPS on their ends as well. Luki on 5 as well. Tomsy on 2 a little bit on the lower end there. Yoshi and Akios 4 and 6 kills respectively. So across the board, very much a team effort here for SK Gaming. Right now, I mean, I feel like we can see a little bit more individually still on the side of Humble as well. But they're gonna have to just focus, get that mental reset into the second set here because you don't want to start.
This is Humble's first international PSC event. Pause कर देता हूँ.
One of the most recent additions to the PSC map.
Wow.
An all new map, so not just new in the rotation. It is literally new. It's been a bit of an interesting one so far. Lots of bushes on the left lane, quite open on the right. Some launch pads as well. So it can be a little bit chaotic. I'm not gonna lie, Trev, I'm not entirely sure what to expect here picks-wise. But maybe you can enlighten me on that.
I mean, to be honest, I think tanks are going to be very solid thanks to their grass on pretty much both of the sides. Yeah. But then again, they could be banned and tank counters could be the way forwards as well. Rose are going to be banned, as you see Fang Rose.
Nani ban है भाई.
Fang Rose and Nani.
Nani ban है. Australia एक over एक run. Wow, very dangerous.
Maybe that's, you know, Humble wanting to go aggressive still, banning out the Otis might be the answer
और
to
रोजा
that.
दोनों टीम ने ban कर दी.
First pick. I do think this kind of gives
कोटाई कर रही है आजकल ज़्यादा.
Booster's going to come in.
Booster आ गया, Booster.
Very, very strong at the moment. A lot of people would argue the best brawler in the game.
Cameraman बोलते हैं उसको हम लोग.
Unknown map might help Humble.
Booster है वो Booster.
I think this is the sort of elements that can really benefit them if they did manage to prepare it really, really well.
मैं नहीं देखता हूँ क्रिकेट.
Nice strategies.
तो मैं कौन सा देखता हूँ.
This is your time to go all out. In a group stage,
नहीं तो अगर देखता होता तो कभी मैच देख रहा होता ना बैठ के. ये थोड़ी देख रहा होता.
मिराज तो खेल ही नहीं पा रहे हैं। मिराज कितने की पड़ी थी? शायद 5,000 की पड़ी थी ना।
55 यूरोस। अब उसको कन्वर्ट कर लो कितने का है।
4,900 कुछ है।
चेरी बनाटी ने तो बोल ही दिया भाई मैं नहीं खेल रहा।
हाँ मैंने उसका देखा है, मैंने उसी ने देखा, रेजिडेंस में किया था। मैं बोलने वाला था स्ट्रीम पे लेकिन मैंने बोला नहीं।
पसंद नहीं आई भाई, बोलता 30 FPS पे चला जाता है। गेम भी फ्लूइड नहीं है। गेम तो वैसे वो फाइटिंग सीन फ्लूइड तो नहीं है, देखा ही है तुमने, अटक जाता है वो बंदा कहीं भी।
और FPS भी डाउन होता रहता है, ग्राफिक्स भी उतने अच्छे नहीं है।
तो कौन सा ही खेलोगे, आ ही गया है। हाँ ये जरूर आने वाला है, स्पाइडरमैन 2 आने वाला है 20 तारीख को।
क्यों किसने लाइक वापस ले लिया राज? 6 वॉचिंग 7 लाइक है, क्या चाहिए?
Other ways to go could be to just go for a little bit of a more poking game with something like a Gene. So there are options.
आईपीएल में मजा आता है। मैं तो आजकल आईपीएल भी नहीं देखता भाई, बोरिंग लगता है।
Is going to be the picker, not what I was expecting.
आईपीएल हो चाहे कुछ भी हो, मैं सिर्फ एक ही चीज देखता हूँ, फाइनल्स देख लिया, सेमीफाइनल देख लिया, काम खत्म।
I don't hate it, but you were kind of asking for a mid, and I don't really see one that I love.
I mean, I guess Lola's going to be playing in the mid, right? I think that's
I would assume
Eve?
probably the answer. And then burn down some of those bushes, which I think is
Eve
probably a good
खेल रहा है
shout,
भाई,
considering
Eve।
Buster's on the other side, and you really don't want
पीछे
him
देख
sneaking
रहा
down
हूँ।
this bush, getting into your
चैम्बर्स पे पहुंच गया भाई। मैच स्टार्ट करो भाई, मैच स्टार्ट करो।
ना ना मैं देख, मैंने अभी गौर किया कि उसने ईव लिया, चैम्बर ले लिया ना उसने, तो देखा
मैं तो क्रिकेट धोनी के लिए देखता हूँ
Let's
बस।
get ready here.
हैं वर्ल्ड कप खेल रहा है क्या धोनी? कैसी बातें कर रहे हो यार, आईपीएल के हर मैच में थोड़ी धोनी आता होगा।
Or SK might go the distance and start really separating themselves in this matchup. Jump path to the left for OP, and he has control. The Amber didn't quite have the chance to burn down the bushes just yet. OP is pushing up. He's going to be feeding a decent amount at this point, and they're really trying to get him down so Tomsy can go burn those bushes down, have info at all times, and not get surprised. He's patient though. I like that he's not just burning the bushes, and he's waiting for a push instead. And he's going to go for the burn on the bushes of the mid instead, and actually doesn't even get the connection onto OP. The gem care Cyclone goes down. Tomsy gets pulled. He falls as well.
उठा ले अरे योशी भैया, अरे भाई क्यों? अगर आ भी जाए किसी के पास जेम्स गलती से, भाई मरेगा तो दे ना जाएगा, उठा लेता भाई। मेरे को स्ट्रेटजी समझ में नहीं आती भाई। मतलब 6 जेम्स तुम्हारे पास आ रहे हैं, फिर भले ही तू मर मत भाई, तू अटैक ही मत कर, कोई दिक्कत थोड़ी है। उठाना ही नहीं है बोल रहा, ना 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 नहीं उठाऊंगा।
बोला कि ये वाली एसपी बहुत अच्छी है भाई, हील करने वाली, सच बता रहा हूँ।
मैं तो वही यूज करता हूँ,
हील करने वाली बहुत अच्छी। टीममेट पे मारो, अपने ऊपर मारो,
अपने पीछे खड़ी करते हैं, मारते रहो चुपचाप से खत्म।
हाँ बंदे की मारो, खुद को भी हील मिलता रहता है।
Action going on the right hand side with a kill from OP onto Luki. Cyclone
मर जा मैं कितना हो गया भाई, खत्म ही हो गया।
is going to be sufficient.
पूरा 10 करके नीचे जाएगा।
Be interrupted unless there is a kill onto Ikeos or Yashi.
बहुत सही होल्ड कर रहा है बस।
It's going to be a kill trap because everyone keeps going down on the side of Humble. They have struggled to
क्या हो गया, 10 हो गया भाई, आ जा, हो गया भाई, खत्म। मतलब बहुत दिन बाद दिखी कॉम में, कल भी तो थी।
I mean, that was really nice from SK there. The Buster positioning that they managed to have was very, very solid, and I think that was a wonderful position that OP managed to slide into, you know, right at the top behind that wall, and then he can just pinch across, unless Tomsy comes in from the right-hand side, which he couldn't do because Lola and Eve were going to be spamming him down if he did choose to do that, then he couldn't really make any moves. We're going to see the same approach again from SK Gaming. Maybe Humble will change something up. But they did have a decent start. They got that pinch. The pull-in, though, from OP is going to be a bit of an issue. Cyclone might be able to cycle quite nicely, though.
OP gonna go down. Cyclone probably not all that far from his next super, so really wants to get back into his mech that is why you bring Meg to the table in the first play.
अरे भाई कुछ पूरा इतनी जल्दी कैसे खाना खा रहा है? रोज तो 5 बजे खाता है।
अरे पहले वो खाएगा फिर नहाएगा फिर खाएगा।
हाँ ये सीन मेरे साथ भी, पहले मैं खा लेता हूँ फिर मैं नहाता हूँ।
वाह क्या हमारा टैलेंट हो तो क्या नहीं किया जाता। और अब भाई जो दिया है मैग ने उसको एक फटका, काम खत्म हो गया भाई, ऑल आउट हो गए।
मैग थप्पड़ मारती है भाई, साफ सीधा थप्पड़ खींच के मार देती है।
मार दे। बहुत लो है, बस्टर टपका दो, बस्टर टपका दो। और अब भाई कौवे ने ले गया, भाई कौवे ने ले गया। ये हर मैच में यही चल रहा भाई, एक सेट वो जीत जाता है, एक मैच वो जीतता है।
लेन चेंज, स्ट्रेटजी चेंज करते होंगे ना ये लोग इसलिए।
जा जा बस्टर तेरा है भाई, पूरा बस्टर तेरा। हाँ खींच रहा, मार। इतने पास क्यों पहुंचते हैं? जब 5-6 सेकंड बचते हैं तब इनको याद आ रहे हैं अटैक तो कर ही सकते हैं भाई। चाइना का टीम कहाँ है? ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड है। वैसे चाइनीज ब्रॉल स्टार्स तो अलग ही चलता रहता है उनका, वो लोग खेल नहीं सकते क्योंकि उनका तो सर्वर भी अलग है, उनका गेम मोड्स भी अलग है।
गेम मोड भी अलग, सर्वर भी अलग, स्किन्स भी अलग, हर चीज तो बढ़िया है। चाइना वालों को मतलब
मेलन करके आता था मेरे उसमें, उसके बाद तो वैसे ऐसे मोड है जो देखे भी नहीं है अभी तक।
है क्या अभी वो?
नाम चेंज कर लिया है या फिर डिलीट हो गया, मुझे पता नहीं, शायद डिलीट ही हो गया होगा।
बढ़िया भाई, चाइना वालों के लिए इतना था, हम लोग के लिए कुछ भी नहीं।
Trying to catch up to that little bit of an early lead that Humble managed to have gem-wise. Tomzy, low HP, goes down, Cyclone out of mech as well.
इस बार बढ़िया होल्ड कर रहे हैं लोग।
Ideal here for Humble, they've lost control.
अरे ये
We
जीत
saw in the
जाएंगे।
first game that it really wasn't easy for them to take control back. The burn is
अभी
there,
क्या
that's
बता
connected
रहा
to
है?
Ope, but
हैकिंग वाला
Tomzy gets a
सिस्टम भी
bit
देख।
overzealous, he goes down. Ope, low HP.
अरे भाई इसको हील कर देता लोला, क्या कर रहा है? क्रो ही जिता सकता है बस, चाइना वाले में तो क्यू ऐप से लॉग इन करना पड़ता है। अरे उठा ले भाई, जेम्स उठा ले भाई, क्या इतना शर्म क्यों आती है दूसरे को भाई? ये योशी घूम रहा है, जेम्स नहीं उठा रहा, 5 जेम्स पड़े उधर। लॉजिक नहीं समझ आता, अगर उठा सकते हो तो उठाने में बुराई क्या है? मतलब बुराई क्या है? अगर मान लो मेरे पास, अगर मैं नहीं हूँ जेम कैरियर भी, और अगर मेरे को एक्स्ट्रा 5 जेम्स गलती से मिल रहे हैं, पड़े हुए हैं सामने, तो मैं तो लेके नीचे आ ही ना जाऊंगा, टीम पूरी नीचे आ जाएगी। अगर कोई मरेगा तो भी जेम्स तो नीचे वहीं पड़े रहेंगे, नीचे ही अपने ही बेस पे।
हो सकता है लोग को लगता है टाइम वेस्ट है।
अब खुद ही सोचो, मान लो 5 जेम्स वहां छोड़ के आ गया और किसी और बंदे के पास ऑलरेडी वहां पे 4 जेम्स होते, वो आता उठाता, 1 जेम का वेट करता, हो गए उसके भी 10, काम खत्म।
As you say, Humble aren't playing bad by any means. I think they're actually playing some of the best Brawl stars we've really seen for them, especially in this competition. Yeah. But against a team like SK Gaming, as I said off the start, everything has to be going right for you, and SK have to be playing bad for Humble to be able to win this matchup. And I think that's exactly what's going on here. Everything's going right for Humble, but everything's
आप चलो जाओ, खेल के दिखा दो ई स्पोर्ट्स। जरूर जरूर खिला के दिखा देते हैं, लेकिन उसके लिए टीम होनी चाहिए, सोलो नहीं है ये।
सोलो या डुओ होना चाहिए।
किसी भी स्पोर्ट्स का सोलो नहीं होता।
नींद आने लगती है भाई, लोग इतना नाटक करते हैं।
नहीं तो आज मुझे भी यार, मेरे को अगर मैं खेल नहीं रहा होता हूँ ना, मैं ऐसे बैठ के टाइम पास कर रहा होता हूँ, मेरे को नींद आने लगती है, मेरे को भूख लगने लगती है, मैं क्या बताऊँ क्या क्या होता है, या तो काम करते रहो। हाउ मेनी मंथली फाइनल्स डिड एसके गेमिंग विन इन 2023? चलो 2 कर देता हूँ भाई, आंसर इज 0। भाई रेवेनेंट स्पोर्ट्स एक को छोड़ के बाकी सारे मंथली फाइनल्स जीती है, लेकिन फिर भी यहाँ पे लड़ रही है वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स पहुंचने के लिए। नल्ले नशे हैं।
Start something, get some sort of momentum going their way. But they'll need to perform even better than they did in the previous set. Last up was a previous map, by the way. Yeah, there we go. Kaboom Canyon is correct. Bans are going to be Squeak, Eve, and Brock for SK. Humble banning out Nani, Colette, and Lola. And a Cordelia's first pick. That is quite interesting because Cordelia's is definitely in a good place. I think they were probably expecting a Daryl or something along those lines, or a Buzz. I feel like Cordelia's is going to be the main counter to those brawlers.
देखते हैं इसमें बुल कौन खेलेगा
against regular meta, which might potentially leave some openings here for Humble.
बुल कौन खेलेगा? मुझे नहीं लगता कोई खेलेगा, क्योंकि उसका हाइपर चार्ज है, उसके बाद हाइपर चार्ज है ना, नहीं खेल सकता।
Because if there's a Daryl, if there's a Buzz coming through here from SK, I don't know if Humble can stop it with a Bonnie and a Crow.
I mean, the Crow can definitely slow it down for sure and allow the Bonnie to get some hits in. Still have that last pick as well, bear in mind, so that's not going to be the end of the world. And how well that looks.
हालांकि वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स में अलाउड रहेगा हाइपर चार्ज, तब खेलेंगे बंदे।
Very, very well. And obviously, even in the cluster matchup last year, the Crow was doing quite a lot of work when they did choose to swap lanes, when it was kind of beyond repair that Tomsy could get that. But 8-Bit comes in, and that is a gorgeous pick from SK Gaming. How strong 8-Bit is at the moment, that might have just tipped it over the edge for me, and I think that SK edging the comp so far.
Yeah, I love that 8-Bit pick. Really, really solid brawler. Just reliable, old reliable. 8-Bit gets big damage onto that save. Has lots of utility to his kit as well.
जो brawlers banned है, मतलब वो इतने बढ़िया है कि ये एक्चुअल में खेलना चाहिए, वो एक्चुअल में खेलना चाहिए इस मैप पे जाके। जैसे नानी है, कॉलेट है, लोला है, इधर ने ब्रॉक बैन किया हुआ था, ईव बैन है और चीपू भैया बैन है, तो भाई ये सब ब्रॉलर एक्चुअल में खेलने के लिए है।
चीपू भैया तो लेन वो कर देते हैं फ्रीज तक क्या।
I think Piper's a good pick. I really do. I don't really mind Amber too much, but
लियोन तो दिखता ही नहीं है भाई अब।
Against the Piper as well, it's going to be very difficult.
पहले लियोन का कितना क्रेज था।
How many players can the Piper juggle before getting overwhelmed? You know, that's the thing. If they're all pushing up, the Piper can't really do that much. Got to hit a few shots on 8-Bit before bringing him down. Few shots, obviously, as well onto the other brawlers. So it gets very, very difficult to manage so many things with Piper. So it's just a question of whether or not Humble, the rest of Humble's comp can keep their own.
Yeah, I think this is going to come down a lot to just Humble's performance, because they have brawlers with Bunny and Piper. If they hit their shots,
इसको स्लो को मार देगा, फिर तो कौवा सामने भाग भी नहीं सकता बेचारा।
they need to hit those shots, which are harder to hit. Whereas, you know, with Amber and 8-Bit, like you just
अरे उड़ा दिया भाई।
direction, you will land some damage. It's a bit
कॉर्डलिस चलो रे भाई, 2 निपटा दिए, अब ये मिडिल होल्ड कर लेंगे।
Luki going to be opening up those
पार्टी खेल सकते थे इस मैप पे।
Right now it is Humble with a little bit
बात मानने की नहीं है ना, बात है डैमेज देने की सेफ पे।
I really can't see them shining.
Yeah, Luki's got to be cautious about
तो
OP
वही
jumping
तो
over this
अपना
wall
सुपर
here,
वो
but a good
उधर
shot from
सेफ
Cyclone.
लगाता तो डबल डैमेज
Ability
पड़ता
to
सुपर
slow
से
him
भी।
down if he does choose to.
अगर इसने तोड़ दिया सेफ, मतलब यहाँ का वॉल,
What a wonderful tap there coming in from Luki on the
तो
Piper.
फिर तो भाई
He's out,
खत्म,
OP's
फिर
gonna
खत्म है
jump
मैच।
into it instantly. And now Tomsy needs to use this time to
Piper
take
हिला।
the
भाई
lead.
आ गया भाई,
Connection on
8
landing,
बिट का
so
तो
took
बैंड
the
बच
damage
गया।
along the way, but got the kill along with Luki regardless.
Yeah, Tomsy baiting
कौवा
out
जंप मार
some
सकता है, अरे
ideas
इसमें
there.
तीनों कैरेक्टर इनके जंप मार सकते हैं हम्बल वालों के।
Of Cyclone and Chaos going to be dealing the first damage on save of this set, but it's only 2% so far. Yoshi does have the damage booster, which won't
तोड़ दे तोड़ दे।
will boost
पाइपर को बहुत सुपर दे रहे हैं लोग।
booster is going to be out of the picture now.
तुमको दे क्या रहा, कोई ऑप्शन थोड़ी है उनके पास, देना ही पड़ेगा। ओ भाई 2-2 हजार का डैमेज, ओ भाई साहब बिना चेंज हुए भी 2-2 हजार का डैमेज कर रही है वो सेफ को। 4 शॉट में उसने 8 कर दिया। पर शॉट मतलब उसके 2% का डैमेज है।
80,000 का होता है, 5 शॉट मारेगी।
ओ भाई 20 हेल्थ, ये तोड़ देगी।
अब भाई
हो गया, खत्म हो गया।
मैच खत्म है, इनकी सेफ को कोई नहीं बचा सकता।
खत्म, लास्ट बंदा। अरे
Surely it will. 3 players on safe. It's even right now, actually.
भाई 82 अबे 82 हो गया भाई। खत्म, दोनों उचक के आ गए।
81 82
Finally, something seems to be going their
बढ़िया।
way. They did pick up some games in the previous sets. Don't get me wrong.
टीम बेकार है इसके की।
Was their strongest performance yet?
Jump hero
And
की
looking at the
strategy।
draft, I think they got this. I think it would be a truly a shame, truly a blunder.
कॉर्डिलियस
if they
वाला
don't
पिक
pick
को
up this
समझ
set.
नहीं आया,
I mean,
वो
the
क्या
thing that
करेगा?
worries me is they looked like this in the first game of the first
वो
set.
जो भी हाई डैमेज करने वाला होगा ना उनका, उसको लेके चला जाएगा उधर रियल में। उसका काम है बॉनी को लेके जाना। लेकिन कौवा उसको जाने ही नहीं दे रहा भाई। कौवा स्लो डाउन करता है। उससे जंप मारा, पीछे आ गया भाई जंप करके। ये क्या स्ट्रेटजी है?
में अपने आपस में जंप कर लिया अपने।
But at the moment, it's just not possible.
OP jumped back.
गैजेट वेस्टेज करने की नई टेक्निक है भाई।
Has a lot of space to navigate through, but OP's gonna
चलो एक
get
किल
in
मिला।
range and take him down. Akil's a bit of a problem there as well. Tomzy will manage to
कुछ
take
4% तो डैमेज है सिर्फ भाई गिनती का।
the rules now as well. Tag from Cyclone spots Yoshi in the
चला
bush.
मैच तो लोग हार गए।
OP low HP. Luki snipes off Yoshi. Luki needs to be a little bit careful. OP still might potentially come out of the shadow realm eventually there, but he will fall as soon as he does. And it is SK Gaming with a
तोड़ दे,
7%
तोड़
lead
दे।
we saw earlier.
वॉल ही तोड़ दे। हाँ
Of
खत्म।
an impact that tiny lead can
ये
have.
लो भाई, अब कहाँ जाओगे भाई? योशी भैया कहाँ छुपेंगे आप? ओह जंप और खत्म। सेफ पहुंच गई है बॉनी, खत्म ही हो गया।
Opposite sides, and they take the lead once more. This time in an earlier position though. Need to hold this out for another minute and 10 seconds instead of going for that last ditch push.
Yeah, that's a good bit of early damage here. 30%, they're going to be very happy about that. A minute
अरे
left.
भाई कॉर्डलेस का ये कितना ज्यादा वो नर्फ कर दिए इस गैजेट को।
Bit aggressive on the
वहीं
left
की वहीं
hand side,
चक्के
gets
रह जा रहा भाई।
Tomzy connecting some nice snipes on the left too. IKEA's will fall. Yoshi behind his damage booster, but
आलू टिक्की ले लेना था। वाह वेरी गुड।
45 seconds left.
उससे एरिया कंट्रोल मिलता है, वो सब तो उससे किल भी मिल जाता है आलू टिक्की से। लेकिन यहाँ बात है सेव को डैमेज करने की। तो देख उसने यही किया। कॉर्डलियस का काम सिर्फ इतना था कि बॉनी को वहाँ पे टाइम पास कराना उसको। और ये भाई दोनों मर गए। गया सेव गया, सेव गया भाई, सेव गया उनका। बॉनी ने जो डैमेज दिया उधर 12 का डिफरेंस है भाई। 15 सेकंड बाकी मात्र, खत्म हो गया। नहीं कर सकते कुछ भी। फंबल विनिंग 2-1 हो जाएगा अब। मार 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 मार, रख अपना अटैक कर। यार जीत गए, अभी बचा है मैच। चलो फाइनली कमबैक तो था भाई। क्या बात।
Issue as well, because SK Gaming now on match point, but Humble, I think they're in this.
OP, quick access to the mid was a gadget. So far, dodging very well. Catch a Cyclone off guard as well. The slow is there, but not really gonna bring too much to the table here for Humble. Cyclone overextends, gets punished by Achilles, but it is a 1-for-1 trade. Not the worst thing in the world here for Humble. They have that puddle on the left-hand side as well, which is going to be a bit of a problem as you get slowed down once you walk in it with gear. Let's see though, as we get some early damage on save this time around. Cyclone with a jump in will get the kill. Might want to get rid of this damage booster.
एम्बर ने तो भाई 42% बचा उसका, मतलब 42% डैमेज देकर आई है एम्बर। फुल एमओ वहाँ पे यूज करके आई है एम्बर।
खुद को उसने सुपर नहीं डाल दिया अपना स्पीड का 110% और हो जाता।
अरे भाई स्लो हो गया बेचारा 8 बिट, भागे तो भागे कहाँ। अरे मार दे उसको क्यों, अरे लगा रहा है डैमेज भाई।
Quite enough to take him down. In the meantime, though, Tomsy has been dealing so much damage on that blue safe. He does end up going down now, but the lead is really not that much. It's only 11% in favor of SK Gaming, and was the position.
इतना अच्छा काम लेके भी हक दिए, हम्बल हो रहे हैं कुछ ज्यादा ही।
Need to find those connections. Obey on the left.
इसका अटैक रेंज और कम कर दिया है क्या कॉर्डिलियस का, मार रहा उधर तो अटैक ही नहीं पहुंच रहा।
30 seconds left on the clock very soon here, and 11% is separating SK Gaming from making it to the World Finals.
Yeah, at this point I don't.
अगर बॉनी को मिल गया सुपर तो इनका काम खत्म। 21 सेकंड बाकी।
Get some damage he can. Cyclone's still here and still alive. The damage starts to rain through. This might be a base race, but it's actually Piper trying to defend. We're going to see him go down, but Humble do actually have the lead. Good shots coming in from Lukey to get the kill. Needs to get them down, but Tom's is coming as well. They're taking well. Really nice stuff, but Chaos is coming forwards. There's no damage on the wall.
दे दिया
They're going to world.
जीत गए 3-0 से जीत गई।
क्या नशे हैं भाई।
No matter how rough the sets start, they are able to turn them around. No matter how
वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स खेलेंगे अब लोग, ये लोग।
For them, they were able to turn it around, and it's gonna be GG's. Well played, Trav. We have a new world finalist, and it's gonna be SK Gaming.
I mean, sad end to the year for Humble, but for SK Gaming, they're on top of the world.
Hello,
As
ticket.
they claim their golden tickets, or if they don't, we'll see in just a moment if they do. Now they're claiming their golden tickets. Beautiful stuff from SK Gaming. We'll see them.
मिल गया भाई, qualified to world finals।
Again, what a journey.
आग लगा दी।
It really wasn't sure a couple months ago if they would make it to this point, but they did, and they fought so hard to make it happen. They never gave up, and they are rewarded now with those tickets to the World Finals. It's a beautiful thing to see. Obviously a little bit sad too, of course, for Team Humble that gave it their
आइए राजिंदर जी, कैसे हैं?
despite having 3
तो कैसे हैं आप? कैसी चल रही है आपकी आलू टिक्की?
युवा केसरी।
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I feel really bad for Humble because they put
बोलो जुबान केसरी।
But I think that's SK qualifying to World Finals without even dropping a set across the entire LCQ.
इसको देंगे आई क्या उसको दे दो भाई।
Something that has to be mentioned. Let's go over for a chat with our Pedro.
Thank you, Trav. I'm joined by Pedro. Pedro, first and foremost, a huge congratulations to you and all the boys. What a stellar performance. I want to start first and
भाई
foremost
कम
by
से
just
कम
asking
10
you,
मिनट।
this is by far SK's toughest year.
मैं पानी की बोतल लेके आता हूँ, ठंडी वाली एकदम चिल्ड वाली। इतना गर्मी है भाई, पानी गर्म हो गया। मस्त। आप बताओ। मैं भी बढ़िया भाई, हम तो वैसे ही हैं जैसे हुआ करते हैं। तुम बताओ तुम्हारा क्या हो रहा है भाई?
So we know where that we belong there. So yeah, it was really tough. We worked hard to do it, and we did it.
It was a grueling few matches.
रेवेनेंट कब खेलेगा? अभी एक मैच होगा, उसके बाद रेवेनेंट खेलेगा।
Entire competition without dropping a single set, which is phenomenal.
6 मिनट बाकी हैं, बक बक करेंगे लोग बैठ के। मैं आ रहा हूँ जब तक। देखो
between a good draft and good team play, but today I think we were not good at drafting, but the guy did it possible. First and third set we didn't have the draft for sure.
चैनल हैक हो गया गाइस, गोल्डी भाई का चैनल हैक हो गया है।
Slow start to the year, it's fair to say for you guys, but you know, bring us back to those most
हाईजैक कर
trying
लिया मैंने,
times.
हैक कर
And
लिया,
how did you all
लूट
ensure
लिया,
to keep
सब कर
team
लिया
morale
मैंने।
and focus high, you know, in those moments of
7
potential
crore
crisis?
Yeah, keeping the
7
mental high
crore
when we are going through tough moments is hard. We were a bit down sometimes, but we managed. It's hard, you know, competition.
हाईजैक कर लिया, हर चीज कर लिया हमने चैनल पे।
You are good enough to win, but yeah,
7 crore
Well, you made it to Worlds, which again, a thorough congratulations
अबे
to
तो
you
नहीं है
all.
अब ज़्यादा
Which teams
once
looking
more
ahead then to the World Finals?
7
Are you maybe
crore
feeling the strongest, or which teams would you also like to face potentially?
अब गाली खाऊंगा मैं चैट पे पागल है वे गाली देने बोलता
But I mean, Europe is super strong. There is not that weak. We saw it this weekend on
ये
SQ. There is not a single
ये देख क्या बोल
weak
रहा है
opponent imagining Worlds. So,
इसके अलग ही नशे कह रहा गाली
Once
दे
again, to the boys and yourself, a thorough congratulations. Make sure that you celebrate tonight and go hard. And it's back for now to the casting desk.
देख सकते हो गाइस चैनल हैक हो गया गाइस चैनल हैक हो गया
making it to the world finals next month. It's a
Channel
big
hack हो
achievement
गया
for them, and quite frankly, it's where they belong.
It really is. They have made it there so many
तो राजू
years already.
क्या कैसा चल रहा है तुम्हारा काम इंडियन ऑयल पंप कैसा चल रहा है तेल का कुआं चल रहा है तुम्हारा
No matter how hard Humble fought through this match, having some opportunities here
भाई ये वीसी से किक करवा के मारने का 7 करोड़
damage to SK, they just stood their ground. They made the right changes every time the sun just wasn't quite going their way, when the wind wasn't going in their
तेल की
direction.
कमी है तो कुआं खुदवाओ भाई तेल की कमी कुआं खुदवाओ
And set sail exactly where they wanted to be, and that's going to be in the World Finals 2023. It really means the world to them. This year felt like a very quiet year for SK Gaming, but they still have a final month left this year to make a stand and make the noise they want to make on stage.
Yeah, I mean, look at this.
पुल तो केक ही नहीं खिलाता है भाई
At the end of the day, looking at these statistics,
पुल
3,
तो
6, and
केक
11
नहीं खिलाता है यार
SK Gaming, OP being the highest, and the lowest on Humble is 11. The highest is
पुल
18.
केक
That is
नहीं
huge,
खिलाता है भाई
remember. You know, kills usually don't equal wins in the Brawl
बिल्कुल
Stars
केक नहीं
Championship and in
खिलाता
Brawl Stars in general. It's about getting that objective done.
Yeah, especially in heist.
अबे कुआं खोदने वाले की कमी है तो तू विवेक को ले जा वो फर्जी बैठा रहता है मैं चैट पे ले जा फावड़ा दे दी उसको खोदेगा खूब आराम से
Again, I can't stress it enough. They played phenomenally.
और गाली दे विवेक एक दो गाली दीजिए आप हम स्क्रीनशॉट लें हमारे पास स्क्रीनशॉट लेने वाली सुविधा है हमको यूज करनी है कई दिन से यूज नहीं कर पाए
You voted on event.brawlstars.com, and it is going to be iChaos again. I believe 3 times MVP throughout the LCQ. He's going to go home being very, very proud of his performance here.
I mean, he's got to be really, got to be one of the best players in the world at the moment. The performances that guy brings out on a regular basis are really unparalleled by many players in the Brawl Stars Championship at this point. So it's a big
बढ़िया हूँ भाई तू बता मैं तो बढ़िया हूँ मेरी जिंदगी कट रही है तू बताओ राज भाई
he's a huge reason of why they've qualified to these events.
Yeah, it's been years
मेरी
of
तो
success
जिंदगी
for
ऐसे ही
him,
कट रही
and
है
I think that you really saw the
कभी
rules
यहाँ कभी
out of my
वहाँ
mouth, because he's been so consistent across not just like a season, across years, that is truly impressive on his part. And as you said, I think that himself, but the rest of the squad can be just so incredibly happy that things went as they wanted here at LCQ. It could not have gone better, really.
Yeah, it really couldn't have gone any better. Let's take a little bit of a look at the bracket, see what we've got coming up next, and see that SK Gaming have obviously advanced into that qualified position.
चैनल हैक करके बहुत मजा आ रहा है गाइस
Up next, we'll have that STMN versus Reject match, Revenant versus
अब
Reconic
गोली भाई
after that,
कुछ
and
नहीं
then
कर सकते
finishing the day
गाइस
through these qualifying
चैनल ही
matches, at
हैक
least,
कर लिया
on the
गाइस
Navi versus
चैनल ही हैक
FVN
कर लिया
esporting match. There's some bangers coming up, Teddy.
Absolutely so. The next match here could honestly be a World Finals grand
गोली भाई
final.
कुर्सी पे
And it's
हम बैठ
happening
गए
here at LCQ.
गाइस
The worst part is one of those 2 teams is not even going to make it to the World Finals. LCQ has been a true spectacle so far, and we're only 1 match into this day 2. I cannot wait to see what happens next.
Well, we're going to watch a quick video on one of the teams that we're going to be seeing next.
नहीं आएंगे तो कुर्सी को काट देंगे गाइस नई कुर्सी बनाएंगे गाइस
He's shy. It's a boy.
Shy guys.
हाँ भाई 2 मिनट बाद तो चैनल रिकवर हो ही जाएगा आराम से लेकिन हम फिर हैक कर लेंगे गाइस जब पानी की कमी होती है तो हम चैनल हैक कर लेते हैं तो चिंता मत करो जब पानी की कमी होगी तो हम चैनल हैक कर लेंगे
No monkey pin.
One of the best showdown brawlers.
Showdown.
Like NPC. Like
NPC.
Almost.
भाई तू क्या बताएगा मैं ही बता दूंगा
Oh, Edgar.
तेरे को क्या लगता है वो स्ट्रीम रिवर्स करके नहीं देख लेते होंगे क्या
It's a guy. He's like
देख लेते होंगे सब
not that muscular.
हो सकता है उन्होंने मोबाइल में स्ट्रीम चला रखी हो, मोबाइल साथ लेके गए हो, पानी भर रहे हो उधर मोबाइल पे स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो, तुम क्या बताओगे?
Kind of. Skin color wise. He likes to be outside.
कि क्या चल रहा है स्ट्रीम पे?
Deep voice.
Like deepest voice in the game.
The only brawler that likes spirits this time, like.
No.
No.
No. I don't want to give it away.
One more.
He shoots arrows.
Yeah. There. It's a pirate from the pirate gang.
Pirate Gene?
No, that's his kin.
Oh.
अबे हो क्या सकता है? सही है भाई, हो सकता है वो पानी भर रहे हो, ठीक है, फिल्टर के नीचे बॉटल रख दी है, फोन में स्ट्रीम चला के देख रहे हो क्या चल रहा है चैट में, अभी देख रहे चैनल हैक हो गया।
Coolest.
I mean,
Like he's got like,
there's a lot of cool brawlers.
he's got like swag kinda. He's
It's like,
one of
you
your
got drip.
I wouldn't say drip. He's got a lot of skins in the game.
Brock.
Yeah.
Alright. I'm gonna put it real easy. Mexicans one trick.
Sandy, Poco.
No.
Spike.
You took too much. You took too much.
कैसे बोली बन के बेचे जैसे कोई बात नहीं।
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Last Chance Qualifier, where we are one match down. One golden ticket has left the trophy. We have still 3 more to distribute to our winners here today. I'm back with Trav, and we've got another banger matchup lined up very, very shortly.
It's going to be absolutely incredible in reality. STMN versus Reject, Sans, Bobby and Zara versus Levy, Sharpie and Menmi. Let's focus down on STMN to start things off though. The day they had yesterday was pretty much unparalleled by anybody but SK Gaming. SK Gaming have claimed their ticket. Now, well, I think it's going to be STMN's turn.
I've got to say, STMN, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again.
Oh boy.
Like the team to beat
और
at the moment.
Choppy और
They've
सामने
never
Sans.
looked better, and I said that to Bobby last night.
Oh
They are
boy.
looking so strong at the moment. Very, very scary stuff. Yesterday was a fantastic
Okay,
result
Raj
for
भाई,
them.
तुम्हारी
But
बात एकदम
today
सही है।
It's going to be a tough one.
ये
Yet
हमारी
again,
बहुत
Reject, if
ज़्यादा
they can pull something out the
हमारी
pockets
गलतफहमी
and bring us a
थी।
little bit more than we saw
लेकिन
yesterday,
मेरी आवाज़
they
इतनी
do
मिली
still
है कि
stand
नहीं
a
आएगा,
very
लेकिन
good
हम
chance of
ध्यान
making an
रखेंगे इस
upset
बात
here.
का कि दोबारा
Let's
चीज
focus
ना
on
हो।
Reject now then. They really did have a bit of a difficult day yesterday. Not
अबे
the performance I
रिजेक्ट
expected out of
चापी
these,
के सामने
you know,
सोचे
these
सेंस
Asian
गोल
beasts,
गोल
let's put it
नाचेगा,
simply. Like, they've got world
डाउन
champion
फिंगर
on their
दिखा के।
roster, a 2-time world champion of that, I believe. So
अगर नाचेगा तो बहुत
slightly
मजा
worrying
आएगी
that they
भाई।
didn't do as well as we expected them to do. You know, they were probably the favourite or one of the 2 favourites coming into this competition, and they were quite frankly underwhelming.
A little bit. It did feel that way. Maybe some nerves to set things off on day 1, but nonetheless, something that they have to have left behind coming into today. I mean, on paper, these 2 teams, they are so identical. They are both the number 2 seed in their respective regions. You know, there was actually just 2 more grand final appearances for Reject. Other than that, exactly the same numbers of, you know, 0 quarterfinals exits and all that stuff. So I feel like this is the perfect matchup to put both of these 2 teams to the test.
Yeah, I mean, they're just consistently good, both of these teams. It's surprising to see a team the level of Reject and STMN here, but you've got to think, STMN lost out to Luminosity in their region. Absolutely incredible team. And
आ गए गोल्डी भाई।
I think it goes to say Reject against Crazy Raccoons. Not
Who
the
will
easiest
win this
matchup, but
match?
still did
Stamina
brilliantly
कर दो
throughout the
भाई।
year.
Yeah, but STMN only lost to Luminosity. That's the crazy thing.
अरे गोल्डी भाई
It's the
सो
only
गए।
team
हाँ भाई
that's been able
सो
to beat
रहा
them this
था।
entire year long. And you know, when you look back historically through the kind of history with STMN
7
versus
crore!
East Asia as a region, it hasn't always been fruitful for STMN. But
कौन
going back
गाना
to
गा रहा
the
था भाई?
stages, we saw in the group stages
7 करोड़
a sweep
कोई
of
गाना नहीं
Crazy
गा रहा था
Raccoon.
भाई,
But
यहाँ
that
सोच
did
चल
come
रहा
back
था कि
in
गाना
kind
गाएंगे
in the
लेकिन
later
खुश
stages,
के
and that's
गाना
a
कर
matchup
दिया।
for 3rd place where Crazy Raccoon
गाना
swept
नहीं गाएंगे
STMN.
भाई,
So
गाना नहीं आता
there is that
हमको।
kind of more recent kind of interaction with the region.
हमें खाली
But
7
this is
करोड़
Reject,
बोलना
and
आता है,
it's a fresh
7
day.
करोड़।
STMN, like I said, off the back of
अरे तू
yesterday,
1 करोड़ ही
looks
दे दे भाई।
very, very good to me.
मैं
And
खुश हो
जाऊँ।
arguably
7
more so than what we
आप
saw
1
from
करोड़ दे दो, मैं
Reject.
उसमें से
I
7 करोड़
think
दे
that
दूंगा
they
ना,
have
मेरे
a
को क्या
very
लगता है?
thorough understanding of
वाह
both the
ये ऑफर ठीक है,
and
मैं
what
तुझे
it
1
means
करोड़
to
दूं तो
play
7
against
करोड़
other
उसमें से
regions,
देगा।
especially one
नहीं
अच्छा ऑफर है
नहीं
भाई।
आप
worrisome
नहीं तूने अभी तो बोला।
हाँ दो मैं वियतनाम जा रहा हूँ फिर। दो लाओ 1 करोड़ लाओ, मैं वियतनाम जा रहा हूँ।
रुपए की बात है, वियतनाम डोंग की थोड़ी बात हो रही है, रुपए की बात है।
हाँ रुपीज दे दो ना, मैं तो कहीं चला ही जाऊंगा, उसके बाद 1 साल बाद आऊंगा, फिर मेरे को ढूंढना।
मैं जो ढूंढूंगा, एक हाथ दे एक हाथ ले वाला सिस्टम है। 1 करोड़ दूंगा, 7 करोड़ ले लूंगा, फिर तू चाहे लंका जा चाहे श्रीलंका जा, मेरे को कोई मतलब थोड़ी है।
डबल करने में 2 दिन लगेगा।
7 ओवर। हाँ देखा मैंने, नीचे गया था तो पापा देख रहे थे मैच, उनने कोई बटन दबा दी होगी तो उसको बेचारा गूंगा हो गया, बोल ही नहीं पा, उसके मुंह से आवाज ही नहीं निकल रही। फिर गया आ जाके उसका वो चेंज किया।
म्यूट हो जावत पानी,
म्यूट नहीं हुआ, वो जो ऑडियो लैंग्वेज आती है ना D2H में, मतलब जो डिश टीवी के अंदर जो लैंग्वेज चेंज हो जाती है। मेरे पास D2H नहीं, मेरे पास एयरटेल एक्सट्रीम है। मैं ऑप्शन बता रहा था कि ऐसा जो होता है, तो उसमें कोई बटन दबा दिए होंगे तो उसकी बेचारे की आवाज चेंज हो गई, बेचारा गूंगा हो गया, बोले ही नहीं पा रहा। How many world final monthly finals did reject win in 2023? जिसको भी 0 डाला साल नल्ले लोग। 2 जीता है ये, वाह। फिर भी यहाँ खेल रहा। और रेवेनेंट वाले तो महान हस्ती, एक छोड़ के बाकी सब जीते हैं वो नल्ले, फिर भी यहाँ पे
It definitely wouldn't have been, and it still shouldn't be now, bear in mind. Like 77% of people, I can understand that they want to vote for STMN, but reject are so good.
गिम्बल यूज कर रहा है बेटा, गिम्बल यूज कर रहा है।
गोल्डी भाई कल देखा ना, सैम्स जो है वो दिखा रहा था वो थम्स डाउन, ठीक है, तो अब आज भी वो दिखाएगा चापी के सामने, तो बहुत बढ़िया सीन होगा।
तो अभी देखने वाली बात है क्या होता है, क्या नहीं।
थम्स डाउन दिखाएगा तो मजा आएगा।
Weird to see them playing tanks instead of those incredibly mechanically skilled brawls.
But it's a very strong first pick. I mean, Buster at the moment is just in such a
लेकिन ये लोग भी बहुत चिल खेलते हैं, रिजेक्ट वाले तो।
come in and Gale for
रिजेक्ट वाले तो मतलब अगर वो लोग पुश करेंगे तो फिर तो वो लोग जीतते ही ज़्यादातर।
But here I think it will work quite nicely to help
deflate
what Buster is trying to inflict upon the spawn side. Bans wise as well, I do like where Reject are thinking with this, and I think the STMN's comp with the max ban as well does stream a great deal about what this region like to bring in, especially on a map and mode like Brawl Ball. It does cater a lot to that aggressive play style, down the speed and eradicating it is smart.
इस मैप पे नीता बैन करने का क्या सिस्टम था?
अरे राजेंद्र भाई इसको दारू पिला रहे हैं, ये भी सही है भाई।
Kind of see that we're going to go for a tank to start things off with the bans, as you mentioned, but Sandy coming in as the last pick from STMN. We did see Squeak and Sandy alike on that humble comp already on this map today, so they were very solid brawls. They kicked things off with an absolute bang, but it's just whether or not this Gale's going to be, adding that thing that they were missing to keep the momentum.
Nightbot Streamlabs को बोल रहा है, और क्या भाई, मैं तो चाहता हूँ एक दूसरे की लड़ाई करा दूं और दिन भर बैठ के वो लड़ते ही रहे बस। स्ट्रीमलैब्स उसको गाली देते रहे, नाइटबॉट को, नाइटबॉट स्ट्रीमलैब्स को गाली देते रहे, काम खत्म। बॉबी 25,000 सबसे वाईटी पे बस कर दो भाई, 2-3 मिलियन तो होना चाहिए। ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर के इतने कम है तो भाई सोच लो क्या ही होगा फिर।
नहीं भाई, बॉबी जो है ट्विच पे रोज लाइव करता है, यूट्यूब पे कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं रखता।
ज्यादा जितने भी हैं वो तो सब उस पे ट्विच पे करते हैं।
जितने स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर हैं वो सब ट्विच ही सपोर्ट करते हैं, यूट्यूब पॉइंट है।
फीचर्स बहुत हैं। देखो ये होता कम्युनिकेशन, वो बता रहा था कहाँ पे बंदा है, इसलिए वो चीकू भैया आ गया उसके पास।
Yeah, that realm as well available, stopping Sandy from being able to stun this one out. This might be the push they need, but Gale doesn't have super either. Really difficult for them. Now the pull comes in from Buster.
बहुत गंदा पुश कर रही है।
Sands is the one going. Unbelievable stuff. What an incredible defense from STMN. That was looking like a surefire goal. And now a chance to reset. STMN though may be shaken from it. Let's see how they do recover. Big taps from Memi onto Bobby, but Bobby finds the angle around the wall, back into the round, past the Levy on the right-hand side. It'll be a straightforward goal for Rejects with 1 minute remaining on the clock.
Yeah, as good as that defense was, it ended up being all for nothing.
चैनल फिर से हैक हो चुका है गाइस. हम बोल रहे हैं गाइस, रिकवर करने में कुछ नहीं होता है, बार-बार हैक हो जाएगा. हमारे पास हैकर है, एक है भाई, एक है.
That was almost unreal scenes. But the goal stands. We are tied up. 30 seconds until overtime. And Chappie just trying to create some space on his left-hand side. Pushing the ball forwards to the right, straight into the hands of Bobby. And a good connection there as well.
भाई कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता है.
Chappie just falls there. Just by a slither.
क्या हुआ? गोल हुआ क्या? 1-1 हो गया.
नहीं कुछ भी नहीं हुआ. शांति का माहौल था.
And Bobby knows it. Getting it towards Sands. The walls are about to go down.
What a position for them in going into overtime. Bobby's got the super as well. Chooses to use it early. Levy's actually going to get hit.
Slow down हो गया वो. मार दे, चिपका दे.
From him, I absolutely love that star power slow down.
बच गया वो. सुपर यूज करके बच
गया. Beautiful stuff. Memi's got that realm, but he misses it as well. Shots onto Levy. He goes down. Knockback from STMN, and it's a 3.
गोल है, ये गोल है. ओ ये. नाइट बोर्ड स्ट्रीमलेस वर्सेस फ्री स्ट्रीम बॉट. हाँ भाई करवाना है ये तो.
And just ensure the takedowns didn't want to take any chances by going for shots and trying to squeeze the ball past players. That was strong and against a great deal amount of pressure, as it was Rejects that opened things up at the beginning initial point. Now reset, but 1 game ahead are STMN.
मुंह में रजनीगंधा का मोमेंट नहीं है.
Reject here. The pullback's there. Can they get it off? But Bobby's out on the
defense
again.
अच्छा भाई.
Defend these. Twister being placed down as a defense, cutting a Sharpie off from the rest of his team, and now he can find that pathway through. But I don't think there's much of an attack coming here for Reject at the moment. But he's still got that pull. Sands going to get the ball out, and I can't blame him for it. Good defense once again from STMN.
All 3 members so low, and Chappie was looking so dangerous there.
अरे क्यों अटैक किया?
As a result there of the shielding. And a very much required Sandstorm is going to help out tremendously now, as Reject can't really push into this, not that much, not without knowing where everyone lies. Bobby full HP at the back of the spawn. He's the best person to be able to get some pressure on, and Levy is the first to get hit down to 200 HP. But it's Chappie going super aggressive on the right-hand side. Memi jumping in as well. He's there for the support. It's Sands all alone, and Levy's able to seal it. Another first early goal for Rejects.
These defenses are so good, but that one just from Sands though, and that's going to help STMN. Place that sticky residue down and just hope someone doesn't see it coming. Sands looking the shot inside that Sandstorm, going to be a long way away from another one, and that wasn't really communicated. The knockback from Zard didn't help out any of his teammates, but eventually they're finding some kills. Levy should fall, and it's a 3v1 against a Sharpie.
He's looking very tanky, but all 3 members have found him, just whittling him down now, and STMN have actually got more time than they did previously. They were able to find the goal. Sands pops the gadget, gets the stun!
Yeah!
From Menmi!
1-1.
STMN tied up yet again!
No save this time, but I thought it might be there. Beautiful from STMN to bring this one back. Slow's going to connect onto Levy there, and that might help. Great knockback, and Sands is comes through. Menmi gets hit hard. Residue onto him, and that's in the goal now, surely. The gadget actually...
अरे भाई नीचे फेंक दिया.
It popped a bit early there, I think. But now...
गेल भैया एक शॉट नहीं मार पाए. चलो मर गया वो.
To keep him alive this time, and now still 1-1, but this time it's Reject pushing out.
That was feeling like some good momentum, potentially even a goal-scoring opportunity, but again, 20 seconds until overtime, and it worked out well for STMN last time. Why not try and get that positioning power yet again? Levy has super on the left-hand side, might just choose to go for the ball and try and get it clear, but now going back towards the defensive position. I'm not sure about that myself. Sandstorm is down. Sandstorm in the realm. It's just going to be Zar and Bobby in a 2 versus 3 for now.
That's a beautiful connection from him as well to bring Sands into that. Completely gets rid of the Sandstorm value. Bobby has this super though, and it's STMN starting to push up. The slows are going to be so valuable at getting Sands in range. He gets that beautiful super, comes down from Bobby, but no connections this time. Shots for STMN. Down a chop he goes. Levy.
खत्म. जीत गया लो.
Set number 1.
What a starting result. That really was for STMN on the back foot on both games, and were able to bring things back.
सर्च कर फिर सब्सक्राइब कर ले.
And it's just so difficult to work with, and you don't know where your opposition lies. Rejects were not able to defend. I mean, some of those, Cordelius jumps in to try to save the ball from memory were absolutely on point. They really, really were. But that is the first
देख ले
option
like
that
कर दियो.
SCMN
Wow.
would have wanted. They can bring this forward, and that confidence, which they're never short of, though, is going to be in a good place.
Yeah, and I mean, at the same time as well, STM had some brilliant defenses. That one from Sands especially, it'd have been a quick 2-0 game if he didn't manage to get that, and Reject would have had the game. But overall, this is such a close affair at the moment. Look at that save. It didn't mean a lot in the end, but just to go for that and manage to save it, he went for it towards the end as well. And it was
भाई ये लोग भी चिल्लाते हैं भाई.
beautiful image of our kids slid in there as
Casters
well.
भी चिल्लाते रहते हैं
I
बैठ
mean,
के.
when you look at the caliber of gameplay that Reject are bringing to the table, it is world class. That's the heartbreaking thing of this matchup. It really is worthy of the World Finals. But that's what SCMN at the moment are just one step ahead with, and it's just
ये
unreal
देखो
to see
कितना
these two
चिल्लाते हैं
lockouts.
भाई ये
It
लोग.
really, really
वो तो
is.
अपने को सुना ही नहीं
Look
देता
at
इसलिए.
Sands.
कितना बिल्कुल भाई aggressive एकदम.
Takedowns. That is unbelievable. 376 DPS as well. An absolutely stellar game from him.
सांस भैया ने 14 ने उड़ा दिए भाई.
4 seconds or something. That's not bad.
14 लोगों की गर्दन मरोड़ दी भाई.
At this point, it's just such a treat to see these
वैसे भी इतना भारी आदमी है, किसी के ऊपर बैठ जाएगा तो सांस तो निकल ही जाएगी उसकी.
Keeping calm, knowing they're going to have the advantage in overtime, especially when Sands is playing as well as he is on that Sandy. They've always got a sandstorm.
It was a fantastic draft. I mean, I wasn't too convinced on the first pick. I mean, it's never a bad thing, but it's hard to defend with it.
I
It
am
was
so
played
much pro.
fantastically also, but obviously Sandy really did
जीतने के
that
बाद
well.
भाई उससे
Sands.
पहले शांति से खेलते
Boston
हैं.
will be our map for Gem Grab up next, and again, I don't think we're going to see any kind of outrageous ideas. I think this is going to be very traditional stuff from both sides. It is a new map, though, to the pool, competitively speaking, so there's definitely going to be room for it. Is it just like, is it the right time? We got the best of 5, best of 3s. It does open up the possibility of some adaptations that you may find working in
गोल्डी
your
भाई
favor.
आपने
For
पौधों में
Reject,
पानी दे
they
दिया.
really do need to tie this one up here. Mortis ban, Crow ban, a
कब
first
देंगे
pick
सब?
of Squeak for STM
दिन में
alongside
कौन
the
देता है
big
पौधों में
ban.
पानी?
Bans of Rosa, Crow, and Buster.
अरे तो कितने
For
बजे
Reject,
देते हैं?
I mean, again, you know, I
तो
mean,
वैसा
STM to pick that brawler first in this particular map as well. I'm very quite sold on that as a starting hand.
ही नहीं मैंने
I
तो
mean,
ठंडा
that's-
पानी भर
that's
के
the
लाया
team
तो
confidence
पेड़ों
there,
को
doing the
मिलना
same thing as they did in the previous set, and hoping that it'll work again. Maybe Reject will have an answer to it this time. But I really like that Mortis ban coming in from STMN. We saw some highlights. I believe it was Menmi.
आप किसी को भी इतना गलत क्यों बोलते हो? क्योंकि बोल सकते हैं भाई, बोल सकते हैं इसलिए बोल देते हैं. जैसे विवेक ऑन फायर.
भाई क्या गलत बोला?
With it on the table, Reject don't hesitate
अभी तक
to
कुछ
pick it
बोला
up.
ही कहाँ है?
And it is going to provide so much over in terms of aggression, in terms of ability to juke those shots, and for STM
कुछ नहीं संडे है ना और नशे कर लेता है थोड़े से.
do to counteract that, but one final pick still to
मैं
come here
फिर
for
से
Reject.
बात
It's going to
करते
be
हैं.
that insurance policy that we've seen a great deal over the last chance qualifying stages. Otis just in the eventuality that STM want to try to overthrow with tankiness, and the question now is, do they want to stare down the barrel and do so anyway, or do they want to try and avoid it and work around it?
Yes, man. Need to kind of avoid tanks pretty much at all costs now. But I mean, Rosa and Buster are banned out. They're the ones that usually reach towards. But I mean, they've got a mean Sam on their team.
Last stop.
So that's definitely a possibility still. See what they do choose to go though.
ये ठीक नहीं किए.
भाई मतलब
ऐसा ही होता है.
हर मैच में स्क्विड
It was
खेलती
a
है.
pretty solid pick overall as well. I think
चैंपू
that
तो
was a
चाहिए
good
हर
answer,
मैच में इन लोग को.
from STMN there. Was played through the mid in the
आदत
previous game, and
पड़ती है.
intrigued to see if they're gonna, you know, play that.
पिछले में भी
उनका
इसमें
बेस्ट
भी.
ब्रॉलर होगा.
Again. And I mean, I don't hate it because, you know, with Max, there's going to be a lot of speed, and he provides that slow.
I kind of wonder gadget-wise as well.
Bobby
because
and
he's already
Sands
jumped
तो
ahead on
अच्छा
the map. Let's
खेलते
be
हैं.
honest, Twister would work really nicely on the left-hand side in the eventuality that Reject don't bring in a wall break here. But let's see how they're feeling about things. And I think the Gale was kind of a necessary idea also, just simply because, you know, if Reject are thinking tanks, then they've got to have something in the back pocket. But like you
Bye,
said,
Raj,
the best
bye,
tanks
bye,
realistically
bye.
on this map are banned. They're going to go with Fang.
Ooh.
I mean...
No, they're not.
boy.
But into Gale,
The
you know,
Sailor
that's
Man.
going to really be something of an encouragement for STMN, providing that they're really on point and working together as a unit. You know, you've got to be so aware with Fang and, you know, look to kind of like seek him out in every eventuality. But as we've seen so many times in the last chance qualifiers, you know, Fang can come in
BGMI
and
की
just
stream
get the
पे
gems at
ads
just
नहीं
the
आती हैं
right
क्या
time.
बता रहे?
It's definitely a
Limited
worrisome
हो
ball
जाती
to be
हैं
looking
शायद.
at on the side of STMN.
Yeah, definitely worrying. But I mean, as you say, the Gale's
तो
still
फिर
going
उसको
to be
नहीं
there.
खेलेंगे
They're
आगे
going to
के.
have some countermeasures to it. The Lola range as well. Through that mid should
खेलेंगे
be all
उसमें
right
के.
against the Fang. Keep out of the way. But it's a question of whether or
और
not
इस
they just need that
चीज़ पे
one
भी
play,
रोक
and that's the
होगा
issue.
फायदा.
Fang can make one play and win the game. Fat Splatter versus Sticky Residue, and that's surely going to be a Sticky Residue win. Through this mid, Bobby's taking some hefty fire.
Nice positioning of that gadget as well.
भाई 2 गैजेट चिपका दिए उसने यहीं की यहीं, मिड का पूरा कंट्रोल ले लिया.
मेरे पास ये वाली लोला की स्किन है जो बॉबी यूज कर रहा है.
And he'll be looking to try and get the most amount of value that he possibly can for it. Speed now from Levi, and now Chappie is in even more of a dangerous position.
बढ़िया मैक्स खेलता है भाई ये.
Whittle down Zar to ensure that when he goes in, he's able to
Levi
come
का
out
मैक्स मेन है.
भाई इन लोगों ने क्या फिक्स कर रखे हैं क्या? जेल लेना ही है, चीपू ये लेना ही है.
ये लोग जैसे अपने ब्रॉलर मैक्स वो मेन बनाते हैं, जैसे कि मैं स्क्विक मेन हूँ, मैं गेल मेन हूँ, मैं मैक्स मेन हूँ. इस
ये
तरीके
कोई
से
वो करंट थोड़ी चल रहा है कि एक कैरेक्टर से पूरी जिंदगी निकल जाएगी.
मतलब ये लोग देखते हैं कि अगर इस मैप पे ये चीज हो सकती है हल्की सी भी, तो ये लोग अपना मेन ब्रॉल लेते हैं, क्योंकि उस पे ये लोग मास्टरी कर चुके होते हैं ना हर चीज की, कि कुछ भी होगा तो भी सिचुएशन कैसे संभालेंगे इस वाले. इसलिए लोग
मार 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 फैंग को मार. बड़े चलो बच गया. 8 तो ले लिए भाई इन लोगों ने. बढ़िया बढ़िया बढ़िया. होल्ड करो होल्ड करो होल्ड करो. अरे फैंग ने कुटाई कर दी.
Chappie going in, but Zar there to clear
गया.
things up, does
चलो
secure the takedown, and meanwhile Sands does fall as well.
उसके पास भी लेकिन 8 जेम हो गए भाई.
Coming in shortly with the whole squad pushing
इनको
things
3
down,
जेम्स
but
उठाने
Memmi
पड़ेंगे,
being
या तो
down there by Bobby.
इसको लुढ़काना पड़ेगा.
He gets the mute off onto Sands, he's landing a
एक
lot
तो
of
वैसे ही अब तो 4-4 गैजेट का हो गया फंडा. दिक्कत वहाँ है.
gems to 8, and SCMN could be smelling a countdown here.
चेपू के ऊपर
दो
4
एक और उठा एक और उठा एक और उठा एक और उठाना पड़ेगा इनको जेम्स, नहीं तो नहीं हो पाएगा. और बहुत लो है. मार दे ऊपर मार ऊपर मार. चलो
Throwing over the ego as well just to secure the kill, but Memmi is shaking pretty nicely. He
Good
now
one.
will fall. It's just Levy in the mid, and all 3 members of SCMN are hunkered down. The
एक और उठा ले एक और उठा ले. For the safety.
Even with the max speed, but rejects are going to push for it. But
GG's.
SCMN are safe and sound.
They had faith that there was going to be another gem from the mid, and they held off a bit instead of the max just going forward, but it just never came for them, and STMN move another game up. 1 now off being 2 sets up.
सब बात को मजाक में लेते हो. हाँ भाई, जिंदगी एक मजाक.
It's very, very vital at this stage that they do so. Sands already popping in early, Gadget jumping straight in. Levy knows it. He's going to place it to the right-hand side, forcing then if Levy wants to aggress to the left. And a Chappie there with the damage gear is still very much a threat, but trying to earn his super. Landing 3 taps onto Bobby, he's already got it.
Yeah, that's beautiful, and they have the speed as well. This could be dangerous for
Wait,
STMN
yeah,
now as they start to go in. The Chappie's going to choose Sand's right option as he doesn't really need Bobby at the moment. Only 2 gems, it's not worth his while.
फैन लोला को क्यों नहीं टारगेट कर रहा है?
And his ego and Zara over the right-hand side seems to be struggling this game.
पागल है वो, उसको टारगेट करे.
3 gems for Bobby. Sands might be able to find a Chappie there, but there I think
क्यों
again,
जब
it's not
उसकी
the
वो
greatest.
कहते हैं
He'll
कि
force Chappie forwards, and now the
शैडो
connections actually
की हेल्थ कम
provide
रहती है
the
तो जा
value.
सकता
The
है.
support there of Zar. But Levy there, 3 gems from STMN
Oh,
into
hi.
his pocket. 7
Good use
to
of the
nothing.
gadget.
And STMN haven't really had much of a look, and it's the aggressiveness of Reject is starting to bite
गेल
back.
पे जा रहा है
Has
बंदा.
this mute as well. Bobby through the
गया.
mid. Chappie looking for the trade. Doesn't manage it, and 8 gems still in the hands of Reject to 0.
गया मैच तो
STMN
गया.
Sands trying to make something happen down the left-hand side. But now it's Menmi pinching in.
अभी भी आ सकता, मानना ही तो है. एक ही को तो मानना है.
नहीं नहीं तीनों के पास सुपर भी थी और
मार दे स्लो होगा. इसके यार 4 गैजेट वाली दिक्कतें हैं ना. 4 गैजेट जब से हैं वो तो और मुश्किल है. ले गया भाई, वो तो ले गया. ऊपर जाओ, छोड़ दो उसको. फैंग को गया तेल लेने.
पता नहीं कितना टाइम वेस्ट करते हैं. अब देखो इतना टाइम बचा था, लेकिन ये लोग गेव्स को मार रहे हैं, फैंग को इधर उधर. बढ़िया टाइम था.
I mean, it's the same as what SK were doing. They lose the first game, they start to, make a bit of a change, and it just works for them. I liked how aggressive we saw the Max go off the start, not letting Squeak get that early lane control, because Sans had been holding that for all of the previous games.
Yeah, I think for me, Chappie really started to shine a lot better. It was a bit of a tough matchup there for Bobby as well, unlike the previous game. Let's see. SCMN are going to be swapping lanes now as well, going to the left-hand side, but Chappie's gone back to the right as well. So he's placed down the sticky residue for Sans there, forcing him back into the mid. As now it seems like both teams are starting just to slow the pace, but Levi very low here.
ओ भाई मार दे बहुत लो है.
Yeah, force away, but Achapi's going to get his lunge as well. Nice stuff from him. Now
मारा वो भी लो है.
Just surviving on 32 HP, and Menmi not going to last much longer, but almost gets the trade with Sands. But that's going to be some control. Here come Reject though, and they're getting some shots through. Didn't even want to use his super there really, and still neglecting to use it.
Yeah, Sands playing a risky game, now very, very low HP, and Achapi goes in. Bobby will pick up the scraps. Zal though low on the left-hand side. Levy can't really go into things into the mid yet. He's got to get some HP and goes on the aggressive, brings back some speed for his team. And now Achapi's dangerous. He goes in, but instantly taken care of. STMN with a good defense there. 6 gems to the 2. They got a healthy lead.
Yeah, beautiful from STMN here. Mute's available, but he needs to make use of it, just going down over and over, and this is so tough for
बहुत लो है. GG's गया. गया बाय. 2 चाहिए, 2 gems उठाओ नीचे. खत्म हो गया. एक उठा ले, एक और उठा ले. बॉबी एक उठा ले. तेरे साइड ही है, उठा ले.
नहीं लेगा, रुक नहीं ले रहा.
जी.
As I said, this might be the point of no return for Reject now. STMN
बचा लास्ट सेट इनके लिए जीतने के लिए. अगर जीते तो क्या भाई.
But a position of dreams now from STMN. It requires an entire reverse sweep. 3 sets in a row from Reject if they want to make this happen.
Let's not forget, you know, Achapi is a 2-time world champion. This would be history in the making, and it would mean that he would not be able to add even the potential of a third here. STMN are doing the unthinkable as we speak. But again, it's not that Reject are playing bad. There's certainly some things that they can start to iron out. The second game with Gem Grab was far more convincing, and it does display exactly just how dangerous they are. But STMN were the team that were able to turn things around. They made that lane swap, and they obviously had some discussion.
जिस साल पे खेल रही है लग रहा है भाई वर्ल्ड फाइनल से ये लोग ना जीत जाएं.
Otherwise, it would have been all tied up. Instead, STMN have got such an affirming lead. I mean,
maybe or का जीत गया.
from making the world finals.
अच्छी टीम है.
वो जीटा वालों को धो रहे हैं भाई. वो पुरानी वाली जीटा है जो कि 2 बार वर्ल्ड फाइनल जीती थी.
रेवेनेंट का देखना है मुझे तो.
रेवेनेंट तो नल्ली है क्योंकि वो वर्ल्ड फाइनल में और बड़े स्टेज पे जो ओरिजिनल टीम उनको खिलाते नहीं थे, अभी जाके तो लेके आए हैं.
Sands yet again, riding high on the takedowns.
Sands by the skill.
Bobby there with a slightly higher DPS, but it really is so far STMN that just had the control and the cold exterior that's needed just to focus up on the world stage, make those plays count, ensure that the draft is always going to be more or less in your favor, or at least a balanced one. You can see what it would mean to them. Focused up, raring to go into Kaboom Canyon. It's going to be heist up next for our 3rd set.
Not over yet for Reject. This is where they have to start their reverse sweep, and it is obviously in heist. So a game mode that does occasionally need some aggression.
Brawl Stars का ad आया.
But I just feel like STMN are so strong on maps like this, like Safe Zone, like Kaboom Canyon. Their controlled aggression is just.
Brawl Stars की स्ट्रीम में Brawl Stars का ये ad आ रहा है. ये भी सही है भाई. नशे होता है ऐसे हो वरना ना हो.
Kind of wonder whether that might be high up on the bans. I always kind of wonder about 8-bit on Kaboom Canyon. I much prefer it in Safe Zone, but we are starting to see a couple of players sort of gravitate towards it. I think Crow here, a very worthy ban. Bell, always very versatile, and it's not always the worst of first picks to consider just because you've got some options there to be had. Cordelius as well, as we know, can really cause a problem, but does have its flaws as well.
आपकी स्ट्रीम पे ऐड आया. तो आएंगे ही. मेरी स्ट्रीम पे क्यों नहीं ऐड आएंगे?
तो ऐड नहीं था. कल भी नहीं आया था, आज भी नहीं. नहीं, कल एक आया था शायद. ब्लिंकिट का आया था और आज नहीं आया एक भी. अब मुझे मतलब पहले दिन में
चेंज कर दिया ना.
पहले दिन में मुझे आ जाते थे कम से कम 3-4 ऐडों में, देख भी लेता था पूरे, लेकिन अब आते ही नहीं है भाई. और आते भी इतने स्किप ऐड और
to reach towards that brawler. I mean, yeah, the East Asia region do as well, but it's something.
छोटे-छोटे ऐड आते भाई. अब पहले बहुत बड़े-बड़े आते थे, पूरे देख लेता था मैं.
इनके नाटक चल रहे हैं ना.
2 से 3 ऐड
लिमिटेड तुम्हारे चैनल पे लिमिटेड वाला पड़े हुए हैं, कहाँ से देते हैं? अब जैसे वो कल वो ऐड दिखा रहा था चैनल, ठीक है, अगर मैं उस चैनल को ले भी लूँ, मोनेटाइज भी करवा दूँ, लेकिन उस पे ऐड नहीं आएंगे.
with some of
अरे
the
भाई वो तो
tankier options
जो
to come in.
स्कैमर लगता है
Squeak going to be combining with that. That was a brawler that SCMN have picked in
पता
both
नहीं
sets
क्यों
to date
लगता है
in this
स्कैम कर
series.
रहा
That
है
has brought them victory now in the hands
तो
of
मैंने
Reject.
इसको ऑफर
But
दे
what you
दिया
think of that,
तवड़ा वाला
STMN know very
भाई
much
तू
how
हुआ
to
चार्ज
play
कंप्लीट
against
कर
that very brawler as well. I wouldn't mind
मैं
seeing
देखो
some
वो
other
सब्सक्राइबर
options
दिला
in terms
दूंगा
of range. A Brock as well for me is always that kind of ability to break open the map, but also land a lot of damage on the safe with the incinerary. Quite hard.
फ्री फायर वो अनबैन हो गया कि नहीं हुआ
Let's see as this
होगा
next brawler will show his face
होगा
very
पता नहीं मैं तो
shortly.
एक महीने तो हो ही गए होंगे जब पहले बोला था कि होने
That's an
वाला
interesting
है
place for it. I know, yeah.
हाँ प्ले स्टोर पे तो आ गया है वर्जन रजिस्टर भी कर दिया है लोगों ने
I don't know if they're just going to use it in this grass and try use it for control.
धोनी भी ये साइड भी करा लिए ये
A
भी
bit of an
ठीक है
oversight on the actual damage
हाँ,
you're going to get.
धोनी
Colette
वो
obviously is
है
going to be able to do that, but they haven't got any
धोनी का
tanks to
character
feed
आ
all
रहा है
of these Colette soups. They haven't got anything that Colette's really,
लेकिन
you know,
फायदा के
नाटक
गेम
ही है
ही नहीं आ
भाई
रहा
that's a bit of an issue. So SD-Men need, I feel, something with a bit more
आ
DPS,
भाई
more range.
कितना पता है 20 दिन से वो पड़ा है
I mean, that's
रजिस्टर
not what I was
आ ही
expecting.
नहीं रहा भाई
हमारा 20
अजीब
दिन से
गेम
पड़ा
है
है
Absolutely shreds
ऐसे
through a
कितने
safe
सारे
हाँ।
गेम है
did
ये
not
स्पोर्ट्स
the
के
team to
जो 5-5
leave such a
साल
big
होने वाले हैं
balance
और
in
अभी
for
तक
too
मेरा
long.
रजिस्टर पड़ा है
But
एडवांस
STMN,
रजिस्ट्रेशन
they're
इसमें से एक
basically
बहुत
saying
बड़ा
they're gonna
फेमस
be able
गेम
to
भी है
get
रुको मैं
a team
बताता हूँ
wipe and then just end the game immediately. Jesse is going to be a
कौन
tough
था
thing
वो
to make work,
Dungeons
but it is
वाले क्या
very
गेम
much
था
a
वो
common staple diet in North
ड्रैगन
America region.
डंजियंस
नहीं
क्या
याद
था
Blue Canyon though is a different place for her. Normally I prefer to see her in kind of hot zone, but it is still one of those brawlers
ओए
which
Dungeon
for
Hunter
many kind of
4
maybe snare
ठीक है
at
ये
first.
बहुत पहले
I
आया
think
था
that kind of
ठीक है
felt a bit more
उस
of a
टाइम
safe
से
option, but
उसने
I like this though for
डंजियन
STMN.
हंटर
They're
5 का
taking
दे
a
रखा था
risk.
कि
I'm
आने
not
वाला
necessarily too sold
उसका
on
प्री
things at the
रजिस्ट्रेशन
moment,
मेरे को
but
मतलब
if they
8
make
साल
this
होने वाले
work,
हैं प्री
this
रजिस्टर
could
किए
be
वो
a
गेम
very
अभी तक
quick
आया
set.
नहीं है
It's bold. It's very
It is
bold.
bold.
And as you say, you
मेरे
know,
को
if they
बड़ा
can get that
पसंद है भाई
control, if the
डंजियन
Buster can,
हंटर
you know, have that explosive start, get Jesse into the position where he needs to be. Same with Colette. Then the safe can just disappear
अरे
with a
भाई
click of their
मतलब
fingers.
एक
But if
कितना
Reject
मतलब
get
25
control,
दिन
if they
हो
hold
गए
it
हैं
in
और
place,
बस
low
यही चल
composed,
रहा है आज
then I
आज
think
आ
they're gonna have to
जाएगा
stop.
कल आ जाएगा 3 दिन बाद आ जाएगा
In we go.
फ्री
And
फायर की टीम बता रही है कि
potentially
इतने
be for
सारे लोगों ने
Reject.
प्री
The
रजिस्ट्रेशन
final
कर दिया
matches
कि
of the
हिल
day.
गया पूरा सर्वर
They'll be bringing
शॉर्ट्स आते रहते
everything
हैं ना
out now to try to prevent that from
फिर
happening.
आएगा
To
भाई
give
नल्ला
STMN a big
कॉल ऑफ
आएगा
ड्यूटी वाले
नल्ला
चिल्ला चिल्ला के बोल रहा भाई मेजर अपडेट क्या मेजर अपडेट ले आए ये लोग
How quick was that? I mean, what a takedown.
कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी में से मुझे सिर्फ और सिर्फ डेथ मैच खेलने में मजा आता है
कॉल ऑफ
उसी में
ड्यूटी का
कुछ
डेथ मैच
करता हूँ
सबसे बढ़िया होता है
That's the thing. Buster's got a great matchup against that
उसी
Cordelia
में
here.
कुछ
But
भी
then let's
करता
go
हूँ
on. I mean,
अदरवाइज मुझे और
cheeky
कुछ
from him,
खेलने में
gonna
मजा
go
नहीं
forwards.
आता
You
बैटल
use
रॉयल
nice.
खेलना है तो
You
पबजी
did bring him into the Shadow Realm, Sam's
पीडीएम
gonna
खेलना
हाँ
है
और अगर
तो
तो
सीओडीएम
कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी
But Reject, on the other hand, are doing quite a bit. Bobby now getting the kill, surviving it out, but they've got no turret, and Buster's got no damage, so they just can't, you know, do what Reject are doing.
भाई 50% हो गया क्या कर रहे हैं 34 33 कर दिया ये तो भाई
Levy on the right hand side is going to require a pinch. Zal goes in and does actually get
हो गया भाई खत्म कर दिया उसने उसको
my word. He's going to be able to heal up now and more pressure coming in as Memi is able to clear house with a Chappie. There's a lot of damage about to go down and it could even be over right
ओ भाई
here.
खत्म कर दिया सेफ खत्म है सेफ ओ ये नाइस वन रिजेक्ट इज कमिंग बैक ये जीता वाले लक्षण इनके गए नहीं है लंबा खींचने वाले कि लास्ट में जीतेंगे टर्न अराउंड
This is where they thrive. Just going forwards, getting damage on the safe, leaving a Buster,
ये
leaving a
बीच
Jesse.
वाला
Why
चापी
not?
है भाई क्या बाल कलर करवा रखे
Very nice judge of
पहले से
awareness
उसके
there
वैसे
from Rejects. And I thought Sans might have actually been able to obtain a turret off the shots that he was able to land on the top right prior to it, but he was probably just one shot away. Look at this. Memi and Levy
अरे ये तो भाई फुल एग्रेसिव खेल रहा है अब घुस के सेफ पे मार रहा है भाई
It's got to go down. SCMN taking no chances. I'm not sure though. I would like to preserve that Colette super, but clearly SCMN a little bit flustered here. Probably able to shoot that squeak shot, but Sans couldn't say the same. And
पूरी जिंदगी आराम कर दी इन लोगों की स्लो गैजेट
ये लोग चैंपू ले रहे थे ना तो इस बार इनने चैंपू ले लिया भाई बोले ये बार बार हमारा चैंपू लेके हमारा पैपू कर रहे हैं पहले हम ही ले लेते हैं
अरे
मिस
स्लो गैजेट भाई
सुपर मिस कर दिया सुपर मिस कर दिया उसने ले भाई ने
But Levy survives too. They're going to let him heal just to get the Brock down. 3 of them focusing on him. And
9% पहुंचा दिया बचा ही गया
बहुत
उसी सेफ में
एग्रेसिव है
अरे भाई साहब खुद ही मार के इधर आ गया वो वाह भाई,
ये तो कालू सेव पे ध्यान दे रहे हैं भाई और कुछ नहीं।
57 हो जाते हैं, ये बढ़िया था भाई। 2 लोग मिड में आए उसको मारने के लिए, वो कूदी मार के बाहर चला गया। अरे मारते रहो बेटा, हमें कौन बहुत पड़ रहा। ओह, अब गया इनका सेव, टरेट लगा दी उसने उधर।
अरे चेन कर रही है सुपर यार, वो बहुत खतरनाक। कम बैक भाई,
ये खत्म 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 खत्म।
अब एक राउंड और खींचेगा।
Move on to match point with a moment of sheer genius.
I mean, shielding that turret is just absolutely genius, as you say. That was incredible. I hadn't even thought of that. Machine gun turret coming through.
फ्री फायर कौन खेलता है अब? डेड है। अरे री फिर से लॉन्च होने वाला है।
हाँ, इंडियन
और वैसे भी तुम्हें पता नहीं है, इंडिया वाले इतने मान है, अगर तुम फ्री फायर फ्री डायमंड्स लिख के डाल दोगे, 50 लोग तो नन्हे नल्ले बच्चे लोग आते हैं फ्री बोर्ड, उनको पता ही नहीं है कि हाँ भाई फ्री फायर में जेम्स मिलेंगे नहीं मिलेंगे, बस लिखा है इसलिए आ रहे हैं। स्पैम करना है। मुझे तो पता भी नहीं था भाई, मैं तो खेलता भी नहीं था, तो मेरे को पता भी नहीं था। बस आगे वो डीजे आलोक दे दो, डीजे आलोक दे दो। मैं क्या दे दूं? ये क्या है भाई? डीजे आलोक दे दो।
कैरेक्टर है, कैरेक्टर है।
वो तो पता है मुझे, बाद में तो पता चल ही गया।
बहुत ब्रोकन है भाई, कितना डीजे आलोक दे दो, डीजे आलोक दे दो, इतना स्पैम भाई, गंदा स्पैम।
मैं
तो उसकी स्ट्रीम भी कर चुका हूँ, मैंने और सॉबनेल ने मिलकर एक स्ट्रीम करी थी फ्री फायर की। फिर क्या, फिर खेले तो मजे की बात तो है कि उसके नेक्स्ट दिन भी हम लोगों ने खेले थे, और उसमें निष्का भी खेली थी हमारे साथ फ्री फायर। उसमें उसकी वॉइस रिवील भी है, जिसको देखना जाकर देख सकते हैं।
बाद में डिस्कॉर्ड पे लिंक लेते हैं, संपर्क करके।
ये देख लीजिए, जैसे पता चला अच्छा ऐसा क्या, बोले हम भी जा रहे देखेंगे।
देखो भाई, मैं कॉलेट की बात कर रहा हूँ कि कॉलेट की मुझे गाइड चाहिए।
अच्छा,
उसका लिंक दे दीजिएगा डीएम में, तो मैं कॉलेट का अच्छा प्लेयर बन पाऊंगा। ऐसे में तो बेकार खेल, आप जैसे अच्छी क्वालिटी खेलते हो ना।
San's just going to leave Levy there and try get this defense, but Soup comes in. Sans, he finds the gotcha, but the shot still hits. Almost even now.
लेवाई ने तो भाई इनकी बैंड बजा रखी है, बोले डर के मारे ऊपर भी नहीं जा पा रहे कि यहाँ पे बंदा बैठा है, सेफ को छोड़ भी नहीं सकते। गए ऊपर गया, मार 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 लेवाई मार, कर रहा है भाई, डैमेज कर रहा है लेवाई। हाँ, फिनिश डाल फिनिश डाल। वो खत्म हो गई इनकी सेफ, और रिजेक्ट बार हो गई। स्टैमिना गोइंग टू द फाइनल्स। अच्छा, फिर अपनी हैट्रिक नहीं कर पाएगा।
To qualify to the World Finals. Massive, massive stuff for STMN in a matchup they never even expected to be in. They win it in convincing fashion.
गुल्डी भाई, अगर आप अभी भी ये टाइटल डाल दो ना स्ट्रीम पे कि फ्री फायर गिव अवे डायमंड्स वॉच आवर्स, पता है मतलब रोज आपकी 150 वॉचिंग तो ऐसे ही आ जाएगी। बस को करना कुछ नहीं है भाई, बैठे रहो, कहते इतने लाइक करने पे हम आपको ये करेंगे वो करेंगे, बहुत नाटक है भाई।
An East Asian team, and at that, as you say, a chappy, two-time world champion. And
पता नहीं कितने लोग थे जो ने ये कर करके कितना पैसा बना लिया।
Surround him are so good as well. Disappointment for Reject, but they just weren't on form over this weekend.
It just wasn't quite the same.
एक बंदा सुबह 4 बजे करता था लाइव इवेंट।
अब रवि रांत का होगा। रवि रांत तो कौन है भाई?
that was not what we
Revenant.
wanted to see. They got some good games in the sets,
तो
but
पता
they
है
were not able to claim a set, and that is what counts.
ब्रॉल
If they were
सर
able
के
to get a
e-sport
game,
प्लेयर
it
को
may have
सैलरी
been a
कितनी
story,
है
but STMN
डिपेंड
were
करता
able
है
to sweep
कितना है उसका
convincingly,
एक्सपीरियंस
and
है
that is astounding stuff.
क्योंकि
As we
देखो
head over to the
विनिंग
stage
अमाउंट
and
से
get
लगा
that
सकते
player
हो
into
विनिंग अमाउंट क्या है
Bobby, what a journey.
सांस
to
बढ़िया
get to
खेला
this
सांस को
point.
दे दो भाई
How are you feeling?
On top of the world right now. I mean, we had the hardest group 1, we had the hardest matchup day 2, and we only dropped a set. So I think we made a statement.
Yeah, I was about to say, you guys went through the group of death, first seed, just to face reject. And yet, you guys managed to do that in such an incredible way. How is that possible?
I don't know. To be
30,000
honest. I mean,
मिलता हो
not
सैलरी
everyone gets a free ride.
हैं
They say the toughest soldiers have
30,000
the hardest battles. And,
30
it's
लाख
us.
I absolutely love
Lakh.
that. You did mention in the beginning of the year that you thought it was actually better to qualify through LCQ.
एक मंथली
rather
फाइनल
than
जीतने के
directly
10
to
लाख
Worlds.
रुपए
Can
मिलते
you
हैं
elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, I mean, look what we just did. At the start of the match, you said, this could be a grand finals match in Worlds, and, we swept them. So it's going to be a good confidence boost. We're going to feel good, and we're going to be ready for Worlds.
Well, last but not least, are there any teams that you want to face at Worlds in particular?
SK. Give me SK. Give me Luminosity. Give me FUT. China, please. But yeah, those 4.
He's ready to take them all. Well, one thing is for sure is you guys have been cooking this year. You really turned up the heat, and what we know now is that Worlds is going to be on the menu for STMN. Casters, take it away.
Fantastic stuff there from Bobby. Great to hear the competitive spirit. It's a great thing to hear as well that they can now finally discuss the World Finals, getting them on that world stage. And I think their performance today was absolutely stellar. It really was. They didn't miss a beat.
It really was, and I mean, they had some moments.
बजी वालों को कितना मिलता होगा बजी वालों को 3 से 5 लाख रुपए महीने का है उनका 36 से 50 लाख हो ही जाता है साल का
in Heist was incredible from Reject, but we love this. When Buster shielded the Jesse turret,
और ये चीज स्काउट ने खुद ही बोली हुई है तो हाँ है ही फिक्स्ड फिगर ही है
you do kind of need to have in Heist, but again, STMN taking risks, bring a great deal of strategy to the table, and that is what makes them such a dangerous, such a great team.
Yeah, I mean, what Bobby said there as well, how he wants to face the best teams in the World Finals, shows you he's just exuding confidence. And that's what we like to see. That's what a team like STMN does so well in comparison to these introverted teams. Stats-wise, though, 8-5 and 6, 7-2 and 6, so not too far off each other. But at the end of the day, damage on the safe is what matters.
Yeah, Zar coming out there strong in that third set. We'll get to the MVP shortly as well. And I kind of feel like Sans was deserving of it. We'll have to see how that goes down over at event.brawlstars.com. But, I think for me, just the caliber of gameplay that we've been able to witness over the past 2 days has just been astounding. I think that actually, ironically enough, many of the teams that have
finally Revenant versus Recon
sidelines and quivering somewhat.
I mean, I wouldn't blame them either, because I would be if I was them as well. Watching STMN, watching SK play, 2 teams who have already qualified. They could be the best at Worlds, and they're coming through the LCQ.
I mean, it's crazy to think it that way, but it is true. I mean, many, of course, were surprised by STMN, because of how frequently they went up against Luminosity and just came short of the World Finals themselves. We go to MVP. Who is it going to be? It is going to be Sans. I think
न्यू स्टेट मोबाइल कैसा है बहुत पहले खेला था जब सर्वर लैग करता था उसके बाद तो फिर मैं खेला ही नहीं हूँ कभी तो नो आइडिया कैसा है कैसा नहीं है
is a valuable thing when it comes down to one best of 5, best of 3, and Reject, if they maybe been able to gain a set themselves, we may have seen something more of a back and forth, but again, Sans so instrumental to that early start.
Yeah, Reject just never got started, as you say, even a set, and it could have all spiraled out of control for STMN, but Reject, they just never got that set. They probably should have in a couple of those games. I feel like Gem Grab, they were alright if the Fang just went a bit more aggressive. In that heist, they started so well. But it's these adaptations that the teams are clearly making today that SK did the exact same against Humble. They lose the first, and then you win 2.
Great composure being shown there as we start to gear up for our third matchup of the day. It's going to be Revenant Esports versus Raconic Esports. And again, what is going to be a very, very interesting one. You know, speaking with Sergeant yesterday, you know, he was saying about how free he felt his group was. But now he's going to be put to the test because Raconic caused a huge upset
भाई
yesterday.
यार कल रात को पता है मैं सोचा था आवाज सोऊंगा नहीं 3 बज गए 3:30 बज गए फिर 4 बजे फिर उसके बाद जब 5:30 बजे हैं तो मैंने सोचा 5 मिनट लेट लेते हैं क्या जाएगा फिर मैंने रखा मोबाइल वगैरह मैं आंखें बंद किया मेरी नींद खुली है सीधे सुबह 9 बजे उसके बाद मैंने चादर खोली मैं फिर से सो गया
बढ़िया है अच्छा एलसीक्यू में ज्यादा मजा आता है या मेन मैचेस में सारे टाइप के उसमें मजा आता है भाई
I do agree. I really do agree. I feel as well, like, regarding that side of things, that it is that 50-50. I think for me personally, maybe I'm predicting with my heart a little bit, because I feel like India deserve a place on the world stage. I think it's been a long time coming, and they've kind of been kept in the shadows by some of the community and regarding their skill set in question. But I think that for them to be able to prove those people wrong and come out strong here today, I think it would mean a great deal to the overall health of the Brawl esports scene.
Yeah, let's take a little bit of a look at the matchup then. Closer look at it at least, because we have Revenant Esports
आज मुर्गा का टांग है भाई पूरा मुर्गा खाओ यार टांग बस खाने से क्या होगा
बोलो सुबह केसरी look towards them because they are a very special team.
Coming in as the #1 seed in India for the APAC region, Revenant Esports, I've got to say, have some very healthy stats to their name. Ranked in at #2 for set win percentage in the entirety of the 16 teams that made it to LCQ. Always attending a monthly final. An 87% win rate for them is very, very strong stuff, but they've got to bring their A game today, as we saw yesterday, in fact, with the EMEA region specifically. They had some very, very abysmal stats. It did not translate to the stage, quite the opposite. Let's take a look now then at Raconic Esports, because we already discussed yesterday, caused a huge upset. Really brought the fire and proved to the entire world that they can stand the heat when it really does matter. Very similar stats as well, continuing the idea from Revenant of always attending those monthly finals. Their best performance to date being that in July against Datus-FA, who they faced frequently over the course of the season, 4 times in total. Were unable to break them 3 times, but then they broke through towards the end of the season, and I think that says a great deal about themselves. They were able to grow alongside the competition and just continue to bring their best and just persevere through everything that Datus were able to throw at them.
Yeah, this is a team that was practically scouted by Trav at this point. We did not see them coming in so hard for the rest of the season, and yet they managed to come seemingly out
एमटी हार जाएगा और एमटी हार जाएगा मेरे को पता है ऐसा क्या
in the LCQ either, and now they are just a singular match away from making it to the World Finals. This is a story that I feel like is applicable to almost both teams as well here. You may argue that, you know, this final here, or this final match, is not necessarily like the 2 biggest teams out of the LCQ, and yet they managed to get in this position by causing those underdog stories, by beating teams that really no one expected them to beat, and now this is it. This is the final stretch, and they are so close to achieving their dreams.
Yeah, honestly, you know, looking at Raconic in their group, I didn't really feel like they were necessarily going to blow me away. But blow me away, they absolutely did. You know, watching their journey throughout the year as well, you know, there were times where they would just drop the ball and get reverse swept. I remember the first time that they were looking very likely to win the grand final.
Raconic ऐसे won their only monthly match in which month? हमें क्या पता भाई? ले जुलाई डाल देता हूँ.
Their ability to like absorb that knowledge and take it
answer is July.
I think says so much about themselves. They stand a very, very good shot here today. I think Revenant though as well, equally as strong. It is going to be that kind of 50-50 matchup. For me, this was the hardest one to predict on event.brawlstars.com. You know, I do feel like, you know, again, as Trev mentioned, if Sergeant brings his A game, if those bans are not quite predicted on the side of Raconic, because they're not afraid to bring in Piper in places where Piper realistically more often than not shouldn't be played. And he is very, very dangerous. I mean, I think he got like 18 kills earlier yesterday in Hot Zone. I think 15 in the following set. They are astounding statistics.
Absolutely, I could not agree more, Ark. I think one thing that is quite nice to point out as well is the fact that Revenant, they managed to clutch up that #1 seed in the Group C. If they didn't, if they got second, that still would be great to make it to day 2, but they would have faced SK earlier, and that probably would have been quite brutal. Right now against Reconic, by performing yesterday, they're giving themselves every chance for success, and that is absolutely huge for them. It really, really is, and I think that just shows how important seeding can be in the first day, because now the matchups, they are much crazier than we expected, and I love the fact that one of those two teams is going to be making it to Worlds. You talked about it earlier. Revenant, Indian team. India has been prepping for a big World Finals appearance. No one really believed it could happen. Right now, they are as close as ever to make their region so incredibly proud. And same goes for South America. They're a region that has been overlooked massively, where a lot of people make fun of their drafts, and us the first. When we're casting and we see things sometimes, we don't really know what is going on. And yet here in a LAN environment, some of those simplified ideas, bringing it back to the basics, it's been working phenomenally.
स्टार्ट करो बे, तारीफें चल रही है इंडिया की, अरे इंडिया वाले ये कर रहे हैं, वो कर रहे हैं, ये हो जाएगा, वो हो जाएगा, इंडिया वाले पहली बार पहुंचेंगे। अब तुम गेम इंडिया में रिलीज तो करो ठीक से पहले।
For Reconic, 43 for Revenant. Ark, you and I went for Revenant in our predictions. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, again, I just feel like they are performing very, very well recently. I mean, yesterday I would like to have seen a bit more from Response. A couple of missed gene pools proved to be very costly, and Sargent really came in very, very strong for his squad. But speaking to them in SPS in Tokyo this year at Masters, they didn't really have much of a chance to get to scrim, to get to really put themselves to the test. Well, that is what makes the last chance qualifiers so great, in my opinion. They are now fully prepped and raring to go, and it is all on them to be able to bring it home. Reconic, though, will not go down without a big fight. Pinhole Punt is the map, Brawl is the mode. Reconic with a early first draft of B. The bans as well. We'll see revised shortly as the Cordelius, the Nita, as well as the Macy, the Crow, the Otis, and the Buster. So for me, looking pretty decent in terms of the bans. Not really sure on the Macy ban myself. I don't mind it necessarily being played. We had some back and forth last night, actually, after the show around that very brawler, and it got very heated. But I'm not sold on Macy. I don't think Macy is quite there yet for me. I'm still waiting for that sort of moment to be really, really convinced. So in terms of ban, I'm not too sure.
Revenant Esports bringing in Max and Ems to control speed, mostly. Either speed yourself up, slow down your opposition with Ems. Good tank awareness as well with the Ems, of course, just in case a pesky tank shows up. They'll have something to work with. They, of course, have the final pick as well, so they can always, solidify that aspect of their team composition. Brought in by Reconic Esports. Never really anything wrong with Squeak. He's just in a really good place. I think the fourth gadget gear has been really, really good for Squeak, because he was already one, if not the best brawler before that update. And right now, I mean, the first thing I thought about when I saw that there was a fourth gadget gear, I was thinking, oh, Squeak is going to be so good. And he really is in such a good place. We'll see the Gale again. We saw it brought in by Stamina earlier today. And honestly, I kind of liked it. It was doing quite well. Now,
चीपू फिर आ गया भाई, चीपू लेना तो कंपलसरी है भाई आजकल, गेल भी आ गया अब तो, बार्ले.
Honestly, they don't really have much to deal with a Barley. If he manages to get into good positions, that's going to be GG's.
I do like that for Control, absolutely so. A potential twister, you can shut the ball in the corner. I think it's also a good deterrent just in the eventuality that we did see an idea on the other side from a Fang or something aggressive to be able to prevent that. So I think a good timing in the drafts, but maybe though, it might not pay off. Control is going to be quite key here. Healing qualities most likely as well on the gadget side. I was the same, by the way, when the 4th gadget gear came into play. I immediately went and purchased it for every brawler that I just knew was going to pop off with it. And it's a very expensive thing to actually go through the motions of adding up for every single brawler, so I was very selective. Sergeant there, a lovely little phase shift, able to stay alive as a response. Can't say the same on the left-hand side. A thumbs up there from Reese, and another takedown here. Raconic clearing house. It's just Sergeant left alive, and he's trying his best to buy the time, but he now will fall as Raconic start to push their way forwards.
Good positioning for Raconic. That was the start they were hoping for. Prashant on the left-hand side, taking some hefty damage. Gadget pumped as well by Christian. Charge shot will connect onto Surgeon. Prashant also low HP, and Christian is tapping on the B so far. Let's see if they can capitalize off that positioning. They did lose control of the ball, so it's going to be a little bit harder to go for a crazy play. Slowly but surely, Revenant.
3 गैजेट तो वैसे ही यूज हो गए. अरे पकड़.
He doesn't get in range to go for the charge shot, but can Raconic salvage this? Jacer pushing forward, he goes down, loses the ball, and that is going to be the push deflating here for Raconic as Revenant are able to defend it off.
There's no doubt about it. Raconic have had by far the better start, the more aggressive start, but Revenant have stood the heat, but for how long? They've got to start to fight back harder in this one. Jashant will go down on the right-hand side. And meanwhile, now Jaxiel will try to find Sergeant, who brings speed to himself. I didn't mind it at all under the circumstances. Christian now, 200 HP. Another perfect phase shift from Sergeant. Heals along the way. And now it's time for Revenant to go on the attack.
Revenant in such a good position. The Barley is going to be incredibly deadly. With all those walls there as well. Christian slowed down. Prashant was a fantastic
goal hai bhai, goal hai.
It's only the Gale, and he's gonna fool Revenant to get the first goal.
And a cheeky spin to score it. It's just the first game. But
भाई पूरे गैजेट्स खत्म हो गए, लेकिन इसके अब हील नहीं बचा है. 30 सेकंड होल्ड करवाना है इनको.
Christian won't find a connection there with the hive, and now Sergeant will heal up and just shoot those shots of response. Pushing that left-hand side. Christian everyone on the side of Raconic in dangerous trouble here of going down.
Prashant is also low HP though.
10 seconds. 10 सेकंड होल्ड कराओ, 10 सेकंड होल्ड करो, 10 सेकंड पकड़ उसको.
Follow up Christian is gonna score that one in.
भाई
Time it is. What a save and what an individual play as well from Christian.
Bringing it to overtime for his squad. He almost did the same previously to that, and it was a defense. Not that time.
अब नहीं जीत सकते.
Can't turn their backs. Raconic are extremely dangerous. Jaxiel has got the super forces back there. Response, the pass is there, but low HP and a save off the line. It is still a 2 versus 1, but Raconic are too low to contest it. Response deflates things for now as we approach 30 seconds.
ये ड्रॉ हो जाएगा मुझे लग रहा है. ये ड्रॉ हो जाएगा, मुझे फील आ रही है.
Barley into overtime. That is the last thing that you want. Gonna be quite uneasy, and I don't think they have any win conditions here. I think their only chance is gonna be to defend for the next 15 seconds, and that is what they are going for. But Surgeon shoots the ball away because he didn't really have any space.
खत्म हो गए.
Right now, which is definitely problematic. Pass to Chaser, and that.
ये लोग वहाँ पे जाके घूम रहा था ना, वो सार्जेंट वहाँ पे जाके गोल गोल घूम रहा था. इन लोगों ने जाके गोल गोल घूमे वहाँ पे. वाह, क्या बात.
Able to bring it to overtime, and in the last couple of seconds of overtime, they're able to lock in the win. What a game from them.
Yeah, really not a fan of that.
बदला भाई, बदला.
Better off just always really leaving the ball there, even if you go down. Is far better that keeping the ball away from your opposition's hands than.
देखो इस कॉम्प के साथ ये तभी तक जीत सकते हैं जब तक इनके पास वो ब्लॉकेज हैं, शील्ड्स हैं इधर. अगर बैरिकेड्स नहीं रहेंगे तो ये नहीं जीत सकते.
The heals quite crucial to keep response alive here. He'll actually follow down as Christian really landing this B pick. Ball back in the corner. Trishant will need to get super to stand a better chance of being able to defend this situation. As the respawn now coming in for Revenant.
Pass, response loses a ball. I know he's not able to shoot it in time. And instead, it's going to be Revenant building up some control again, and their counter offense has been quite good. Let's see if they can lock in that goal.
We saw that they were able to do so.
इसमें इम्स लेने का मुझे लॉजिक नहीं समझ में आया.
On the map, Respawn's is going to start shining more and more on that barely. There's no wall destruction whatsoever available for Reconic, so they can't easily get him out of position, but he is leaving himself exposed in the mid, and he will fall speed up by Surgeon. If that's going to be enough to score, though.
Easy.
Actually here, and that will be.
अब बस होल्ड करो, होल्ड करो, होल्ड, और कुछ नहीं है. अगर एक बार ने ओवर टाइम में आया तो हार जाएंगे, तो ये सब लॉन्ग रेंजर उनकी टीम में. तो बॉल डिफेंड करो बे. चलो कौन मार के गया भाई, गेल पूरा अपना कसर निकाल लिया.
And Response being the last man alive, for Revenant just trying yet again to bring his teammates back to life.
35 seconds left on the clock here for Reconic to turn up the pace. Christian is low.
भाई 30 सेकंड बहुत होते हैं, बॉल को ऊपर भेजो.
Gonna try to get some damage onto Prashant. He will take him down, but he will be low HP in the process, and actually he's not gonna commit. He's gonna wait for his teammates to come back, and honestly, I don't blame him. But he does get caught by the super from Prashant, and now Jacer is exposed.
10 सेकंड 10 सेकंड 10 सेकंड 10 सेकंड. फिर से डांस करने लगे. अरे भाई क्या बंदे हैं भाई.
Esports striking back a bit more cautious after scoring this time around, and that is gonna be massive for them as we are all even arc.
Team spins there for Revenant.
भाई क्या चल रहा है?
It's not quite a set yet. It's still just a game, but definitely a better one for them. And clearly looking to try and get inside the minds there of Reconic. Try to get a little bit of taunting flowing as they feel it could have that bit of a competitive edge. But I feel like Reconic are that team that could stay very firm against letting it get to their heads, and that I think is going to prevail at the end of the day. I mean, look at this as a start. Christian low though. Sergeant does manage to connect it nicely there, and that is a very important takedown as Reconic off the bat always looks so strong and so daunting as a prospect. Reese there popping the gadget there. This is going to prevent really anywhere for Reconic to go back when it comes to their defense. For the most part, Revenant have been pretty decent on the defense, but Reconic are that persistent.
गया भाई गया. होल्ड कर, होल्ड कर, होल्ड कर. अरे भाई नहीं.
मतलब क्या था भाई.
I love the jump pad play as well, just in case, you know, to
नाचने नंबर 1 इंडिया वाले. हाँ नाचने में तो हमेशा भाई.
और इस अर्जेंटीना नाच रहा था जाके उनके बेस पे.
हाँ पता है, उसने ही स्टार्ट किया है, तो उनने भी कर दिया भाई, नाच दिया.
उनने स्टार्ट क्या किया भाई, वो लोग एग्रेसिव खेल रहे ज्यादा.
अरे उनके पास सब लॉन्ग रेंजर हैं. अगर एक बार अगर ये ओवर टाइम में जाएगा तो ये लोग जीतेंगे. रेकोनिक वाले, रेवेनेंट वाले नहीं जीत सकते.
और एक तो बार्ले खेल रहा है ऊपर से.
बार्ले सही है.
विलो अच्छी है भाई. बार्ले से ज्यादा अच्छी विलो है.
वो तो है. तम पहला वाला, पहला सेट हार गए.
बार्ले तो उतना बड़ा पिक नहीं था, इतना बड़ा पिक एम्स थी. एम्स ने कुछ नहीं किया.
Out of all the
देख रहे हो
shots you can do in Brawl, the jump pad one has got to be one of my favorite ways to go. Gil is not even a meta brawler. He's playable here and there.
इस मैप पे तो हर टीम का वही है. इस मैप पे अगर आप नॉर्मल देखेंगे, अगर 1100 ट्रॉफीज पे तो हर कोई लियोन खेलता है.
I absolutely love it. Beautifully done there by Reconic, and a well-deserved
रोज को
opening
काउंटर
set goes
करने
their
के
way.
लिए सुपर.
ये देखो यहाँ जाके नाचना शुरू करते
always
हैं.
make the win, you know, it's as simple as that. But flashy plays, calculated ones at that, showing great skill along the way is what makes the memorable set, and Reconic know that that is the case. They are looking so strong in these opening moments, and realistically now it's down to Revenant to respond. They're the ones that are on that back foot, and they did have some good moments, but they can't let their overconfidence shadow their flaws, and that's the thing that
ये लोगों ने इम्स क्यों लिया है पता नहीं भाई.
so good. And on stage you can see as well the team morale is absolutely there regardless.
अर्जेंट भाई संडे है तो इसका भी नहीं ज्यादा फील हो गया.
Fresh start, the trick shot again here.
बादले ले लियो ऊपर
Going
चढ़ा
trick
कर
shot
रहे
with
हो.
the jump out trick. Again, that was magnificent. And
I'm assuming something that was
15
prepared,
kill
something that was practiced, not
बस,
just coming
लेकिन
out
एक
of
ही के
nowhere.
15 किल है, बाकी के देख
Surgeon
लो,
clashed of
3
15
और
kills,
6,
and this is what
इनके
is a little bit
12,
scary. You know,
11,
as we
6.
discussed, how can be a little bit of a surgeon clash.
हाँ
show
मेरी अच्छी
at
पिटती
Revenant,
सही कह
where
रहा है वे।
he's doing phenomenally well, and the team just doesn't quite manage to follow
इन
at
अच्छा
the
मेज
same
लेते
level.
हैं। देखो भाई अभी भी 4
This
मौके
is what
हैं,
we're seeing in the opening set.
देखो
That's a bit of a
क्या होता है।
scary prospect because I mean he is performing, which is great, but the rest of the train needs to come with.
It does beg the question, doesn't it?
Everyone
Like, how
knows
big
below
does
that
this
actually,
backpack
but
have to
I
be here today
Post
to be able to
player होते हुए
come
भी
out
थोड़ी
with the
गलती।
goods? Going in to gem grab then, last stop to make another return, and
गलती के डिफेंड भी नहीं कर पाए ना ये
gem
लोग।
grab pool, bringing out a lot of really interesting brawlers in my
सिर्फ
opinion.
3 सेकंड बचा, 3 सेकंड और डिफेंड करना था, नहीं हुआ डिफेंड।
हाँ विलो होती तो बार बार गेल के ऊपर होती सुपर देती, इतना टाइम हो कि गेल उसको कहता है कि अपने टीममेट को सुपर वेस्ट करता है, लेकिन भाई सर्जेंट ने उधर थोड़ा कर दिया।
I'm not sold on it. I'm sure though it's kind of up there in terms of the ideas that Revenant might want to bring in. On Revenant's side, there the Otis, the first draft of Meg, which I do like on this map, the Fang Ban and the 8-bit as well.
Yeah, I love how you call it a great deal of awareness to bend the piper.
Just
I
team
think
में
it's
होता
just
रहेगी
like,
भाई
you
जीतेगा।
know, thinking about
पक्की
your
बात है।
matchup,
Yeah, I know, right?
wanting
We
to
did
win.
see it
I would
yesterday.
call it wanting to win because
फिर से वही चीपू आने वाला
it's
होगा।
not banned. I would not rate their chances high, but it is going to be out of the way. As you
चीपू
mentioned,
बैन
Surgeon
नहीं है भाई,
Clash
चीपू ही
phenomenal
आएगा।
Viper. They will have to Nani on Reconic Esports. One of the
रोजा
best
लेनी
brawlers
पड़ेगी
at
किसी
the
को,
moment,
कोई ना कोई
really,
तो लेगा
especially
ही
on those
जरूर।
more open maps like this.
अरे जैम गिरा
And
मैं
it
इसी
is
में कहाँ
such
रोजा भाई।
a threat. Can deal so much
अरे
damage
वही
from
वाला
afar,
मैप थे इसमें
from
साइड
close,
बुशर रहती है।
somehow
हाँ
still
पता
quite
है,
bulky, able
उसके
to
बाद
withstand
भी
some close range fights, and the super is well, we know exactly what that can do. Amber, it's going to be brought into the equation by Reconic Esports. We did see it played earlier. I don't think it's an easy brawler to play on last stop. Now sure, you can burn down those bushes, but Amber just doesn't have a ton of great matchups in the current meta.
I do agree. I think that though visibility quite key, can be outranged as well in the later stages. Let's see what Revenant do decide to add to this Meg.
नहीं तो हड्डियां तोड़ देगा भाई इनकी।
Just to keep her very thoroughly in the mix.
चीपू भाई ले लिया, वेरी गुड।
Incredibly well for ST men on this map. It's a very solid idea called.
कॉर्ड, अरे भाई कॉर्डलेस तो बेकार हो गया, मत लिया करो यार, कॉर्डलेस की रेंज भी हटा दी है। घटिया पिक है भाई कॉर्डलेस।
At the same time, Reconic now with the third and final pick to round off this comp, and it's an aggressive idea.
कॉर्डलेस से कुटाई होगी
I
देखो।
really do like that, and I hope that Reconic play it as well as I can see them doing so in my head.
I like the comps on both sides here. I definitely see some potential and some win conditions for both teams. Let's see how it's going to go down. Reconic is a set that Revenant realistically could really have brought home, especially that first game that they kind of did give away with some overconfidence, some bad placement, some bad timings. They are going to want to be spot on in this set if they want to bring it back, if they still want to be in a good position to qualify for the World Finals 2023. It's going to be response in the mid on the Meg, taking some hefty damage early on. Surgeon also solo HP and full screen.
हो गया, खत्म हो गया। दो तो निपट लिए, तीसरा भी निपट लिया, खत्म, ऑल टीम आउट।
In the meantime, it's really hard.
Yeah, that wasn't a dominant start there from Reconic Esports. That was a slaughter, and already Revenant on those back lines. Shant is going to fall.
खत्म, फिर से आउट।
So coming out with the gems. Sergeant is going to have to try to shut this down, but it's
तीनों आउट, डबल बार आउट हो चुके हैं और 0 किल है उनकी साइड से।
Like it's getting easier and easier here for Reconic to hold form.
Yeah, Reconic seem to be able to get the right.
अबे एक किल नहीं मिला इनको।
And so far,
फाइनली 2 जैम मिले, अब मिड पे पहुंच चुके हैं। कॉर्डलेस तो एकदम बेकार पिक है भाई।
Revenant now with control in some of those.
मैं बिना अपने बॉट के वो तो बेकार है, मतलब उसको जब तक सुपर नहीं मिलेगा वो तो बड़ी भी नहीं हो पाएगी। आ गया भाई घूमते हुए, बड़ा हो गया। चलो फिनिश नहीं कर पाया भाई, कॉर्डलेस की रेंज ही नहीं है, क्या ही मारेगा वो।
Still fine here for Revenant, able to retake the mid again and
चलो 6-6 हो गया भाई.
all even.
Yeah, one gem though in the back spawn side for Revenant, which they chose wisely to leave and get immediately back into the center of the action. Response low, it's got to heal up here. They'll get a gem on the way back. They need one more now, potentially here for Raconic.
हिलकार मैक अगर बॉट गया तो फिर तो बैंड बजेगी उसकी.
As Raconic now sit themselves in, they could be inching closer towards the countdown themselves. There's the gem that Revenant need. It is picked up there by Response. One in the spawn side would be good, but Raconic can still reset this from the mid.
Yeah, all they need is the two next.
चाहिए उनको जेम्स चाहिए. एक जेम और मिल जाएगा तो काम हो जाएगा. ले आ, ले एक जेम ले आ, बस हो गया. जीत गया. कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, आने दे.
Whoa, that was actually close, but there he would have stayed in mech. Yeah, exactly. He was in mech, so he would have just dropped out of mech. So a bit of a false.
बॉनी का यूनिकॉर्न वाला स्टिन निकला मेरा. बढ़िया भाई, कंगारू चना बेसन भाई साहब.
That was still dangerous. That was still scary. It looked like
हमें क्या मिला वो जाके आप वीडियो डाला हुआ है, जाके देख लेना.
Really well and able to just make sure they lock in the games that matter here. Let's see if they can keep it up like that, or if Reconic are going to be able to just expand some of the greatness we saw in the early stages of the previous game.
Yeah, Reconic for me just gave up a bit too much positioning power. They looked relatively healthy in terms of HP, but Trishant did a great job in that left-hand side lane. He really did, and just created the space, landed the shots onto the Amber. Christian, though, for me, he's playing so well for his team for the side of Raconic, and it's still dangerous. He could absolutely turn the tides of any game. It's foul now, protects Qualifiers, keeps him in the mix. Sergeant, though low, secures it regardless. 5 gems for Response. One now as well in the mid. Sergeant going the aggressive, I don't mind that at all. And it's looking like a different squad so far from Revenant, but they cannot drop the ball here.
Response out of mech. That is going to be a little bit troublesome. Slow onto Christian. Interesting star power chose there as well from Prashant. Definitely not the one that we see most picked at the moment. God, let's double the gem count. Beep is not going to be tanked just yet, but again, Response will do the job.
अरे मार पकड़ उसको.
He will fall though to that squeak shot, but is that enough?
हाँ इनफ है, नहीं आएंगे, लेके नहीं जा सकते वो लोग. अरे भाई नैनी तो भाई 2 शॉट में उसका मैक खत्म कर दे रहा है.
That was a very close shave there for Revenant. Now pushing back on the mid. Response needs to get back in mech himself. Great burn here from Reese on the left-hand side as the peep is available there for JXCR.
I ate it.
Waiting on it, holding on it. These shots from Response are landing the mark. Christian will like to get his super quickly.
Finish कर. गया. उठा.
Response will pick them up.
हो गया. नीचे आओ. खत्म है.
That could potentially have helped, but he's still up. All right, now Reconic need to push downwards. They need that kill onto Response.
3, 2, 1 and pong. GG's. एक सेट हो गया दोनों का. टाई हो गया भाई. अब बेस्ट ऑफ 3 बचा.
It's fair to say, keeping those celebrations for later, no doubt. As that first set really did turn nasty quickly. We know Raconic are dangerous. We've seen it. We almost saw the steal there as well. But we've got a back and forth now. For the first time today, we're all even in sets.
It was a great set here for Revenant. I felt like they had the draft. It's just the first game. They didn't really apply themselves too well and struggled a little bit here and there. But then they were able to just really turn things around and show why they went for this comp, why it was working so well. And Revenant Esports now all even against Reconic.
Yeah, that was that beautiful play there from Christian. And you've got to give a lot of credit to Trishant there to land those shots. Such a crucial moment in order to do so.
बढ़िया खेला भाई. बोलो.
We're just not quite able to muster something up enough.
आई हो गया.
With the majority of them back into their pocket. Statistically as well. Great to see from Prashant there, taking some of the mantle when it comes to
ओवर
those
कॉन्फिडेंस
kills.
में टपक गई थी पहले वाले में, दूसरे वाले में कमबैक हो गया।
For me on the
भाई
side of
क्रैकन वाली
the
सर्च
only
की
hope is
स्किन
free.
अच्छी है क्या कहते हो, ले लूं
Is
भाई? अगर तुम्हारे
on the
पास है
side
पैसे
there
हैं
of
उस
the
हिसाब
Qualifiers,
से
but a great
खर्चा
reset for
करने के,
him.
तो हाँ ले लो
And
भाई।
this might be the very thing that Revenant need, because again, we were saying coming into that last set, how big does Sergeant Clash's backpack have to be? He cannot keep carrying his team in every single
एक
instance.
पायरेट
And
बीवी भी
that's
तो
better.
देख लो,
That's
अभी
the
अच्छी
start.
है।
If they combine those two kind of statistics in the next set, and then maybe Response can join the party eventually, because he has been, in my opinion, a bit on the weaker side of things and looks a little bit less certain when it comes to the stage presence. However, Kaboom Canyon up next for Heist. A reset on both sides of the field.
गोल्डी भाई विवेक कह रहा है मैं मेका एडगर के लिए पैसे दूंगा, आप मेका एडगर खरीद।
Continue in to gem grab. Maybe they have a better time in Heist.
Yeah, I think this could be a
देखो
sneaky
विवेक
one, because
चैट में
you
कह तो
don't
रहा है
necessarily
मेका
think
एडगर
about
के लिए मैं पैसे
Piper
दूंगा,
on
मेका
Kaboom
एडगर ले लो।
Canyon. And yet, I
अच्छा
mean, I've searched
कहाँ लिखा है, जरा मुझे दिखाएं, मेरे को नहीं दिख रहा
could
है।
be huge. So I'm hoping for Recon.
और 10 रुपए की तो चैट नहीं कर पाया, कहाँ से करेगा? हे
They do better. But you
उसको
get
तो मैंने
that
उस टाइम ऑफर दिया था, कौवा ले लूंगा अगर तू
like,
सुपर चैट करेगा।
threat. 'Cause it is a
वो उस टाइम 10 रुपए की नहीं कर पाया।
specifically, but it is an open long range map. So
कॉली बस
Piper
भाई
obviously can do some
सोचो
work,
यार
and if
तुम
she point
विवेक
right surge, it's gonna
भाई
be deadly.
उस दिन कर दिए होते तो आज फिनिक्स क्रो होता हमारे पास, इकलौता कौवा।
50 का सुपर चैट किया था। हाँ हाँ जरूर किए थे, जरूर किए थे, वो आए नहीं बस, है ना? मैंने भी तुम्हें 50 करोड़ का किया था भाई, बस आने ही वाला होगा, 50 ही आ जाएगा, टेंशन ना लो।
महीने एक बार 40 के सुपर चैट किए थे एक ही दिन में।
एडगर
लेकिन
मींस
भाई
इज
वो
इक्वल टू
सिस्टम ही नहीं
डम।
बना।
इसने नानी ले लिया, वाह भाई ये भी ठीक है। अब वो ये यहाँ से टेलीपोर्ट कर करके मारेंगे, ये सही पिक लिया है भाई, लेकिन अब इनको पिक करना पड़ेगा बढ़िया जो होल्ड कर सके।
मैग लेंगे या फिर चेपू बैन,
ग्रिफ, ओ
चेपू
भाई
ले लो भाई।
ग्रिफ आया है, पहली बार देखने को मिलेगा पूरे उसमें।
बहुत एग्रेसिव हो जाने वाला, बहुत एग्रेसिव खेलेंगे देखना, बहुत एग्रेसिव।
डोला ग्रेफ, क्या बात क्या बात। अब देखते हैं इनका रिस्पॉन्स। मेरे हिसाब से थ्रोअर ही आने वाला है, मुझे लग
ये
रहा है।
चेपू ले लेगा, ये चेपू ले लेगा, पूरा बंद हो जाएगा।
दिक्कत ही नहीं है ना, ये जो ग्रिफ तो आपने उससे यूज करके गैजेट से टपका देगा, बॉल से होने नहीं वाली। 8 बिट अब नहीं टपकाएगा, अब नहीं तोड़ेगा बॉल, ये सही है इसमें 8 बिट लेके।
to earn the utility enough to get the mobility to then work your way forwards, gain the damage booster onto the safe. Extra credits will shred through. There is no doubt about the power of 8-bit with that gadget, with that damage booster. It's just susceptible in the meanwhile. But if Revenant Esports don't keep a firm eye
भाई
on
वो
things
प्रशांत
in the
देख रहा हूँ, वो तो चढ़ ही गया उस टेबल के ऊपर।
हाँ,
आज
प्रशांत
तो पिचका ही दूंगा।
मैं बोलने ही वाला था, आईपैड में घुस गया है भाई प्रशांत।
अरे एक्चुअल में किसी को भी ऐसा खेलने की आदत नहीं है भाई खड़े होके, ये मैं पहली बार देख रहा हूँ इन्हीं के स्टेज पे, वरना हर टूर्नामेंट में लोग आराम से बैठ के, जैसे घर में भी खेलते हैं आराम से बैठ के खेलते हैं ना, ऐसा खड़े होकर कौन खेलता है भाई? इसकी तो अलग से प्रैक्टिस करनी पड़ेगी खेलने के लिए।
भाई खड़े होके बिल्कुल मन नहीं बनता है, और ऊपर से पता है वो क्या कहते हैं कि जॉनथन तो पिलो लगा लगा खेलता है टूर्नामेंट में भी।
वो तो पता है, वही तो बोल रहा हूँ।
वो आराम से बैठ जाए कुर्सी में, पिलो रख लेकर ऐसे घर पे खेलता है भाई।
मस्त टेलीपोर्ट करके उड़ा दिया। ओह डैमेज आते हुए 2 तो पड़ गए भाई। एक शॉट पे ये 4 का डैमेज दे रहा है, 4% एक शॉट में।
अरे वॉल तोड़ दी इसने,
अच्छा किया ना, ग्रिफ के लिए वो खुद तो तोड़ लिया है। वेरी गुड, नाइस 80। अभी भी उसके पास वो है सुपर, कोई दिक्कत ही नहीं है। तो लोग गया, उड़ के गया और मारा।
भाई ग्रिप की सुपर चाहिए बस इन लोग को, 5% तो वैसे ही हो जाएगा। मैंने कुछ लोगों को देखा है ग्रिप खेलते खेलते सुपर मारते ही नहीं है भाई, कहते हैं कि सुपर लगती नहीं है उस पे सेफ पे।
कौन बोल दिया, पागल है क्या?
थोड़ा नहीं कहते हैं, थोड़ा सा ही डैमेज देती है, इससे बढ़िया जब बंदे होंगे तब मारेंगे।
हाँ तो बंदे मारेंगे तो फिर से 4 और भाई। ये देखो खत्म कर दिया, पूरी टीम ही उड़ गई भाई।
फिर से सुपर मिली।
Reconic are getting more and more desperate to push
ये
out
देखा?
of their spawn.
ऐसे
Every
सुपर
single
चेन
time
करता
there's
है।
something heading their way, whether it's gonna be a Nani head or
भाई नानी
just
तो भाई
a super from the grave.
खत्म है भाई, खत्म कर दिया। नानी ले लिया उसने, खत्म ही कर दिया। टेलीपोर्ट करके उड़ा देगा वो तो सेफ को। टेलीपोर्ट तो किया ही नहीं उसने, एक भी गैजेट यूज नहीं किया अभी तक।
To be able to go on the aggressive as quickly as you can, but now Reconic for the first time starting to show something of some worth. JXCR though 128, he can't join his team for this push. It's a tremendous amount of damage which they are going to need to land. It can be done, but it's got to be done in perfect synergy.
अरे
And there's the damage booster
30%
down. Christian is
हार
weak.
गए
Reese
लोग।
falls as well. It's just JXCR on the right hand side who's realistically the only one who's able to do much. Christian though, he does actually fall in the final seconds. It's going to be Revenant Esports taking that game.
It was a bit of a sluggish start here for Revenant in defense from the start on. But later on we're able to build up that mid control slowly.
भाई लिटरली भाई मैं प्रशांत को देख के समझ सकता हूँ कि बेचारा ऐसे लुढ़क के जो खेल रहा है। अब ऐसे बैठ के खेलने का आता तो भाई ऐसे खड़े होकर खेलने में क्या मजा आएगा।
फिंगर स्लिप पहन रखे हैं भाई इन लोगों ने।
Reconic, they just couldn't get through the defense of Revenant. Jacer was an early gadget, but he is very low HP now. Surgeon is going to be able to find him. Surgeon's getting so many
ओ भाई
connections.
लो खत्म हो
It's
गई।
so easy to hit an 8-bit as well.
क्योंकि
because
देखो
he's so slow.
उसके पास टेलीपोर्ट भी है, उसके पास वो भी है।
Nice super though from JXCR. Is able to chain that if he wants to, but he's a bit low HP to commit.
लेकिन सार्जेंट जानबूझ से फिनिश करने को कर रहा भाई फोकस। वो बोल रहा फिनिश करो और फिर डैमेज दो, जिंदा ही नहीं छोड़ने का सालों को। वाह भाई शॉट है, शॉट है। टेलीपोर्ट वेलीपोर्ट नहीं कर रहा, वो तो फिनिश ही कर रहा है सबको।
Really work their way forwards up the map to assert some pressure, but Reese now placing down the damage booster, does land some connecting shots, some good landing shots onto Shards. JXCR there as well with pick up onto response, and now they start to push forward.
Finally,
अरे भाई गलती, ये तो गलती कर दी इन लोगों ने। फिनिश करने लग गए, उसको ही डैमेज दिया शेप को।
From Riz, that's going to be some good damage.
वो लोग रश कर रहे हैं।
4% pretty much.
हाँ कितना रश करेंगे, हो गया ना, उनकी पूरी टीम आउट हो गई।
But it is still just an hour lead.
भाई गैजेट यूज नहीं कर रहा सार्जेंट तो, ना टेलीपोर्ट कर रहा है, ना अगर दूसरा वाला भी गैजेट लिया तो उसने वो भी नहीं ले रखा।
चल लिया तो यूज कर लेता है, इसने टेलीपोर्ट ले रखा।
टेलीपोर्ट ही ले रखा, वो तो पता है। अच्छा लास्ट के लिए बचा रखा है शायद कि अगर जस्ट इन केस अगर हम नहीं जीते तो टेलीपोर्ट करके जाऊंगा वहां, डैमेज दे दूंगा।
एक गैजेट बचा है ना, 5
Going the way of Revenant, they're still behind damage-wise, but they do have some access to the safe now. 8% separating both teams.
अब टेलीपोर्ट कर रहा नहीं, क्या टेलीपोर्ट भाई 3% का डिफरेंस है। जाओ, क्या कर रहे हो? अब टेलीपोर्ट किया। अरे भाई ये टेलीपोर्ट यहाँ क्यों किया इसने? भाई मेरे को लॉजिक नहीं समझ आया। सार्जेंट भाई क्या कर रहे हो?
ये तो आज सुबह जग रहा है, अभी इसने बारले लेके टट्टी किया, अभी इसमें कर रहा है।
मार 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 मार, एक और शॉट, एक शॉट। 1 सेकंड का जीत गए। भाई 1% से जीतते हैं भाई साहब, क्या नशे हैं भाई।
बहुत क्लोज।
क्यों टेलीपोर्ट नहीं किया उसने? और यहीं जो घूमता था ऊपर से जाके मार के आता भाई, तो 20-30 डैमेज देके आ जाता उधर। कल उसको देखो क्या नैनी खेल रहा था भाई वो।
The Colette goes for a super of her own, but a little too late. The TP is ready. My goodness, that
3 तो मैच हो ही गए, अब 2 मैच और होंगे। 2 टीम के पास।
If you guys don't remember, the
ओ भाई ये तो
of the
खत्म हो
jump
जाएगा
pad
6
and
बजे तक।
Brawl, now we have this. This is an incredible match here.
Just some insane mechanics. Such a daring thing to do, but this is where you do need to dare to dream on the world stage, right where it matters most. Unbelievable there from Sergeant.
अरे भाई
Just to be
विवेक
able to
मिल रहा है।
ensure the win for his team and not take it to another game. Look at that. Amazing damage gear there. Gets the shot just
नहीं,
past
that's
the
okay.
elbow of Christian
हाँ, ठीक
there,
है।
who was doing a great job of soaking up all those shots that could well have followed from that Lola. What a matchup that really was, but Revenant Esports take the lead. 17 kills for Sergeant, and Response has joined the party, yes! 10 for him. Again, Prashant, a great last set now on the shorter side of things for the kills, but the DPS to match almost 400 for Sergeant Clash. He really is a killing machine.
Yeah, Prashant might be last in his team when it comes to kills and damage, but he still has more kills than everyone on the Reconic side, still has more damage than everyone on the Reconic side. So definitely not an underperformance there. But I agree that Respawn's playing really well. We wanted to see that. He's been too quiet this weekend. Surgeon, I mean, just bringing out those monstrous performances, and he truly is that X factor, that extra that they have on the side of Revenant.
And the irony is that the maps where Revenant Esports would absolutely have picked the Piper, they've just proven that they don't need the Piper now, and that was our question coming into today. Was
Hello, मैं पूजा बोल रही हूँ.
If it's just still the Sergeant Clash show, how is that going to fare in terms of Revenant Esports' prospects? But they're working around the problem, and it's got to be said, the strategy of aggression that Reconic has been employing ever since the first set is not been working out as well. I can't pick Christian for me. Well, but in those later sets, it's starting to dwindle a bit. The bans are in. Buster, Gray, and Carl for Revenant. For Reconic, it's going to be Colette, Piper, and Cordelius.
Piper ban again, and as much as it is an incredibly strong ban against Revenant, it's a brawler that like gets banned every single time now. It's kind of like an extra, or not an extra ban, but it's like they have one less ban, you know what I mean? For like other very meta-relevant options, like that Nani, that probably is one of the biggest or most banned brawlers on Kaboom Canyon. And then you have some of those brawlers that just escape the banning session because there is that spot that is just dedicated to a Piper, because Piper's not necessarily like the biggest threat to the fire either. Nevertheless, Bell first pick for Reconic. I like it all right. We've seen plenty of Bell action, quite shiny Bell action throughout the weekend with some great trick shots as well. But I do like to Pam a little bit more personally, because I feel like having that extra HP and being able to get those heals down as well is going to be very valuable on a map open like this. The Otis going to be brought in by a Revenant. And I really don't mind
क्या लगता है आप रात में तो स्ट्रीम PUBG करेंगे कि 2 ही 3 मैच खेल के फिर Brawl पे आ जाएंगे?
When it comes to tanks, make sure
मैं तो स्ट्रीमिंग करूंगा.
And that you are ready for some of
अच्छा हाँ तो कितने PUBG खेलेंगे फिर?
We'll see the Lu brought in by Reconic, and that
खेलूंगा बस खत्म करूंगा.
Definitely not the easiest to play.
पता जब ये खत्म होगा तब.
Where it can be really strong, it is going to be Ring of Fire, and I can see it shine really nicely with the Squeak as well.
Device change कर लेता हूँ फिर मैं. इस फोन को 100 कर लेता हूँ, साथ में खेल लेता हूँ. बहुत मजा आवा तो बानी. समझ रहे हो बानी?
Tara still available. I do like the Pam, but it is being picked into the Bell. You know, that does display some confidence, but is it misplaced? Stu going to bring that same level of aggression. I really would have liked to see a Tara here myself, just to be able to have those shadows go in and clear up house, get the super down. But I mean, this is a very APAC region brawler. They do love to bring this one in. The speed zone, of course, will bring the entire team in very quickly to the map to get back into the swing of things in these eventualities of death. But this is a set that Reconic Esports cannot afford to lose. I like the Lu. It's going to have some denial of position on that mid, and of course, most importantly, with that, the objective. If this Bell can really start to pop off and cause the power problem, I don't mind the draft here for Reconic. It's just hard for me to side against the Pam.
Let's see how the early game goes. Speed boost always going to be nice, but not quite as effective when there is going to be that squeak. Sticky residue down in the mid. Despawn now, Christian aggressive, great connection, gets the kill, and this is looking fantastic for Reconic early on, getting lots of value. Res was a big kill on that right-hand side. Surgeon is in the back line, and he is causing some trouble, but dashes straight into Christian's shot. That's going to be an easy takedown for him. Prashant also going down, and so far Reconic clearly showing some superiority, but can they take it home in the long run? That's what matters.
And for me, Reconic Esports have the better draft here, and they are starting to play much more like their former selves, which gives me a great deal of hope as they approach 50% mark. The PAM handling station now just keeping response on the zone. Frozen out now though. Revenant not even got to 20% just yet. A great connection there from JXCR onto Sergeant. He'll survive though with enough time to heal up into that right-hand side pocket. The PAM is being bullied. Christian is starting to really make the moments count. Will burn down now to the poison, and this is the time the Revenant Esports have really got to embrace. They've got to get back in this game and give a bit more of a matchup here. Reconic have been again bullying them all this game long. Nestek pop there from response, and the follow-up shots are strong. Sergeant doing his best to dance to the right-hand side, but they have caught up. We're now even in terms of the objective.
Yeah, what a crazy comeback here from Revenant. And what we have to keep in mind as well is gadgets are going to be more important for Reconic, because the nest eggs are huge here in Hot Zone, as well as the sticky residue. And there's just none left available. And that might be very much what makes the difference and brings Revenant Esports to match point. But first, they need to dislodge Reconic out of the mid, because they are building up a little bit.
विजन में 2.8 कितना अपडेट आ रहा है,
And Surgeon gets
तो जब आएगा तब पता चलेगा.
Brashando was a big kill. Christian is also low HP. Another healing station placed down. Revenant Esports just behind percentage-wise. They are going to take over the lead. And this is the final stretch arc. A couple of seconds left. And I think that Revenant are going to be taking this. It's match point for Revenant.
Match point.
Play from Trishan just going in. You can just see how much he wants it. He bought so much time for his team to bring it back around. I wasn't convinced, not at all, from the opening hand there from Revenant Esports. It was looking like it was going to be a bad day, turning even worse. And yet again, they stare down the barrel of the gun and they come out on top. I'm still not sold on this drop by comparison, but if they keep this up, they'll be claiming the third golden ticket.
I think they just did such a brilliant job and getting rid of the utility that Reconic has. Yes, they have 4 gadgets per player now, but eventually those sticky residues run out, those nest eggs run out, and that was really big in them being able to retake control much easier than when those gadgets are still in play. Regardless, again, an amazing start for Reconic. The ice here is going to be limiting the movement options for Revenant quite drastically. It's an even better start than the previous game. Christian is so low HP though, whereas not in the best HP situation either, but Response gets frozen up with a gadget, and that is going to be an easy kill to low HP players, and that's been the name of the game here for Reconic. I think those players just stay low HP but never go down and never lose positioning. At last now they lose some mid control, but might this be too late?
I've got to give a big shout to Reese. He's been cycling so well in the early outset of this match, and again, we know how valuable that loop pick can be, but look at this pinch coming in. Sergeant coming in, just starting to duke his way round. He's got full HP. Reese now with a freeze onto the zone, and it's forced away. Revenant, they're going to be able to heal everyone. Look at this matchup on the side of Reconic. Low HP in the spawn side of Revenant, and the shots are landing. Revenant again are catching up for lost time, and it's looking like a deja vu all over again.
It's gonna be nearly even here, 1% difference, but a double kill
वो
from
बोलते चट्टी बोलते हैं यार, चट्टी क्यों बोलना होता है भाई तुम्हें हर चीज में.
He's also gonna go down and waste his healing station, but probably not even worth the ammo here for Jacer. He goes for the shot onto Response instead, trying to heal up a little bit, push forwards, but he's taking so much damage. Reconic so close to the finish line. Christian low HP as well, but Surgeon not able to find him just yet. Percentage-wise, it's about 20 separating both teams, but Reconic is getting so close to locking in this game. They might just run away with this one, but they need to get rid of Surgeon. They will do just that.
GG's.
Not out of the running just yet. They will equalize here.
Otis नाच के मार रहा है.
Out of trouble just yet. It's still very much a match point.
मैच पॉइंट स्टिल है भाई. जीत जाओ नल्ले लोगों, जीत जाओ. ये पहले इतना जल्दी कैसे इनका कंट्रोल मिल जा रहा है इनको? जब उनका 50 हो जाता तब तो इनका 10 पहुंचता है. पहले स्टार्टिंग में ये लोग मिड से तो ले नहीं पा रहे भाई.
Discussing their strategy and what went right in that game and how to replicate it once more and survive on, take it all the way to the 5th and final set. Revenant have had notoriously bad starts so far.
ये वो साथ करके चला भी गया भाई.
Super aggressive, but not really going to connect too much there with the scrap sucker. Again, those bell shots ricocheting between Response and himself. But look at this from Sergeant. Aggressive plays. He's able to juke his way around and stay in the mix here. Fast pattern from Response as well. Just keeping that pressure on. Is a much better start for Revenant.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of confused how Revenant were able to make this happen after they had two miserable starts in the first and in the second game. It was more about comebacks later on. Right now, they actually took the early lead, and even though Reconic is going to take it straight back, at least Revenant is not starting 50% behind, which is pretty much how the previous game went, and still it was close. This could be huge for this Indian team because the lead is going to be back in their favor now as they are in control of the mid. A couple percentage.
Oh जी
Surgeon is playing.
आने मत दो भाई, लोगों को आने मत दो.
Play today, and he's been doing so
आगे लोग आ गया, उसका सुपर बचा.
Revenant so close to the finish line already, and Rez is going to be desperate here.
Nice one.
To find Surgeon, but they just can't take him down. Christian pushing forward, but Prashant is just so tanky.
It was a beautiful mark there from Response. But Sergeant is so slimy, he's so sneaky, it's just wondrous to watch how he plays the mind games with Reconic. Once he's on the left, then he's on the right. He's all over the matchup and continuing to do so, finally taken care of. But it is then again.
10%, 10%, 10%. जा 10% है. अरे जा 10% है.
Or they will be going home.
10% only.
Gadgets really available besides.
सिर्फ 9% की दूरी पे है फॉर द वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स. अबे जा, मरना तो है ही है. खड़े हो जाओ ना, क्या दिक्कत है? इतनी हंस लेके घर जाएंगे क्या?
Surgeon is still alive. He's going to be so low HP, and it's going to be Surgeon.
वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स. GG's.
That locks it in for Revenant. We are going
क्या बात है, बहुत बढ़िया.
finals.
लुढ़कते लुढ़कते ही पहुंच गया भाई.
What a back and forth.
सार्जेंट कैरी कर दिया. हाँ भाई, फुल कैरी भाई साहब.
Followed up, showed the learnings. A valiant attempt from Reconic. This one really could have gone either way. Pretty much that 50% poll that we were expecting. It could have gone very much easily to a fifth and final set as well. But for the Indian squad, what a result.
GG's.
I think I want to dedicate this one to
लंगड़ा
Response
बहुत मार.
because in all honesty, he's been so big for his team. He's been playing so incredibly well, whether it was on the sharpshooters or the close range aggressive brawlers. He has been shining. The rest of the squad though did not let him down.
उसको खींच के ले आया. भाई तू भी टीम में, भाई तू भी ले ले यार. तू भी क्या चल ले, इधर इधर तू भी ले ले यार. इंडिया का नाम रोस. अबे तू फिर इंडिया का नाम चेंज करने आ गया. इंडिया का नाम इंडिया ही रहेगा.
And it means that we're going to have a former world champ at Worlds, which seems like such a strange thing to say at this point, considering that we started yesterday with 4 of them. My word. I mean, again, coming to this one, admittedly, again, I'll be honest, I was predicting with my heart. I wanted to see India come out and prevail, but they had to bring the plays on the day, and that they did. We've got an interview on the stage now. Let's head it over to Trav.
इस बार का सार्जेंट था भाई. सार्जेंट के अलावा कोई हो नहीं सकता.
I do just have a quick dig as well. Is your back all right? And how do I go about buying a backpack big enough to carry an entire team?
Okay, first of all, I didn't carry. The team played very amazing. Like, I think we performed the best we did today. We did a lot of chokes. The pressure was immense, especially after I called them a free win, which they were. The first one was just a donation, I think. Yeah, nothing more.
I mean, that was going to be my next question. You know, you're calling him a free win. You said your Gru was pretty free yesterday. Do you still feel the same way, or do you have something to take back? Because I know there was a lot of trash talk across the stage, a lot of spinning as well. You know, is there actually bad blood, or is it just a tactic?
Okay, it's just a tactic to make them play bad. I mean, they're already bad, but like, it's just a tactic to make them play bad. Okay.
I mean, you heard it here first, guys. Absolute trash talk being
ये तो भाई रोस्ट कर रहा है यार उनका.
Chance of returning at World Finals, right? But obviously, you know, I think as a final question,
अब इंडिया वर्ल्ड फाइनल चैंपियनशिप पे जाएगा क्या बोले? हाँ, पहुंच तो गया.
So well, and you know, is there any teams that you still fear?
Okay, yeah, we fear a lot of teams, especially Stamina. Like, they play very well on lands, so like, they're our biggest threat. Other than that, I think we're pretty confident going into it because we've been improving, especially with the roster addition of response. I think we've been doing very well.
Yeah, you definitely have. And again, a massive congratulations, guys. Is there any final shout-outs that you want to give, on your road to making World Finals?
Shout out to Revenant. Shout out to the whole Indian sub-region. This year, everybody grinded very hard. That's the only reason we could make it this far, because the results were not so good the previous years. So a huge shout out to India, the players in India, and Revenant specifically.
Massive congratulations, and back over to the casters now.
The shade being thrown. Oh, they've got a member of the squad called Trashad, but the trash talk is all coming from Sergeant at the moment. And I mean, you've got to bring a bit of that to the BSC, a bit of confidence. You know, it really does add to the narrative.
It really does, and I feel like it's something that a lot of teams are embracing at the moment as
भाई
well.
ये पूरा कैरी किया भाई, ये वाला तो ये वाला सेट तो पूरा वही अकेले ही लेते गए.
But man, I'm becoming honestly one of the biggest Surgeon fans. This weekend was truly a revelation for me. I feel like I have been missing out on one of the biggest up-and-coming players. Not that he doesn't have like past experience and all that, he really does. He's not a newcomer.
Oh yeah, भाई साहब.
Coming from being like a regular player to really becoming one of
भाई उनके kills और हमारे kills देख लो भाई. कहाँ और भाई 474 का तो उसका DPS है भाई. क्रिश्चियन का फिर भी हार गए वो लोग. अच्छी बात है, अच्छी बात. भाई साहब क्या चल रही है ये.
Funny story and true story yesterday prior to the interview.
Wow, बढ़िया मैच था भाई, बढ़िया.
So you have to take a second place to me. It's already locked in. But we did say in that match.
स्टू ने मैच जिताया भाई. हाँ भाई स्टू ने जिताया भाई पूरा. वही सार्जेंट खेल रहा था ना.
Great to see towards the end the response started to pick the mantle up as well, and Trishant and everyone doing their bit, and a thoroughly deserved victory.
और रोस्ट भी कर दिया गया भाई ऊपर से. हराया तो हराया, रोस्ट भी कर दिया. बोला कि हम तो खराब खेले पहला मैच, वो तो हमारी स्ट्रेटजी थी, लेकिन बाद में जो गंदा खेला है तो गंदा ही खेले हैं. वो तो ये कोई स्ट्रेटजी नहीं थी, वो खुद ही गंदा खेले हैं बोल के गया भाई. मुंह पे बोल के गया, रोस्ट कर दिया गया उनका भाई. तो सिंपल सा फंडा है. हमारी खुद की टीम पहुंच चुकी है इन द वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स. तो अब कोई नहीं पूछेगा कि भाई किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो. अब वहां पे जीता हो, पीटा हो, महापीटा हो, उससे मतलब नहीं है. एक ही टीम को वोट जाएगा, भले स्किन मिले ना मिले. अगर फाइनल के लिए किसी को वोट करने का तो वो रेवेनेंट ई-स्पोर्ट्स को जाने वाला है भाई.
As well as you mentioned, it was a team effort, and it's what they needed here to perform at their best. Every single one of their players needed to have their A game and just play on point here. And I love that they were able to find that success.
फाइव का है, वो ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड है, सीधे वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स में मिलेगी.
That goal was the jump pad, not something we see very often. And I want to praise them for their creativity and their very different approach when it comes to draft. Unfortunately, it just wasn't their day, and Revenant played super well. And in all honesty, it's not every day that every player from Revenant.
हाँ, Revenant को ही सपोर्ट करेंगे अब से. ट्राइब खेला ही कब? अरे भाई ट्राइब इधर क्यों खेलेगा? उनके हमसे ज्यादा पॉइंट्स थे. Navi versus VN eSporting. वो तो अनार वर्सेस नावी होने वाला है. तो इसमें तो नावी को भाई, नावी को वोट देने का. चुम्मी रेवेनेंट. अरे भाई तेरी चुम्मी की वजह से अगर टीम हारी तो इसका जिम्मेदार एक ही व्यक्ति होगा, वो है राक्षस. बेचारी अच्छा खासा खेल रही है, जाके चुम्मियां देगा तो वैसे ही मूड खराब हो जाएगा भाई. टोटेम भी फाइनल्स में गई, अभी पता चल जाएगा कौन है कौन नहीं.
Just saying how amazing Angel Boy was yesterday, and as such a likable guy. I had to say before the interview, I took up my earpiece because I had to have a one-on-one and just let him know how much I enjoyed watching him play. VN Esporting have got a big task on their hands here. This is going to be a very exciting.
ना भाई चुम्मी तो मिले. अरे भाई क्यों देनी चुम्मी? जबरदस्ती चुम्मी देनी है भाई. अलग ही नशे हो रखे इसको.
Over here in EMEA during the monthly finals, And yet, they are here in LCQ, one match away from
छी
the
छी
World
छी यार
Finals.
सरेआम
Teams that
चुमिया
have
दे
had
रहा
some
भाई.
experiences with the World Finals as well, so they're definitely hungry to get back on that stage, back at the highest level. But yeah, I'm completely with you. Angel Boy, I think my favorite moment so far in the entire event was him celebrating, I believe, their first win against in their opening match. I don't remember exactly, but they were just so excited, just so happy, and that just made me so emotional as well. But that's their ability to just, you know, bring the energy on. But looking at our matchup here, it's Na'Vi versus VN Esporting. For Na'Vi, Cube, Angel Boy, and MMA. Some legends already in the scene. And Angel Boy has really been at war.
आ गया भाई, कोई नानी वाला प्ले भाई, जिसने कुटाई करी थी नानी ले लेकर भाई सबकी. मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ सब इसमें नानी बैन करेंगे बैठ के.
Let's see how they will be able to perform today. Even though it wasn't the easiest year for them, it really wasn't the easiest year for VN Esporting either, as they narrowly managed to qualify here for the LCQ. Started it off the day yesterday with a bit of a disappointing performance, but they were able to bring it back, lock in that number 2 seed. Let's see how they will do here against Na'Vi. Of course, Rama, Nob, and Mebius is going to be their roster. Rama does also have some experience at the World Finals. He qualified last year with Chasmac, but they only managed to go as far as top 16 as they lost first round.
अब तो वर्ल्ड फाइनल स्वीडन में जाकर देखना पड़ेगा. ये तो पोलैंड में चल रहा है.
Want to repeat that experience, but for that to happen, first of all, he needs to qualify for Worlds, and he's a match away from doing just that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, both of these teams are so strong at the moment. Navi yesterday, I think that might have been the best they've played.
VN टीम में तो चौमू दिखने वाले लोग हैं. VN न्यू टीम है. न्यू क्या है? अनार, ANR की टीम है. उन्होंने नाम चेंज कर लिया है.
After he pretty much just destroyed the entirety of his opposition. But obviously, VN Esporting at the same time, though, they're a very capable team. They have had their ups and downs this year. Their peaks have been high, but their lows have been very low as well. And it's just a question of who shows up on the day.
Yeah, it was a really weird year for VN, in all honesty, because they started with a top 4, then a top 2, and it looked like they were one of the best teams in the EMEA. Everyone was shocked. And even before those performances, everyone after scrims was saying, oh yeah, VN, ANR at the time, they look incredible. They are one of the best teams in the region. Some people were saying they are the best team in the region. That didn't last, though. 2 months in a row, not even qualifying for the monthly finals. And the end of the year was still scrappy, too, but just about enough to make it to this competition. Now they're here. They had yesterday to warm up, bring up their A-game. This is it. This is the final stretch here for both sides. This is the day where they need to perform one best of 5, and it's their dreams on the line.
That's like 11 out of the 12 World Finalists have now been decided. One of these 2 teams will go to the World Finals and join the 11 others. Will it be Navi or will it be VN Esporting? That is the question. Both of them incredibly capable teams. But personally, I'm kind of siding with Navi at the moment. I think they are just that tier above quite a lot of the teams in this competition. And, you know, I said that about Reconic as well. I said Reconic were probably going to beat Revenant, but I was proved wrong. And I was quite pleased I was proved wrong because it was a great performance by them. But I do feel like Navi have just got what it takes to take this one.
Yeah, I think that if you look at experience, you can but only sign with Na'Vi. I mean, they have 3 players that have made Worlds before. They have a player that went all the way to 2nd place in Worlds 2020? I believe 2021, sorry, which is quite an achievement in
क्यों
itself.
शाम को क्या है?
Yes, it's
शाम को क्या है? क्वेस्ट है. 6 बजे से लेकर 10 बजे के बीच में 2 गेम खेलना है.
Experience in LAN, especially playing against international teams, and just this overall setting is something they're a little bit more used to than VN Esports. Now, it is a matchup that they know. They have faced each other countless times in the last year. They know each other well, and they are going to be using that to their advantage, and I mean maybe to their disadvantage as well. I really want to see what both teams have cooked up for our drafts here, because I think they are going to be crucial to those teams' success. You got to try to play to your weakness, play to your strengths, sorry, and to your opponent's weaknesses. That will probably be smarter. But yeah, this is a matchup we've had a long time coming as well. it's all EMEA again. On the one hand, very good for us EMEA fans, because we know there is going to be yet another EMEA team making it to the World Finals. On the other hand, there's one less, because one of those two teams will be going home empty-handed.
Yeah, that's the thing. Now 5 teams.
शाम को अगर पापा नहीं हो रहा होगा तो खेलूंगा. Wow.
International match. This is, you know, home region.
Revenant तो धूल चटा दिया भाई.
Both of these teams have to be able to get this spot, but it can only go to one of them. And
Tasty धूल.
Both of these teams, with the years they've had, especially with how consistent the teams have been after those first couple of months, at least for VN Esports, and they've been back and back and back again. But Navi, they had that win, and that's what propelled them into that. I believe they came in at 7th seed, so they only just snuck it even with a win in the bag. So they've been very back and forward. But this seems like some of the best Navi we've seen all year round.
It really is. And talking to both teams off stage, they both seem really confident getting into this match. Now, it's always so hard to tell, like, if the confidence is actually warranted, like if they should be confident. I remember talking to Navi at Worlds last year. They seemed pretty confident too. It didn't really go all that well. But this is going to be a huge matchup for both teams, no matter what. Pinolpan will be where we will start things off, and Brawl is going to be quite the heated game mode.
कौन जीता भाई सेकंड एंड थर्ड मैच? इंडिया पहली बार वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स पहुंच गया. रेवेनेंट जीत चुका है. For the first time, India is on to the Brawl Stars Esports World Finals.
For us, because I feel it's going to be an absolute slugfest, back and forward, a lot of tanks, a lot of speed, a lot of mobility, and I think that's the Brawl Stars I like to see.
और वो रोस्ट भी मार के चला गया भाई. जीता तो जीता, रोस्टिंग भी करके चला गया.
And they want to be focused, because this is their most important match of the year yet. They know they are the favorites, but also know that upsets is a common trend in the BSC. Let's look at the draft here. Bans coming through. First pick for VN Esporting. They banned Poco. They banned Buster. We've seen it so much. I've said his name like 50 times over the weekend. But a bit of a brain fart there. Tara is going to be their final ban. Of course, Otis, first pick for VN Esporting on the side of Navi. It's going to be B, Stu, and of course Ems banned out. I like the Otis pick all right, not necessarily my favorite, but it does all right. It does all right. That's kind of the gist of it, right? That it's gonna have decent matchups against kind of everything, and then amazing matchups against tanks, of course. But we'll see if Navi wanna bring tanks here. They didn't bring tanks at all throughout the first day, or really not nearly as much as we would expect them to.
Well, it looks like they wanted to bring tanks. B and M's both banned out, due for the mobility as well, obviously. We're going to see Crow come in, though, and I think that's pretty good. Through this mid, especially where the grassy area is, down the sides where there's some grass to hide. It's good to scout them out and get a bit of tickle down damage in there. You can never complain about being able to see, but also, you know, vision gear does something pretty similar for quite a few other brawlers as well. But we are still with Navi for their second pick. Now, overall, I think the Otis is pretty solid first. But, you know, if you're in doubt, go Otis, because, as you said, it's good against the majority of things. Crow, a lot of the same, to be honest with you. It's pretty much good against everything, especially with those 4 gadgets. Now we're going to see Sandy coming in for, what is that, the 3rd time on this map today? Very strong brawler with the Sandstorm, and it's just more scouting ability with that as well.
Yeah, I like it for sure. There's a lot of peps to this comp here from Navi. Some great plays possible as well, and some win conditions for Brawl, whether it's going to be putting your opponents to sleep as you're trying to score, or just in defense as well, right? But also the Crow that can jump in if the ball is placed correctly, and that can be a goal that happens even though things were not really going your way. And those sort of win conditions can be huge, especially in a game like Brawl. Squeak is going to be the follow-up pick here for VN Esporting.
इसमें नावी को चांस ज़्यादा है.
4th gadget.
मतलब ये नावी को हरवाना चाहता है.
New gear, able to just shut down locations of the map, and hey, here we go. There's gonna be the aggression as Fang is gonna be brought into the mix by VN.
Yeah, I mean, the Fang is what they kind of needed there as well, and Navi didn't really, count for it too much. That's the thing, they've got the Crow, slow it down, they've got the Sandy to stun it, but they haven't got much DPS, they haven't got much damage to be able to deal with when it actually finds its way through, and I think that's something they might need to, think about for this final pick. Squeak-wise, it's been played so much throughout today. These maps cater to Squeak so much, with obviously, as you said, the sticky residues, having 4 of them, it's brutal. Gonna see Rosa come in, and I'm surprised to see that fly straight through the bands and all the way through the draft process.
Yeah, that's right. It's still a brawler, as much as I am aware of how strong it is at the moment. Sometimes I just don't think about it, because we didn't see Rosa for so long in competitive, but it is there and it is very strong. Now, is it gonna have the easiest time against the Fang? Not necessarily. I think it's gonna depend a lot on how much utility they have. I think the gadgets are gonna be massive for the Fang in that matchup, just like the shield is gonna be massive for the Rosa. So it's gonna be a bit dependent on those conditions. But besides that, the drafts are locked in and we are ready to jump into number 1.
28.4. अभी तो बस इतने ही ओवर हो पाए.
Both MMA and Angel Boy Rama aggressive there against Cube, and Cube needs to be careful because if he gets too close up, he will get himself in danger. But a big kill from the Rosa shield as well, I believe, whilst he was still one shot. And look at the Fang play. Rama clears up shot and is able to secure that defense here for VN. There's a defense they really needed.
Yeah, it was a nice slow there by Angel Boy, but didn't really get a lot from it, just scouting it out. Another slow comes through, reveals where Nob is. Even more with that Sandstorm on top of it. Sticky residue thrown down into that as well. Will be showing up Cube in whilst he is in there, but Angel Boy getting hit hard and no real use out of that Sandstorm. After the first use, obviously, Angel Boy's going to grab this ball, try and go forwards, but Rama has another super to be able to play this defense. Stun comes through as well. He does go down, but Cube still remains to defend.
Push slowly coming through here. Nob might try to score this one. They're going to play it safe. They're going to wait a little bit, but a jump from MMA coming in the back line. Rama going for a play. He's able to find one as he was dashing back and forth. But for now, it's going to be VN back in defense as Navi have positioning.
I mean, with a muted Rosa, is that not a walk? I feel like that was a bit of a walk for me rather than just a super in and try and get the job done.
RP ही ले लूँगा सीधे पैसे कलेक्ट करके.
Going to be passed forward. Actually, a little bit missed pass there. Passed it to himself down this left-hand side, wanting to move this forward yet again. Throws it to the right because we know that Cube's got that store. Oh, the super come any later.
अरे वो पीछे भाग गया. जा.
But Mebius gets the ball.
अरे भाई बॉल.
But it should be a 1, 2, and 3. Then should be a goal for Navi.
GG's.
Almost intercepted by Nob, but a great start for Navi.
Composed from Navi, patient, calculated, making sure that there is no room for mistakes here. I'm playing with their win conditions. I like it. A jump in there, a bit of a well play from MMA, a bit optimistic as well, but a follow-up jump in, and actually that might be a goal now.
I mean, Rama's left watching. Nothing he can do. He cycled his jump pretty much instantaneously after he went in the first time and got a beautiful landing directly back onto one of the other VN Sporting players. And I mean, that was genuinely an incredible play.
Yeah, I mean, I call it optimistic because I didn't think he would have another super that quickly. He did. He uses that to kill the remaining player, and somehow that worked out fine. MMA was a big performance here in this opening game.
Yeah, Rama trying to move forward again, but quickly after that Sweet Dreams, MMA did hit Rama quite fast and undid what was done by Cube. Trying to push forward now, MMA flying under the radar, not going to get the heal off in time there, going to fall. Super, and the shots following up from Nob do manage to clean up Cube as well. Now passing forward, a little pass off the wall and a mute might have gone quite a long way, but now he can't get rid of the ball. Has to kind of retreat all the way back to spawn, and he's low, and Mebius didn't get a bad cycle.
Great start from VN, at least when it comes down to positioning. MMA stirring up a little bit of trouble there in the back line, but eventually does get cleared by Rama. So all good here for VN. They want to be careful as they have lost a good bit of control. And now is the Sandstorm as well. You don't really know where they are coming from. Cube on the right-hand side going for the wide flank, and he's going to go for a sleep onto Rama. Doesn't really find much from that, in all honesty. It was a good attempt. Angel Boy has super as well, so if they're not careful with their placement, he is going to be huge with that. It's going to be a 1-for-1 kill after Rama goes in. The trade is going to be found. And Busto in a good position to take down that Rosa. Actually, Angel Boy will survive with 1 HP, not the best gadget from Mebius. Angel Boy still alive now as well. And things are looking very even in this game, with some chances on both sides, but no goals just yet. Rama will go down to the sandstorm damage. And Angel Boy is pushing 40 as Super now as well. He's gonna pop it. That's an easy kill onto Nob. Mabius gets the ball away, and for now, VN still able to defend.
Yeah, pass back into the corner then by Mabius. Rama trying to defend this one out now, and still has some of those roundhouse kicks to get the stuns off if they do choose to go aggressive towards that goal. He can stop it on the line and get rid of that ball.
spam करते हुए.
Super in this position, it's going to be deadly in it going into that overtime. And they're going to need some moves as well, because Angel Boy's not going to be in the best position going on in. He gets the shot off before he gets muted out. But the bomb comes down. They all fall anyway, and Navi burn down the clock and score the goal.
Hitting every single pellet from that squeak super was not going to be enough to defend here for VN. But they have a
क्या ये गोल हो जाएगा? चांस तो कम है.
the next 5 seconds, they can turn this around. 4 seconds left. MMA still there in defense, and they clear it.
नहीं कर पाए गोल भाई, बहुत close.
And the opening set goes their way.
Only just though, was only a couple of seconds off walking that ball in, but good defense there coming through from Navi to get him down before he could. Really nice gameplay from them throughout this.
मेरे पास तो कुल मिला के 100 ही जुगाड़ है. हाँ तो 89 वाला वो ले लो.
Navi still seemed composed throughout.
प्राइम सब्सक्रिप्शन ले लो 89 वाला, उसमें 150 जेम्स मिल जाएंगे. बोल दो 150 यूसी मिल जाएगा, जो कि डेली का तुम्हें एक एक करके मिलेगा. 3 80 तुरंत मिल जाएंगे, 90 तुरंत मिल जाएंगे. आज ही फिर धीरे धीरे करके मिल जाएगा 60.
It was more slow than close. Navi were just playing so calm, so collected, so calculated, and making sure that they were not giving anything away for free. And eventually were able to take the upper hand pretty much every single time.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It never really seemed like they were in much of a bad spot. I mean, yes, they had their moments, but overall, they just seemed so calm. Should be seeing the stats now. And Angel Boy with 10 kills, that's beautiful. I mean, with Rosie, you kind of expect it, right? But maybe it's sitting on 0. Absolute donut over there. Ram with 8, Nob with 9. MMA 4, Cube 7, sorry. And even though he had the least kills on his team, still had the most DPS, actually on both sides.
Yeah, that is quite a wild stat here from Mabius. Don't necessarily think that, you know, that he was like the problem or something for VN. I was trying to phrase that in a friendly way, of course. But at the same time, yeah, it's a bit tough to say, because it didn't feel on the field like he was really underperforming. He does
what is the full form of UC?
So I think it was just
UC का मतलब क्या है?
that they kind of struggled to find their pace and to get the big plays in. Last stop is where we are heading next, and this could be a chance here for VN. Although in all fairness, Navi, I feel like they often have some original ideas, and on a map like this that hasn't been scrimmed as much as the others, that could be a little bit of a problem.
Unknown guess.
Yeah,
Sahi jawab
as well, and you know, I think maybe it was Navi who played on this map yesterday. I've got a feeling, I've got a little bit of a. Well, I think it was actually VN who did. I can't fully remember, but one of these teams I believe did play on this map yesterday, and I think it worked out pretty well for them, all things considered. So we'll see if they're able to bring that same energy. But you know, we said it about, you know, Humble, who came onto this map a bit unknown.
अच्छा ये मतलब इसको पता नहीं था. नहीं पता था UC का full form भी है.
In this game than what VN Sporting have been. Piper, Colette, and Rosa are the band.
पहले मुझे लगता था यूनिवर्सल करेंसी UC का मतलब.
VN Sporting first pick was the 8-bit.
I like the bans across the board. I mean, I think Piper on an open map like that can definitely be a problem.
YT का chat वाला system change हो गया है. YT का chat वाला system change हो गया है. क्या change हो गया है?
Wouldn't really see why it would be on this map. But the 8-bit is going to be brought in as a first pick.
मुझे कैसे पता होगा? मैं बजमी थोड़ी खेलता.
One of the best gadgets in the game for any gem carrier, as you can just get back to safety without taking any risks. I like the Lola as well. I think it's decent. I don't think it's like the flashiest pick. Not as in that it's like a super top meta usual pick. It is a bit rare nowadays. I just mean that like I don't really see a crazy amount of outplay here. Although we did see some Lola on this map earlier as well.
UC का एक और है वेलो में अल्ट चोक. अल्ट चोकर.
Which is a bit of a bold pick.
I mean, we've seen a lot of these brawls.
RB of Royal Pass.
8-bit, obviously being a very strong brawler at the moment. We saw Fang earlier; it was played out by a reject, and then obviously the Otis, Lola, Squeak have been played quite a lot on this map. So We'll see what this last pick is from VN Sporting, but at the moment I'm liking what Navi are bringing to the table. It's just, ooh, the Daryl comes in. That's a bit of a rarity, but pretty good against that Fang, so I can't really blame them for it.
Yeah, I'm so curious about how those interactions are going to be going. I really can't wait to find out as we jump into set number 2. Navi, guys, is in the lead, and so far they have looked quite a bit better, but VN, they had their chances, they had some opportunities here and there. I think they just need to commit and be able to close out those opportunities to bank them in. And Gem Grab might be the right mode to do just that. As you mentioned, it's a new map, so both teams, I mean, they've been scrimming it, they've been preparing it, but they're not going to be as familiar with all the intricacies of the draft.
एक यूसी करके मिलेगा क्या? कितने का होता है? एक यूसी करके मिलेगा क्या? क्या बोल रहा है ये?
But nevertheless, it's a good sign for Navi to build up that early control.
Yeah, Nas Mebi has finished off as well. Beautiful from MMA, dominating this side. Gonna get the super onto them as well. Nob's gonna come in for the roll though, gonna get the kill, but gonna get traded out by Cube as well, who's gonna start picking up his 4th gem now. Maybe it's gonna be jumping over to that right-hand side. He can deal with the Fang on himself, but obviously the Fang's gonna be rotating too. MMA slotting over to this right-hand side, has the damage boost. Oh, in goes Angel Boy, Rama's low. Taken down, but the roll from Nob is not successful. Goes too far back, I feel, and Cube can grab these and TP if he needs, and it doesn't even look like he needs to use a gadget.
Yeah, that's the incredible bit of 8-bit. With any other brawler, you wouldn't risk taking those gems because you're the gem carrier. You can't afford to go down. But with an 8-bit, you can go ahead and just run straight into a crossfire of 3-player, TP back, you're fine. And right now, that countdown for Navi is brutal. VN Sporting trying to make some plays, but another TP from Cube. There's not even just 3 available for Cube as it used to be. It's 4 TPs now, which is just so hard to get rid of. You can't just easily bait them out anymore. Nevertheless, Navi in a fantastic spot. Let's see
एक बार में बाकी एक करके मिलेगा. पढ़ लेना भाई, उसमें लिखा तो है.
The start from MMA was flawless. Basically pushed his lane all the way back, threw down
8-bit shot 2 बार बचा. हाँ भाई, TP का यूज है भाई, full TP.
But that residue did stop them quite heavily.
Nob took a lot of early damage, and MMA is able to get the kill at the end of the day. Kill onto Angel Boy as well here for VN. Well done. A gem onto MMA.
ये देखो, मैं मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है कि अगर मान लो 8-bit नहीं पहुंच पा रहा है, तो कोई दूसरा प्लेयर अगर वहां पे है ऑलरेडी, तो वो क्यूब उठा सकता है ना. कोई जरूरी थोड़ी कि जो कैरी है वही उठाए. जैसे ये इसने MMA ने उठा लाया, एक एक्स्ट्रा उसके पास था तो उठा लिया भाई. कि ये मरेगा तो ये उठा लेगा भाई, उसमें टेंशन वाली क्या बात है.
Gadget there to get the go in, but now the roll in from nobody gets 2. MMA's got to defend this, gonna miss a lot of shots, but finally gets that connecting one. And now Angel Boy with the super gonna go all the way to the left. Beautiful place against someone else, so he cycles it, gets the kill as well. Angel Boy winning big for Navi, and they get the kills. 7 gems in hand, and more at the back.
Unbelievable Fang plays from Angel.
GG's, हो गया.
He knew that he was gonna be performing over the weekend. He delivered yesterday.
भाई इसी से मैं शॉर्ट में बता देता हूँ. टोटल 89 रुपए में तुम्हें 150 जेम्स मिलते हैं. ठीक है, समझ गए? महीने के 89 लगाओगे 150 यूसी मिलेगा. ठीक है, ऐसे तो महंगा है. अगर आप इंडिविजुअली लेने जाओगे तो उल्टा कम का है. 100 में लेने जाओगे तो 50 यूसी या 75 यूसी कुछ मिलता है, लेकिन यहाँ उल्टा है. 89 में तुम्हें 150 मिलता है, डबल से भी ज्यादा. लेकिन हाँ, पूरे महीने तक रखने के बाद.
I mean, this is genuinely incredible from Navi. Some of the gameplay that they're showing us today and yesterday, over this weekend as a whole, has been absolutely incredible. And that was Angel Boy again. You know, I mean, commendable performance there from Cube as well, holding those gems as successfully as he did. Because just staying out of the wrong situations. But it's about Angel Boy getting in the right situations, retrieving the gems that has really made Navi win this one here. Because you know they have 3 gems in comparison to the 7. Without Angel Boy's play, they'd probably lose that game. But he is there, he makes the plays, and he makes them beautifully.
Nob rolling in that play, and it was just such a big opportunity there, but it was so hard for him to close out. VN was some attempts here once again, but I mean, Angel Boy just stole the show, really. There was some good moments, but he was just able to go crazy in this one. MMA still performing really, really well, and I think that like the consensus in general about Navi is that MMA is on the weaker side, and yet he's performing both in the first set and in the second set really, really, really well. So Navi, so far, so
break
good.
नहीं लिया इसलिए
Not
हार गए.
really, gotten through any sort of trouble just yet. But VN, this is going to be their last fighting chance, and they've got to give it everything they got because their entire year has brought them to this point.
I mean, it's not looking good either, is it really? They just seem to be a bit off today. I don't know if it's just Navi being completely switched on, the best they've played all year, in my opinion, and maybe even the best ever they've played for the side of Navi. But VN Esports just don't seem like themselves. I feel like after that first set, they definitely took a bit of a tumble, and there were certain moments where they had gems, but even when they have gems, I never feel like they're safe.
I'm with you there, and I love how you're talking about the form as well of Navi, because I think this is the best form they've been in ever. I mean, last year was they were really not in the best spot coming into Worlds. The year before, I mean, they did amazing, but the skill ceiling has increased so much, and especially the skill floor has increased so much. The worst teams that are playing in the biggest tournaments are so much better every single year. And right now, Navi, they are looking so fierce. Looking at this draft here, first pick VN is going to be Cordelius. They banned out Griff, as well as Abit and Nani. Griff is an interesting pick here. It was banned out, it was played out by Revenant just earlier, but again, I wouldn't necessarily consider Griff as like such a major threat.
उसमें होने क्या वाला है ये बताओ.
Regardless, we have the Colette
ban
for Navi as well as Crow and Tara. Tara here a little bit of an interesting ban as well, I think. Like, it's not terrible just because Tara is a pretty good brawler, but I wouldn't say either that it is really a big threat on Kaboom Canyon.
I mean, personally, I kind of think it is very, very good because, you know, once you get up to that safe, and it's not that difficult to do so with Tara. Force support from beyond.
ST versus Stamina Esports.
Completely. And on top of that as well, just force support from beyond genuinely in a map.
देख लेंगे क्या ही है.
Amplified the brawler a bit more after that fourth gadget, whatever it's called, came in. But Gale's going to be the return pick from Navi, and they did this in SPS, right? And I hated it, and we laughed and we asked for an answer. But now, I don't mind it.
Interesting. I mean, just talking about the Tara, just finalizing the thought. I just
show match क्या है?
so hard to get to that safe as a
show
Tara.
match ऐसे ही है, time pass.
That gadget. I don't know. That's how I feel about it. But Navi seem to be agreeing with you, Trav, and they will bring in that Gale. They will bring in the Otis as well. I don't really know.
ये तो सर पकड़ के बैठ गया भाई. बोला अरे यार हम 2 सेट हार गए बे. एक और हारेंगे तो हम हार जाएंगे. प्रोसेस खेलोगे ना अर्ली भाई, इसके बाद क्वेस्ट या बजमी. अभी 442 है तो ब्रॉसा खेलेंगे क्योंकि बजमी में क्वेस्ट है 6 बजे से लेकर 10 बजे के बीच में खेलने का. उससे पहले खेल भी लेंगे और बोर हो जाएंगे तो फिर वो क्वेस्ट नहीं हो पाएंगे.
I imagine they'll still be using that launch pad just to get into that mid, and I think that's the thing. You know, you can't do it too much, or it becomes expected, and they start spamming that as soon as they see the launch pad or hear it starting to spring up. But Lola's going to be the last pick along with Bonnie for the side of VN Esports. I like that kind of range. They've got some good DPS there as well. Jump in with Bonnie. Damage from Cordelius is massive, and obviously Lola as well puts out a lot. Otis on the other side does just that as well, but it kind of seems like Navi were heavily anticipating tanks, and they haven't come. And Daryl is going to be their final pick. And against Cordelius, it's not a matchup that's favoured. But the moments that I think, maybe.
Yeah, no, it is definitely not a matchup you want against a Cordelius, but it is one that Navi seemingly were happy to accept because they picked that into that first pick Cordelius, so they must be confident they can still make it work.
आज चैलेंज करते हैं कौन किसको नॉक कर सकता है नेड मार के. मैं तो जानबूझ के हो जाऊंगा नॉक और फिर रिपोर्ट मार दूंगा. मेरे को नॉक करना तू तो. पूरी रेटिंग के नीचे गिरा दूंगा तेरी. 5 दिन के लिए बैन करवा दूंगा. ओ भाई भाई 18% डैमेज करके आ गई हो. बॉनी अकेले ही लो और डैमेज.
Now the damage starts to come in, but that actually is Cornelius cleaning it up nicely. And this VN Esporting damage is just unmatched by anything we've seen from Navi so far.
Yeah, this is a bit of a massacre so far, as VN Esporting are getting so much damage on safe. It's just everywhere. There's someone just dealing damage on the safe, and Navi just have to run after them to try to clear it out. And that safe is already 50% less healthy than VN's.
I mean, it's nothing they can't come back from with Cordelius and Daryl, but it's not the start they will have wanted. Slow being used there by MMA as well. Not going to have that stunning blow. So we need to see if Angel Boy's going to be the man to get the damage, or if it's going to be up to Q. Nice roll coming in there, gets the kill as well, and he's actually not going to waste his super on that. But Nob holds onto it, wants to use it on someone else, and actually misses it entirely.
Yeah, that's not going to be ideal here for Nob. Knockback from MMA as well. He did manage to catch up quite a bit. It's only 30% different, but Mebius is going to get some more connections onto that save. He will get cleared out by MMA. And now the defense is quite strong here for VN, but they do lose Rama. Angel Boy back into the action as well. Doesn't have a roll just yet, so he's going to have to be a bit patient before he can make a play.
Yeah, looks like they're just sitting around the safe waiting for Daryl to go in so they can melt him, but if they do a nice synchronized push, a mute, a pushback and everything, Daryl might be able to get some damage in. Nob's got to be fairly close to a super though, I feel, otherwise he wouldn't be sitting this far back. He'd be wanting to go up and get it. It is a 22%, or actually 32% deficit that they've got going on at the moment, but Navi still got time to come back if they do lose this game, and even in this one as well. But 3 supers now in the hands of Navi, and it's a dangerous prospect.
Push forward here from Vienna, jumping from Mebius, he gets the
खत्म
kill.
हो गई.
Because now someone else
ये लोग
is
टाइम पास करते ही रह गए, वहाँ पे बॉनी ने जाके खत्म कर दिया भाई.
pretty much going to be checkmate here, as Rama will be able to close it out with
ये लोग खड़े होकर टाइम पास करते रहेगा कि लास्ट में डैरिल का आएगा सुपर, फिर हम उधर जाएंगे. उतने में तो यहाँ आके वो बॉनी मार के खत्म कर गई.
To be honest with you, Trav, I don't really get the Gale here. It's not really doing much for me. I mean, I think the jump pad is cool.
ये में ऑप्शन है क्यों नेट मार के टीममेट मर जाएगा.
No, I agree, but I think they were heavily.
तो एक्सप्लोसिव वेपन है. मैं तो चल तुझे नेट भी नहीं मारूंगा तब भी तू मर जाएगा.
Nice start there yet again onto Nob, but that's not without him getting some very good charge along the way. Almost see that jump again, and that would have been a very similar start to last time for VN if that did happen. But Angel Boy trying to juke his way forwards and not really finding a pathway there.
Yeah, a lot of tanking for their teammates in that mid area for Navi. Mebius was to jump, will be able to get some shots onto the save. It's a trade on the left lane. But Mebius is low HP and eventually does get cleared up by Angel Boy, an 8% lead in favor of VN. They're gonna hold on to their positioning in the mid, and so far it's quite the fight for it, but it seems like despite MMA getting a kill on the left side, he will be traded out by Rama. And so far, they're just going in one by one. That's not working out the best. Angel Boy will get the kill on the right-hand side. I don't even know if he needed that super at that point. But for now, things are still okay for VN, but it's only a 9% lead. And if the Daryl manages to roll through, he's going to deal a lot more damage than that.
I mean, he's just going in over and over and over again and not getting a lot out of them. But Mebius is here with his super.
भाई इसके पास तो टाइम कैसे है? पिन स्पैम किए जा रहा है ये तो. हार रहे हैं फिर भी पिन स्पैम किए जा रहा है भाई बंदा.
Last one, they can't stay passive. They are behind by 18%. Angel Boy's going to go for it. Not going to roll because he knows Nob's just going to bring him into that realm. And now he starts to make the move. Rama pushing forwards, adding some more damage to the safe. And Mebius just waiting for the opportunity.
The cube is in the Shadow Realm. Not anymore, but that was a bit of a problem. Angel Boy going in, it's only a trade. MA now in the Shadow Realm. Now is low HP though, he jumps aggressively. Is that gonna be enough? Yes, Nob gets that kill. The roll from Angel Boy gets one. He's gonna be looking for a second, but I don't think he has the HP to make that happen. And Navi behind now by 40%. VN in an excellent position with 25 seconds left. Angel Boy might try to roll through, and he's going to do just that. But Shadow Realm it is here as Nob is going to bring him with him. And Rama is still on the blue save, getting damage consistently. And I don't see a win con here for Navi. I think that's going to be a set.
खत्म हो गया, हार गए लोग.
Nothing that Navi could have done.
भाई 0% damage on their save.
VN Esporting making sure to capitalize on that mistake.
and secure their
जेल बेकार पिक थी
I
भाई.
do think it was poor draft in the end. I think they compensated for too many tanks too early on and then couldn't really retrieve it after that. Notice they didn't have that many tank counters, but you can't play a Daryl into a Cordelius, can you really? It's just never going to work out like that. It was just a respawn cycle and a death cycle at that point, which is not something that Navi will have wanted.
Yeah, I think the Daryl pick was very, very bold. I still didn't love the Gale pick, in all honesty. I think it would have been better to maybe keep that for later on in the draft. Don't really know.
एंड ये गाड़ी चलाते चलाते टीममेट को कैसे निकालते हैं लोग, जबरदस्ती बैठ जाते हैं मेरे साथ, फिर गाड़ी इधर उधर लेके चले जाते. कोई ऑप्शन थोड़ी है वो निकालने का.
And as we saw here in highs, sets can go by really quickly, and if Navi is not careful, before you know it, we're in set 5 and we are all even.
And that's especially if Navi continue not drafting well and VN draft pretty smartly, which you kind of come to expect them to do at this point, haven't you? Really, Navi are VN are a very strong drafting team. Philip obviously does help out a lot with that. Nob, 12 kills at the top of the table, 8 and 5, and then on the other side of things 9, 5 and 8. So not the biggest difference in terms of kills, but as we always say on Heist, it's not the kills that matter, it's the damage on save.
टीममेट साथ क्या कर सकते हैं बजमी में, अगर आपकी टीम में राक्षस है तो चुम्मी भी दे सकते हैं टीममेट को. समझ गए? पानी तो यूनिवर्सल बैन होना चाहिए हाइस्ट में.
There's only one final step here required to qualify for the World Finals. One of the next 2 sets for VN. I mean, all they need is 2 sets as well, you know, so really not that far behind. Ring of Fire for Hot Zone. It's going to be coming up next. And this is another map where draft is going to be very important. Navi might want to be a little bit more cautious with their approach, not try to go for anything too wild this time around. Or will they?
I hope they don't go in for anything so wild on the side of Navi, at least. The NA Sporting, I welcome it. Go for something a bit wild. You're still trailing. Maybe you want to kind of take a bit of a risk. But
तुमने क्वेश्चन पूछा था भाई, फिर से पूछ रहे हो. अनार है इसका आंसर.
You know, but
I
do find these
क्वेश्चन नहीं बच्चे, क्वेश्चन नहीं है तुम्हारे पास पूछने के लिए.
Maybe 2, maybe 3 occasionally, but these guys are so strong with these aggressive brawlers, these tank brawlers as well. Ring of Fire is what is coming up now. Crow going to be the first pick from VN Sporting, and I do like it. Bands looking like Amber, Colette, and Lou. I hate the Lou on this map, so I'm glad that's out of the way. Stu, Rosa, and Amber on the side of Navi.
Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Here comes Spam.
I think the double Amber ban is maybe a little bit excessive. I mean, Amber is decent here, but 2 seems like a lot of bans for an Amber. Squeak is going to be the first pick here for Navi. Definitely a very strong brawler at the moment. Brings in so much control, and in Hot Zone, control truly is the name of the game. So always going to be very good to have a Squeak on your team. Very high performing brawler at the moment, as Navi are looking to pick their second now. Let's see what they bring into the equation. Angel Boy is still smiling, still happy, and I mean, he might as well be. He is in the lead. He is a set away from qualifying for Worlds. But they got to focus up on that draft as well, as Pam is going to be their next pick, which I don't mind here. I think that the sustain is just very valuable, and the bulk too.
Great draft so far from Navi, in my opinion. I really like the sticky residue, especially when there's no Lou on the map. It's the good equivalent of it to keep people off that zone. And then Pam as well, just tanky, got a good spray, some good range as well to keep people low, and I think that's a pretty solid pick there from Navi. Back over to VN Sporting with the next 2 picks, though. It's going to be a Fang. They're going to go bold, they're going to go big, and they're going to go with Fang. Bit of a tank coming in, and I don't hate it, but I also think that Pam's not bad against Fang.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that Pam can do all right here. Fang can obviously still do a lot of damage too. They have a final pick on their end. I would think they might
पानी खाना है मेरे को या कबाब पराठा. अरे टाके कौन फोड़ रही है?
Be a bit careful on their end. Have that extra awareness towards a final pick of a tank that could be happening on the Navi side. They're gonna go Bell. That's an interesting one, because I mean, Bell is absolutely fine here, but it's not necessarily a last pick most of the time, because Bell is quite a generalist. It's not really a specialist. So
Usually, in the final picks, you might want to go for something that has a little bit more counters here. But obviously, I mean, the bounce can still be really good against that PAM
कौन सी वाली 140 पे 6 वाली
brought in by Na'Vi.
36 ओवर ये तो 20-20 खेलने लगे.
I love Atara. I love Atara, and I love it here as well. I think it's a very solid pick, and especially against the Fang as well, which is a tank. It's going to feed her a lot. Support from Beyond to come in as well. Can tank some shots when, you know, if Fang does land on her, then the support from Beyond is going to be able to tank some of the shots, stay behind it. I think it's a pretty good shout from Na'Vi here to be able to counter this one out. And I personally, I prefer their comp, and I think they might take it in the fourth set here.
Yeah, I like their comp more too. I definitely still see some win conditions though on the VN side of things, so I would definitely not rule them out just from looking at that draft. But if you'd ask me, I would say that Na'Vi wins the draft here. But winning the draft is not enough to win the game. You gotta actually play it through and perform there as well. Sticky Residue already down in the mid, and it's gonna be Na'Vi that will take the early lead with just a little bit better positioning and more presence towards the zone. Angel Boy very aggressive though. He's gonna get pushed away from there quite easily. Maybe a bit over-aggressive, but at the same time, with Tara, the beginning of the game is usually the hardest because you do want to get a super to pull someone, hit some shots, you start working towards your next super, and that really is the name of the game for Tara.
Yeah, I do really think that Crow's got a bit of a tough matchup here against the Tara on the lane, especially with the, support from Beyond. Rama's going to go in, going to get the trade out there, but it was actually Angel Boy who got that return. But he's just going to be playing it a bit central here. I feel like he had a bit
super use करना क्या कर रहा है?
Cube going to establish this healing turret and try to help out MMA here as well, throwing down a residue to stop Rama from coming down his side and bouncing around with his team. Angel Boy now going to push forward, get a kill. And in goes Rama, but it wasn't a good lunge. He didn't even have to use his Tara super to get him out of the way there.
Yeah, kind of crazy that he still keeps that super. It is going to be a little bit scary using that super on the Crow, so you might want to avoid that just because Crow has super and it could literally just jump out of range. Won't matter for now as Angel Boy gets taken down. Maybe he's playing it from afar, and both teams playing very composed, making sure not to make any mistakes. Rama was a big kill there, but he actually ends up going down to the squeak anyways. Na'Vi, that were in a bit of a lead, are going to be just in the lead by 1% until VN Esporting now take it back.
भाई 8-8 10,000 की हेल्थ लेके भी लोग वहां पर खड़े होने में डरते हैं भाई.
So right now Na'Vi can't really complain about their situation, although it is very, very close still. A 1-for-1 trade on the left-hand side, but I think that is going to be favoring Na'Vi. The trade is there, but Nob is too low. He goes down. The nest eggs are still in place, though. But there's no shot for the Crow to contest his own. He just doesn't have the HP, but Rama goes in, finds two, falls to the third. MMA has super. But he's going to be patient. He's waiting for his team to get to Nob. Nicely done, but he ends up going down. Super will connect as well. Find the trade. A couple percent.
अगर यहाँ तो बात आ रही है यार खिड़की दरवाजे और है अच्छा चार हो गए ना आजकल गैजेट. वो सोचो 3 तो लगे हुए थे, एक और कहाँ से आ गया?
I mean, they can't do anything, even with Cube marked up constantly throughout the game, which Nob's been doing an incredible job of. MMA remains on this zone, now 4% left. The turret's going to take, actually cleans up. Angel Boy surely going to get it done, though. He does, he gets there. Navi, match point.
Match point आ गया भाई.
Close game, but close is not going to cut it here for VN Esporting. They need a win. They actually need 2 in a row here to fight off that match point and bring things back to an even match. And Na'Vi, this is the final step towards qualifying for the World Finals. They need is to win one of the next 2 games, and they'll be there in Sweden at the end of the year. Na'Vi was a good start here as well. Big kill from MMA on the right-hand side. That's going to create a little bit of space, a little bit of breathing room for Cube. But a nice pickup from Nob here to try to put an end to that idea, as Cube is too low HP, needs to fall back. Angel Boy able to find some good value. Rama, it's going to waste his dash as his target dies before he gets close enough. Still, oh no, a wasted gadget too. Things are looking troublesome here for VN, as Na'Vi has the lead.
अरे आगे भी जाना ले पूरा खत्म कर.
look at Angel.
मैं वो तो जबरदस्ती वहाँ खड़ा हो जाता भाई.
Maybe even a double no. Mebius realizes that he's got it and backs off before he gets in there with Rama. Nob's going to try and push through this mid as well. And yeah, he's always got a mark on him, but he does nothing because now MMA and Angel Boy are in a phenomenal position, 60% to not even 20 by VNE Sporting, and Navi are running away with it.
Navi are there, the double pull from Angel Boy. Very well played once again. And I think that VNE Sporting know that there's no coming back from here. They're too far behind. And Navi are gonna be your final team to qualify for the World Finals 2020.
उन्होंने तो छोड़ ही दिया भाई, पहले ही छोड़ दिया. अरे अरे एंजल वो है भैया, अरे तुम कचड़ा कर दोगे भाई, इतने हाथी कट्टे और रखो भाई, पीट रहा भाई इसको.
Who've played the entire year at such a high level, but today and over this weekend, it just wasn't enough.
144-7. वाह वाह वाह. एक 150 पे खत्म कर लो भाई, मैं तुम्हारा ना मेरा 150 पे खत्म कर लेते हैं.
But a year that ends here, Navi, on the other hand, are going to the World Finals after an incredible performance throughout the weekend. No one was able to stop them, not even VN here in day 2. We have all of our world finalists.
I mean, they're all so deserving of the spots there. The 8 who qualified through the main season and the 4 who qualified through the last chance qualifier over this weekend. It really is very, very interesting to see what teams managed to make it to the World Finals, and I don't think we could have had 4 more deserving teams of claiming those tickets.
Definitely not. It's been all over the place. We had some matches we really expected to go a certain way, went another. Some other matches where the favorites did manage to win. But hey, let's hear it from our final winners here. Ark, take it away.
I'm here with Angel Boy on the stage.
इसे पीटना पड़ा इसको, एक स्माइल दे रहा है. हाँ, कल की मार ठीक हो गई होगी ना.
It was a tough matchup. You know, VNE Sporting, they did not go easy on you, it must be said. But
अब तो रेवेनेंट्स फाइनल में चली गई, अब तो उसका इन गेम पिन और स्प्रे आ जाए.
How much does this
आएगा ही.
mean for you and the boys?
It means everything for me. I think it was my biggest grind so far. I'm really happy that I achieved my goal. My goal is still winning the world, and I will do my best to this. Now I think we proved everyone that no matter how scrims goes, how tournament goes, it's the matter that if time comes, you play different game. We were focused, we played our best game, and I want to thank all our support, our organization, my team, all staff. Like, you're amazing. Also my coach Serevi. The drafts were good again. We dropped only one set on the whole event. I'm very proud of our team.
That was going to be my next question. Almost a clean sheet. What then was the toughest moment for you in the entire tournament so far?
Yeah, of course, set against Reject was hard, and the whole match against VN was good, but first 2 sets were going our way, and third set, I think draft wasn't something we expected, and yeah, I think the third set was very good from them. Yeah, so we lost that.
And, you know, you said that you were going to bring out the Fang specifically for me. Thank you for that. It did pay off very nicely for you. But, you know, there has been such a huge outpouring of love for you specifically on social media. I've got to ask then the question, how does it feel to have so much support from the entire Brawl esports community?
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. And yeah, of course, I told you that I will pick Fang, and also I told Nob that I will pick Fang, so they knew.
So they actually knew the whole time?
Yeah, of course.
Fantastic stuff. Well, again, congratulations. A well-earned victory. We must now go and celebrate. We cannot wait to see you at the World Finals. For now, it's back to the casting desk.
I love that guy. I really do. Absolutely love him. He's so humble, so nice, and honestly, it's very entertaining to watch him play. Some of the best gameplay we've seen all year round comes out of that man and the team over on Navi. It really is the best they've played, and I think it would have been a disservice to the community if they didn't make it to the World Finals.
I love how from this event, we have some names that, like, I mean, we definitely knew, right? But we're coming into the World Finals. I'm expecting a lot from players like Surgeon just earlier, but also here Angel Boy. Those were my two biggest highlights when it comes to individuals that just performed out of their minds. So much happiness. Look at him go. Look at him go.
अब बेचारा वो खुद अपनी एक्टिंग नहीं कर रहा, मैं क्यों उसको जगा दूं भाई? चालू हो जाएगा नहीं तो अपनी फेक स्माइल देने के लिए.
11 kills to 3, carrying him in person as well. Angel Boy with just an incredible performance.
भाई Mebius
and you know, we
एक kill.
But the thing is, right, I said it to Sargent as well, you know, how does it feel to carry a team? It's not, you know, the team isn't playing
आज तो भाई हर जगह सार्जेंट की तारीफ हो रही है, देख रहे हो भाई, पूरा कैरी करके गया वो. 2 सेट तो अकेला खुद ही जिता के चला गया. तारीफ तो बनती है भाई सार्जेंट की.
It's not taking a disservice out of the team at all, because every player in Revenant played well, regardless of Sergeant Clash's beautiful gameplay, and the same with Angel Boy and Navi.
Yeah, of course, it's also about like setting up your teammates for success. You know, if you're playing more supportive brawlers or more utility based, you're not gonna get as many kills as the.
मैंने नहीं देखा क्या हुआ था भाई. हॉट जोन तो अकेला उसी ने निकाल लिया. स्टू खेल रहा था अकेले ही, उसने हॉट जोन भी संभाला और बंदों की कुटाई भी करी भाई. कुटाई के साथ साथ बंदों के साथ साथ हॉट जोन में भी उसने भाई 30-40% तो उसी ने हॉट जोन कंप्लीट करवाया. दे उड़ा उड़ा के कुटाई भाई. इस टू के सिवा कुछ दिख ही नहीं रहा था. यहाँ से दोनों टीम मरते जाए और ये जा जाके लोगों को मार के फिर वापस हॉट जोन पे आके खड़ा हो जाए. कुछ और देखो ना देखो, वो हॉट जोन वाला देख लो, मजा आ जाएगा.
Definitely so, Trav. Let's give a look at our MVP for this final match. Let's see who will get it. I'm thinking Angel Boy, and it is the man himself, Angel Boy, that takes the MVP. I feel like we've not had any disappointing MVPs here, which sometimes happen, you know, like MMA has massive fan base. And honestly, for this match, if he was MVP, I wouldn't mind either, because he was up there in the leaderboards for 2 of the sets that they won, so I can definitely respect the decision as well. But Angel Boy, I mean, he just deserves an intense performance he's been able to provide for us throughout the entire weekend.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, whether it's his nanny, whether it's his fang, it's always brilliant gameplay from him and the boys over on Navi. So a big congratulations to them for managing to guarantee themselves that last World Finals spot of the weekend. Let's take a little bit of a look at the bracket, what we've had throughout the duration of this weekend and who did get those qualifying World Finals tickets. First off, we had SK versus Humble, which was a quick 3-0. Humble, they put up a big fight. It doesn't really show here on the score lines, but it was SK who were victorious. STMN and Rejects, more of the same. Big fight, but not showing on the scoreline. STMN were victorious. Revenant versus Raconic, it was a big fight, and it shows in the scoreline, but Revenant came out on top. And Navi versus VNE Sporting, very close game as well, but Navi were victorious.
Dude, I think it's crazy that out of all of those matches, somehow one of my favorites ends up being Revenant versus Reconic. It was just so much fun, so much craziness, some crazy comps, some incredible plays, and just show
फिर से आ गए भाई तारीफ करने.
You can't underestimate teams here in the BSC. You have to be really careful. If they are here, it's because they're good enough to be here. And a lot of teams that had a lot to prove here were able to do so at the LCQ. Of course, there are 12 teams out of the 16 that are going home. But hey, it's brutal, always in the BSC, and we have 4 more teams now that will be attending the World Finals from different regions as well, so that's always going to be exciting as well.
टेडी रेवरेंट की तारीफ पे तारीफ कर रहा है. लगता है हमने उसको ज्यादा ही रोस्ट कर दिया है, तो भाई मक्खन लगाने की कोशिश कर रहा है. क्या रे भाई, मैं देखो तुम लोगों की तारीफ कर रहा हूँ, मेरी बुराई मत करो, तुम भी मेरी तारीफ करो. वाह क्या स्माइल है.
Because it really is a very entertaining competition in all, and also I think World Finals is going to be absolutely amazing as well. We're going to take a quick look at a video whilst we get set up.
हाँ मेरे तो जबड़ा दुखने लगता है बे.
Look at. No. You have really good skins. Let's start hard. Difficult. Your character is a short range brawler.
Ah, short range.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have a totem. You are very off meta right now. Meta with totem. Your character.
I can jump and short range.
Yeah.
Jump. Okay.
Has a lot of skins. Your character. It's one of the most character with skins.
Okay. Your character. Your character can break walls.
Break walls.
Totem. Good skins and of meta.
Is Bo.
Yes.
वो अरे भाई गधा है क्या? टोटम बोलेगा तो टोटम तो एक ही के पास है.
Jump.
Jump. I think a Medgar.
No.
No. Okay.
You want the last one?
No, last one is 4. Okay, yeah. Give me one more.
The sport. He do sport.
I'm el primo again.
It's the same, bro. I don't know how. Okay. Oh, look. This character is the most of meta brawler than I seen, probably. Or almost the
I'm trying to guess it. Am I Jackie? Okay. Your brawler is long range brawler.
Okay.
Okay. Have decent a lot HP and long range. You have a turret.
A turret.
And you're very slow.
Slow. 8-bit, I guess.
Yeah! Okay.
No sé qué.
You are cold. Cold.
Cold, yeah. I got it. You are a typical brawler, like old one.
Old one, original one.
Oh.
And I can break walls.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a bull?
No.
Okay. You can stun.
So I can stun Skull and the other was?
You can jump.
Stun.
Scale.
You can stun. समझ रहे हो? You are cold. You're cold and you can stun.
I'm not bull.
Yeah.
And he's not a bull.
I have a shotgun.
Yeah.
He can't break the bulls.
Again.
You are the original one.
I'm Shelly. I'm the original one.
Lots of fun there being had with Pedro in our chaos, and we're going to continue that on as well, because actually Pedro's going to be joining us for this show match along with Oshi as well from the SK Avarosa.
So match कागे देख रहे quest complete कर लो. करना लेंगे.
For a show match. I can't wait to see how the teams fare with regards to that new mechanic that we've not really ever seen.
भाई SK वर्सेस स्टैमिना की बात हो रही है. मैच देखने में जो मजा आएगा भाई. क्वेस्ट तो चलो मैं ऑफलाइन ही कर लेता हूँ, उसमें क्या है. मैच देखो और यहाँ पे मैं कंप्लीट करके आता हूँ. क्वेस्ट एज डू नॉट डिस्टर्ब ऑन करके क्वेस्ट करके आता हूँ.
Sans and also Lukey from the Humble roster is going to be hopping in as well. Yeah, I mean, he had a great, fantastic day though. Despite the loss, I think that he really excelled for me in the way that he was approaching things. And, you know, again, I'm going to be looking for those early picks of Shelly and Spike. I think that for me, they've got like the best value when it comes to Hypercharge. Pearl, though, I really do enjoy playing. I think she's very, very strong at the moment. Obviously, we've had her banned out as well. So I think that they are the kind of top 3 for me. But, you know, Bull as well. Jackie maybe even getting a look in potentially Brawl Ball 2. And, you know, no one can ban them as well. It's important to mention that.
Yeah, it's intriguing to see that we won't be able to ban them and how they're going to play out and when they'll be drafted, when they won't be drafted, and if some just aren't in general, still aren't good with that hypercharge. But let's take a little bit of a closer look at our rosters. We actually do manage to have pictures for all as well. IKLs, Pedro Gajara and Oshi, Lukey, Sans and OG on the side of STMN for this show match arc.
Love that from production. Fast fingers at work, quite clearly, to arrange that. And, you know, again, I think it's going to be really enjoyable to watch. A bit of fun, no doubt, to be had on the stage, but also, as we know, let's face it, SK Gaming, when it comes to show matches and then when it comes to Chaos Cups, they take regardless.
Is that a banana?
I think so, yeah.
There's a banana out of nowhere.
We're doubling down,
I think. The shark is on the stage. We're getting
Who is in the shark? That's Yoshi. The question.
Is that Yoshi in the shark?
It is Yoshi in the shark.
Wow, bhai. Wow, bhai, wow.
Oh my word. Well, we've got to recover from that moment of sheer madness and randomness as we bring on then STMN.
It's not Lukey at all, it's Lukey Bear.
Oh, it's Lukey Bear. Oh, my word. Luki Bear as well, very accomplished player nonetheless, so certainly going to be adding a great deal of talent then to the STMN roster. Of course, OG Sands and Luki Bear.
Dyna inbound.
Dyna inbound, I was going to say, he's just renowned for that brawler pick, and I worry a little bit for SK Gaming. I think they've got to make sure that they definitely consider that as a likely ban from their front.
I would agree as well, but for the sake of the show match, you've got to allow it, surely. Let him do some double jumps, let him do something else, you know. Let this man have his fun, because, you know, he hasn't been on the stage, he hasn't been on any of these teams. It's quite intriguing to say. I mean, look at Yoshi as well. Look at this man. I mean, it's got to...
Dun. Is he gonna like just come over to the other side and start to mess with STMN? I kind of wonder.
Yeah, I hope so, because this is quite the funny thing seeing Yoshi in this, and obviously we saw Chaos in it as well on the SK social media, which is I was like, who was this in a little shark costume? But it turned out Chaos was the one donning the costume at that point.
I wonder whose idea it was. You know, when there's someone backstage who's like, hey, you know, we've got a shark costume, and then he jumped to the opportunity. But it does scream very much that kind of mentality that SK have. You know, very fun to be around, but when it comes to that competitiveness, they really do turn that switch and get on with business. But again, you know, just to reiterate, just looking forward so much to seeing Hypercharge play itself out. And you know, of course, when it did introduce into the game, we saw it was just pure chaos, and I'm fully expecting the same.
Oh, I'm expecting as well. I believe we're actually going to be seeing Siege.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's been so long. I don't think I've ever casted a game of Siege, and I've been casting since like 2021, and I don't think I've genuinely ever casted a game of Siege. It was my favorite game mode when I was playing, and it was so sad that it came out of competitive, and you know, I've been dying to get it back. So, you know, even if it is in this Hypercharge, I'm
ready में आ गया.
pleased it's shown its face in esports this year.
Well, you know, as you know, I've been watching back through the VODs, you know, recently over the past couple of weeks from the World Finals, and, you know, it was such an enjoyable game mode to have.
So much skill involved as well with the timings of picking up the balls. There's so many like intricacies that I feel are just really entertaining, and especially for the pro players to kind of learn and pick up on. Obviously they'll have learned and picked up, but it's like timings with balls, when to pick them up, when to leave them, when to leave them, to get the ball. It's like the thought process is just so entertaining to be able to explain.
See, after all this, you know, that's the fourth set, and it's a sweep. I mean, let's see where it is on.
संडे को स्कूल लगता है.
अरे बांग्लादेश इंडियन नहीं हूँ मैं.
पता है भाई, तो तुम्हारे यहाँ फ्राइडे को छुट्टी रहती है.
फ्राइडे को और कल को.
फ्राइडे को और कल को.
कल को मतलब वो शनिवार को. शनि.
अच्छा, 2 दिन छुट्टी रहती है. वाह भाई.
हाँ.
गजब भाई, हमको भी 2 दिन छुट्टी चाहिए यार.
सरकारी.
Sometimes can get more, you know, takedowns than the opposition themselves. So, you know, the minecart can be your foe, it can be your friend, and you know, definitely drafting around that obstacle is going to be very much high up in terms of that.
वही Brawl स्टार लेके पड़े रहते हो यार. हाँ ना.
How it's changed, because we've never seen draft Siege. Even if you think about it, it was all just Gene, Max, Pam, some Colt coming in to break the walls. We've never seen a draft Siege. I'm intrigued to see how that plays out and how the Hypercharge balls come into it, and how, you know. I mean, what's a massive spike super going to do against that bot? It's not going to ban
Ball as well. Ball was such a heavy hitter.
You
can't ban it. You're not allowed to ban it. Exactly. So that first pick, I mean, that's got to be it for me. You just
Hello, Goldirock.
बोलो भैया.
देखो मैं आया और कितने सारे बंदे लाइव स्ट्रीम में आ गए. अरे हमारा जलवा है यार. क्या बताएं.
खाते हो हलवा है, कहते हो जलवा है.
On Spike Super now with the Hypercharge, so I'm just so excited to see how the different interactions work. And obviously, we won't be seeing it until a bit later of the competition on now, but at least for the sake of showing it, I think it's really exciting.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, it's going to bring Siege into like a new dimension, so to speak. And
मोबाइल पे क्या देख रहे हो?
Any damage on the save? That's the question.
गेम खेल रहा हूँ.
I feel like when a ball goes in and you got that support net.
क्या गेम खेल रहे हो?
Brawl Stars के daily quest complete कर रहे हैं.
80% of the damage
देख भी रहे हो, कर भी रहे हो, देख भी रहे हो, खेल भी रहे हो.
क्योंकि वो लोग बकबक कर रहे हैं भाई. मैच चालू हो तो मैच देखने में मजा आए.
Of course, as well in later sets with Brawl and such, you know, in those maps especially.
देख वहाँ लड़की आई है भाई, तू जाकर लड़की देख भाई, फिर मौका नहीं मिलेगा। स्ट्रीम में जाके देखना है, वो देख वो बैठी, वो देख सारा तेंदुलकर की बहन लग रही भाई वो तो।
ओ भाई इतना सेक्सी है।
ओशी नाम है भाई, ओशी। क्या
ओशी इसका नंबर क्या है भैया?
तो जाके देख भाई, मेरे को क्या पता।
ये ऐसे क्यों कर रही है? खुद की बम दिखा रही है।
I'm quite scared of how good Pearl's going to be.
इतना क्यूट क्यों है ये? मेरे को कुछ हो रहा है।
With like
कुछ हो गया है।
It's really worrying, and then on top of that as well, the gadget.
मैं तो रेड का टीम में हूँ, तुम कौन से में हो?
Yeah, exactly. And it's one of those things
Stamina.
where, you haven't, in my,
अरे यार बोलो ना, तुम कौन सा कलर की टीम में हो?
you just simply can't ban them out. So
कलर की टीम कैसे होती है?
अरे ये ब्रॉल स्टार देखो, वो उधर वो बंदे वो पहने ना येलो, तो ये वो येलो है ना, वो रेड पहने तो
मैं बोल तो दिया स्टेमिना टीम जो भी है भाई, मैं तो अभी खेलने में बिजी हूँ, बाद में बताना।
यार रेड ले लो ना, उधर लड़की है मस्त है।
तो हो गया, पहले से पता थोड़ी था।
नहीं अभी चेंज कर लो,
चेंज नहीं होता
हमारे यहाँ ऐसे होता है।
But can he get any grip on the screen itself? I mean,
it looks like he's doing something.
How? I don't understand.
अरे गोल्डी भैया,
how is this gonna work?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
शादी
it's a short
करना।
costume completely made out of thumb sleeves.
अभी से शादी करने क्या करेगा?
बीवी बच्चे का लाऊंगा।
कोरोना वायरस थोड़ी है कि फैलाएगा भाई बैठ के।
नहीं करूंगा बोल रहा, फैलाऊंगा नहीं, करूंगा।
I mean, again, with regards to hypercharge, it's just such a strong mechanic, but it was very relieving when it was introduced, and because I'll be honest, I tweeted out and said, I don't like this. I'll be the first to say it, because it was just kind of so chaotic, and it's going to take some time over the course of its introduction, and obviously new brawlers obtaining it to sort of even things out somewhat in regards to what those hypercharges actually look like, and it was very refreshing. As soon as it did, the entire pro scene were all united in saying that, don't worry, it's not that overpowered. We're handling it fine. In fact, we're working around it, and it's not something that's just going to break the game. I think that was in the community's minds as being a bit of a concern, but it was incredibly quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I like that as well. I was worried about it when it first came out.
I
thought it was going to be too good. You won't be able to compete against them unless you've got a hypercharge.
भैया
आपके
पास ओवरकैश है?
Not the case, because in a pro setting, especially through esports, you're not going to get any more than 2 in a game. Like, that's the tops you're going to be able to get in reality.
ना भाई, मैं तो खेलता भी नहीं हूँ, जाके यस से लो करोड़पति आदमी हो।
हमको दो ना, हमारे पास खाली 8 मिलियन है।
Groundbreaking. It's kind of the thing that I worry about the most
बहुत
would be
कम
kind
ना
of the base
भैया।
stats, like when the base stats come through, higher speed and stuff like that. That was my worry.
8 मिलियन था, अभी फिर से 5 लाख हार गया। देख लिया।
Let's be honest there, but I like what it brings to esports. I like the fact that you have this now other dimension to consider when it comes to, do you just all want to obtain it at the same time and just go on the biggest
ये
of
लड़की
charges?
ऐसे क्यों कर रही है? बहुत क्यूट लग रहा है देखने में।
Is he looking for an embrace? No, he's looking for a banana.
ये कौन सा वेबसाइट पे देख रहे हो इसे?
His side, I'm sure.
Eventsbulsers.com
वेबसाइट को स्लो कर देते हैं, बहुत मजा आएगा।
Yeah, I'm really confused what's going on with the shark. Like, what relevance it has to SK?
वो हमारा दोस्त है ना, खुद का रिजल्ट देखने का वेबसाइट है ना, उसको डीडोस मार दिया था, तो वो स्लो हो गया।
I think earlier this year they were certainly not the shark. They were certainly the surfer in the water in
ये शार्क ऐसा क्यों कर रहा है भैया?
They did do fantastically well though. You've got to
वो e-sport player है, शार्क बन के आया वो सिर्फ।
Just a clean sheet over the course of the last 2 days. They really did do justice
मेरे
on
को
those
शार्क से प्यार हो
moments
गया।
of weakness and downfall at the early stages of the year. And they've just had their full, revenge arc. They've just come into such a great, fantastic place, and now they can.
यार केला दे रही यार, दे रहा वो खेलने वाला वही तो बंदा है।
Clearly in love with that brawler.
अच्छा मैं जा लूँगा भैया, अच्छा रहना।
ओम गए।
बाद में आना।
I mean, the predictions
अभी
were
आया हूँ।
to SK 43.
ठीक है। मजे करो।
If you've never seen Siege in competitive, you're in for a treat.
Is this the first ever Siege flyover? I think we may have had some back in the day. I think we had some back in the day, but it was like the bolts definitely being displayed is very new. I haven't seen that before. We've still got polls happening. It's SK that are taking a little bit of an edge here, 57% on their side.
भाई लड़की खेल रही है एसटी से, हाँ ना, इसलिए तो भाई भाग के आया वो एकदम।
This kind of like drafting
कि कहाँ खेल रही है भाई, बताओ मुझे।
Therefore, it's just a bit of the Wild West.
Clearly no faith in Lukey from the community then. This is a perfect map to bring a Dynamite out, I would like to mention.
True.
But they actually haven't banned it, and we're seeing a Mortis ban. We can dream that they're going to pick Dynamite and we're going to have a bit of a show going on, but it is SK with the first pick, and it's going to be Spike.
Very good on the defensive. Yeah, very good.
Mean, hypercharge Brawler instantly.
That's equally as strong. Let's be honest, Shelly is still for me. Yeah, and there it is. You knew it was going to be coming. The bans really did hint towards it. Colt, SK could be tripling down here actually on hypercharge. Potentially maybe the Pearl to break open things more so for the Colt to get even more value. Let's see whether they want to really go all in on things here.
Oh, Spike, Pearl and Colt defense.
I know.
Oh.
It would be my choice. It would be my choice. But Jackie wouldn't necessarily be the worst of things either. But it's just not going to go in perfect harmony with the Colt.
Yeah, I feel that the same way. I mean, Colt can break down walls and Jackie can rebuild them if she really wants to. It's going to be the Pearl. There you go. And I mean, yeah, there's no other option.
Well, Lukey might have his work cut out for him here. Hank going to come in for SK. Just the one hypercharged Brawler. It's what we were saying. Exactly what we were saying coming in. What is the strategy going to be? Tripling down on hypercharge or just bringing the one and combining it with some ideas that these aren't the meta ideas.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, do you take a meta Brawler or do you take a hypercharge Brawler? You know, like Colt alone without, I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, Colt's good on Siege, right? But on other maps, do you bring Colt in just because he's got hypercharge or do you take a Brawler that's actually good on the map?
Ultimately, the Hank's got some great slowdown abilities as well, so combining that with Lukey on that Dynamite, which it will beat Lukey on that Dynamite pick, no doubt about it. He's going to be able to land many more shots as a result if they're able to work that in synergy. The right-hand side, the first bolt battle commences. Oshi taking damage, and OG seals it. Now able to then re-blow the bubble, finds his attention to Chaos, who keeps his distance. That is one bolt, a second surely going to be banked there by SK, and Sans is all over the third.
Yeah, we got a little burn down on the right side there, and we say goodbye to Lukey as the damage definitely is going strong with that Pearl gadget, to put it lightly. But Sans already got his super as well. Let's see how good this defense is. Chaos going to knock back as well, and that does a good amount of damage. But it's been shredded. But OG's going to bag a kill, and a super from Sans and a Clay Pigeon going to do a lot. They might actually be able to do this here. The damage coming in.
Khatam ho gaya bhai.
Super on safe melts it.
The one push from STMN on just the 3 bolts, and the one hypercharged Brawler was able to overthrow it. I'll be honest, I did not see a Hank coming. I mean, this is going to be the first time that we've seen Hank, you know, throughout the entirety of LCQ, from my understanding. Maybe some of the matches I didn't see.
Definitely not.
Yeah, exactly, right? So I would never have predicted it actually working out, but work out it did, and STMN will take that first game.
Yeah. Pedro did miss that first wall break, but eventually got it on the second one. OG sliding it to the side, going to pop a shield, and Sans now going to go forward with the Clay Pigeon. Get some damage done, and I mean, they pretty much already guaranteed themselves that first bot, and Chaos getting hit hard by OG, but that's a lot of damage coming in from that Pearl gadget.
Well, the bot now coming back in, smelling like a little bit of deja vu. Pedro's getting some early taps, though. And Lukey and OG being kept back here by Chaos, so they can't really be there for the push. But now that Oshi falls, Lukey can come forward. He has got gadget, he has got super, and the damage now starting to show.
Yeah, I mean, Sans going completely in. Clay Pigeon was there as well, and now SK Gaming are the ones in control of the middle of this map. OG in a tough position now as Pearl uses the super on him. Nice move from Chaos, and even a Spike super did come down. Been a while since I've seen that, to be fair, a Spike super.
Lukey trying to contest the mid, will get a bolt there. 4-2. SK still have the lead. 10 seconds remain, and Oshi going to bank. Pedro going to bank here as well. So definitely some good time spent, and a big beam. Oh, Pedro falls. Super. Look at this from STMN. They're just going straight in. It's not going to be enough damage though. SK Gaming still have a push.
भाई अंदर ही घुस गया भाई.
Get ready for what is about to come. Hypercharge available for Chaos. Hypercharge available for Sans too, but no super for the side of Sante. Chaos pops his, and now they're going to try and go in, but OG melts it with the Hank super there. Beautiful from him, and Pedro's going to go down on the top side as well from being in the Ike zone.
Chaos pumped hypercharge, but realistically there, not the most amount of damage considering that the push and the bolts that were needed to obtain it were pretty strong. A nice super there from Beyond the Grave from Yoshi. It's going to lead to 4 bolts left on the map, now 5 and 6 spawning in left and right respectively. And that's a really good way to take back control from SK. I don't think the STM have got time to really get a push here.
Yeah, hypercharge Pedro, hypercharge Oshi available as well for the Spike and Colt alike. OG, you're going to surely try and use a super here if you manage to put on this bot. I mean, it's a big boy coming in, 12, going to have a bit of extended speed as well. But Luki's got his super, he can deflate this push quite heavily. 3 hypercharges available from SK, but can they do the damage?
Chaos is slow, but now coming in as supers are landing. Yoshi in a good spot to get even more damage, and Luki falls. Now the bot connects. Pedro is still there. 26%. They need a little bit more. 22. They just take the lead, and SK Gaming tie things up.
Oshi manages to get it in the closing seconds as everybody else went down. Managed to get the final connecting shot on to get the 2% lead to take the win. And now we're evened out. Shows the power of the 3 hypercharges at the end there. All came down at once in that final push and still was almost defended there by the side of STMN. Almost took it down. But now we're into this 3rd game. Luki moving forwards, trying to get the same start as in the previous games.
Well, the right-hand side opened up.
देखा हैंग नल्लू है सर जल्दी वहां से हटो.
There's Chaos dancing with Sans for that bolt. It is his, but it's a trade on the left, so no one going to bank it. OG going to pick it up. In the meanwhile, Pedro tried for that one. He went down, and Luki's starting to really pop off on this dynamite pick.
He's warming up on his main now, and he's getting going. Bolts all going to the side of STMN, even the ones after the bot did spawn in. Now we are seeing a 3-bolt lead and a massive push coming in for the side of STMN. OG behind it, trying to work on that super so we can get it down. Dynamite super coming in as well, but they're looking like they might go for it on the 2nd push. Luki committing to it though as he's burning down regardless, and they get 54% damage.
That is a healthy push. As Pedro trying to connect these shots onto OG. He did manage to land a few, which will stop the healing. Sans though has hypercharge himself now on the right-hand side. Too low to realistically try to use it though. Chaos going super aggressively, letting out some steam there onto OG. The trade is there though, Luki picks up the scraps. It's looking like though STMN are going to get another big push though, which should be enough damage if they're present for it.
Yeah, it's a meaty bot. Luki did have that damage gear activated there as well. Super comes in, doesn't connect with Pedro. Gadget being used by OG now as well. Try to make some moves happen on that right-hand side, but Sans has this hypercharge just waiting on his super. Chaos going to pop his to get this going. Oshi with the defense, but a hypercharge from Sans destroys both of them, deflates the defense, and STMN takes set 1.
Level 2 Siege से 46% हो गया.
If there's any advocate for Siege, it's always been with STMN, hasn't it? They've always been very vocal about the mode, enjoying it, and they made it look pretty easy for the most part. Moments where SK definitely did and thrive off the back of, but STMN bringing it full circle in that 3rd game to take the 1st set. But SK looking very good. I mean, Pedro is, I mean, for, you know, effectively a coach and an analyst, he's actually putting up a very decent fight.
Yeah, well, let's not forget that he did beat Tribe Gaming in that one monthly final. So, like, is he a coach or is he a player? You know who you are on that Tribe Gaming roster, who did manage to lose against Pedro in a monthly final. But at the end of the day, you know, he's a very, very skilled coach.
I was hoping you were going to add to it. I say Trav, name and shame as far as I'm concerned.
I don't think we'll do that. I don't think we'll do that. let's not name and shame him on stream.
Nonetheless, though, very entertaining stuff. Some very good choices, I think, all things considered as well. And ultimately, the team that thrived the most in that set was just the one hypercharge brawler combined with 2 of his very anti-meta ideas that just by keeping the cover there in the early game had that advantage realistically until Pedro could open things up more for himself. But look at that, Chaos on 14 kills, 443 damage. By far the best stat on the board. Regardless though, STMN just played the objective better.
Yeah, Chaos was definitely cooking there. Moving on to Minecart Madness now. We're just making sure we're getting the unusual maps and modes coming out first, making sure we get to see the Minecart Madness. A very, very entertaining map, I will say as well. I'm not the biggest fan of the, you know, the minecart that goes around and kills people. It kind of takes, in my opinion, a bit of the skill out of the game. But also, in some people's opinions, I guess it adds a bit more.
See here, do you bring in a Jackie instead of the Pearl? Because Pearl's going to be quite slow and sluggish against that minecart, and it is going to be taking a little bit away from that positioning and that maneuverability, you know? Unless you could buy it with a max, which wouldn't be the worst of ideas.
Or, hear me out, you could just not use a hypercharge brawl.
That's what I'm saying. You know, you could bring the max in as well and just add something to the equation. I think...
I'm not the biggest fan of Jackie's hypercharge as it is.
I agree. I don't
think it's bad.
It's on the weaker side of things.
I agree.
I would say in terms of the overall spectrum that we got to have. Let's see what the bans are going to be, though. Crow, Nita, and Tara. Crow, Meg, first pick of Shelly, has to be. I think whoever's going to get that coin toss is going to absolutely spend no time at all in securing it. Pearl is going to come in for STMN. They're banning out Meg and the Squeak as well. Combining it with the Colt now. This is interesting from STMN.
Yeah, I mean, they're now wanting to try this Colt, wanting to try some hypercharge brawls themselves by the looks of things. The show is over for the Dynamite, I guess, but maybe we'll still see another hypercharge brawler and have a 3v3 hypercharge as we've got the Spike coming in on the other side for Roshi.
Jackie, Bull, are SK going to be daring enough to go for it? They've got the Spike on their side. They're going to go with Byron, keep those hills coming in. Keeping us guessing is always a great thing. I was hoping to see a full hypercharge matchup. Doug, not sold on it. I'm personally still not sold on it, but nonetheless, that ability to stay within the mix, stay in position, revitalize yourself there and then, it is quite a strong mechanic.
I mean, the respawn is very strong, and I think that's why the rest of Doug kind of just isn't, you know? Like,
yeah, has to be.
I think it evens it out. Chaos moving over to the SCMN side here, having a little lean on OG and seeing what's going on over that side.
No doubt, I'm sure, going to be interfering on some level. Couple of slip-ups there on the screen, and OG's match could be in jeopardy. In we go to Minecart Madness. SK just keeping those hills very early on as the clay pigeons are popped. And meanwhile, Lukey as well will be first to show his gadget on the side of STMN. And Pedro will fall. That's going to give a lot of positioning power to STMN and Oshi to follow. SK are now going to be a very tough spot to get out of their spawn. And Sans is going to open up this entire right-hand side.
So bear in mind it is Shark Yoshi on iChaos's device here, so he will be playing under the name iChaos, and Pedro getting some good connections here, but Doug instantly healing that up, and that's the power of it. If you stay there, and if you've got some good position, if you can just stay next to a player like Lukey who's playing the Pearl, such a strong brawler, it's going to be all right.
4 gems to 2, 3 with Lukey, 1 with OG, and that's a good splash there from Pedro, who's low HP himself. OG has to come back a little bit. Sans now really giving a lot to the squad and keeping STMN in the mix. OG just evading the minecart. Now clustered on this right-hand side. And Luke with that maneuverability as well. It's such a great thing to have when you pop your hypercharge with the Pearl specifically. Oshi, yeah, gonna absolutely fall with a great pitch from STMN. The spins are out, the pins are out. 1 more gem for countdown, and it's looking good for STMN.
Is it just me who loves the hypercharge noise? Like, it sounds so good when they pop it. I want to hear more of that, but now on the backside, Lukey gonna try and push forward. Actually breaks the wall, and Chaos gets a shot through. Clay Pigeon says no to, says hello to the minecart though, rather than anything else, and Sans popping another hypercharge. Oshi on the defense can't really make it in time, throws down the super, and STMN take it.
GG's.
Yeah, no slow there.
Popcorn ले गया था.
Otherwise, there may have been something to be said. Clearly running the Band-Aid star power on that shade to keep those heals coming in. STMN are looking very, very strong. Very composed, enjoying themselves, of course, as it's fair to say SKR as Yoshi will come over and have a little poke around at Lukey Bear.
Tapping on Lukey Bear's screen by the looks of things. We'll see if he does anything questionable, and if he does, it might just be him being awful, or it might be Yoshi tapping his iPad. Oh, the knockback straight into the minecart. Lukey goes down.
Nice there from Chaos, and that puts STMN on the back foot early on. 0 gems to their name. Gadget pop there from OG, but again, these early moments are quite key for SK. They want to give themselves the best possible chance of getting ahead in this set. As the R1 set down, Sans now trying to connect with iChaos, who's popped his hypercharge, but not really able to find anything. These chooks are really working out well as he pops there the clay pigeons and still staying alive on low HP.
Yoshi moving around the back. Already got hypercharge as well. I like that. It's clearly hit a lot of shots and managed to charge that up nice and fast, but Super was wasted just down there a little bit, and now shoot a few walls. Luke's going to go down, but OG not able to give him that revive before he did fall. So, oh, nice little goal. Sans is cooking.
It's still going.
Still going. Super hits as well. But Pedro can surely retrieve them. But Pearl's there, splashing himself, and it's Oshi who has to grab them. Hypercharge activated as well, and 1 gem needed.
Yeah, Oshi being cautious there for that final gem, but IKS picks it up. Now the heals from Pedro come in, but all of STMN are in a good position for a push. Those heals there from the Doug, so crucial to be able to make this count. And now the taps coming in from Lukey. Sanson on the left, OG from the mid. Is it going to be the reset? There is going to be somewhat of a reset. Oshi falls, but STMN not being greedy, just coming out with a little bit to reset the game. Oh, OG just evades the minecart there.
So close. Lukey now using that hypercharge as well. Gonna have some speed moving. Oshi really can't survive that one. Shots coming from Lukey are so powerful. Chaos has his hypercharge, but no super. Kind of pointless to use it at that point. I mean, shots coming through from OG to heal up his team, but this one gem, Pedro looking like he wants to go for it now, but Oshi's falling on the back again. Splash forwards instead of on himself. And Chaos using the extended speed from this hypercharge to grab that gem.
Well, STMN have reset things once. Can they do it again in the same set? Don't think there's going to be enough time from the mid. They've got to go on the push right now, and Sans is looking to get into the good spot. Pedro goes down. Still, the countdown is there. But can they do it? Oh, the reset. But there's now gems in the spawn. OG still there to try to contest it, but SK reset. Bringing things back, though. The gems are going to be much harder to gain this time round.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening again unless Sans can get a super and pop this hype charge as well. You've got to use a hype charge to try and get his super to start with. Pearl can't really move anything against his super. He gets the shot! 160 and it's not enough. Oshi survives, holding the gems, and SK take the game.
Imagine if that did make a difference from Sans. I mean, absolutely on point with those shots. So close. Right down to the wire in the final second. My word, what a close affair. It could be a set for STMN here with one more game, or SK could even out the odds.
Yeah, I mean, still OG trying to stay close to Lukey here with this Doug. Otherwise, it can't really do much in his own. Got to pick up a gem, but I mean, Sans is honestly cooking on this Colt.
He's ridiculously good at it, isn't he? I mean, I think that it's a really exciting prospect for Cole to have maybe a look in competitive. It's definitely been more viable, but not really kind of entering the meta much at the moment. But hypercharge could well change that. That wider spread is definitely going to make those moments really count. As Chaos going in there on OG, heals to himself, and that is going to be a tough thing to shake. Pedro's still finding value on that Byron pick, which I do really like for SK. Heals and Byron in the much better places. Chaos pops his hypercharge, goes in, finds Lukey. Now OG in the middle is already compromised here. He's juking though wondrously well. Now the final splash from Pedro will seal it, and SK are 2 gems away from countdown.
Yeah, the hypercharge kept him in there, but Oshi plays a nice life plant, gives him a bit of a heal. Chaos grabs 1 gem and 1 more needed, but we've seen so many resets coming in from STMN that I don't doubt that they'll be able to do another one here. Still 15 seconds on the clock. OG in a good spot, but he's not the man to get the reset.
Yeah, thinking better of things, but can't really do much now. Sans breaks things open. The push comes in. It's a huge push, and everyone goes down for SK. It's an entire team wipe. There's surely going to be 2 gems in the mid, if not 1 is spawning now. And that might have just been the hugest of steals.
And I think the splash was missed as well. OG giving it a little spin. Oshi's still got this hypercharge, but can't really do well. Sans almost gets 2. 59 HP, but what can she do from this position? Hypercharge going to be used to try and get the mobility, but I just don't think it's going to be enough at this point. And that should be an STMN set to make it 2-0.
Almost 2 for Sans, but almost 2 from beyond the grave. I mean, that bullet could have continued flying out. Unreal stuff as STMN secure yet another set with some really great mechanics. But when you look at the other side, honestly, with a coach on your team, Pedro's really bringing the heat. Oshi as well. Everyone is actually doing some great work on the side of SK as a squad against STMN, who Lukey plays competitive on a regular basis. Of course, prioritizing his studies for this year for the majority of it, but he's no Boy Scout. He's been around the block, and I think that in all things considered, SK are doing really well under the heat.
I think so too. I mean, Lukey, he's played a lot of competitive, but it's very close. I mean, the siege seemed a bit one-sided, but this was definitely very back and forward. Resets coming out of STMN, left, right, center, but it was the last one that eventually happened. It's so close. Oh. And Pedro was even spinning as well.
And again, so many resets from STMN here. I mean, on a Colt in Minecart Madness. This is the prospect that I really look forward to seeing, is like how it's going to shake things up. Will players be then exploring many different brawlers simply because of hypercharge? The stats on that side there for STMN, 16, 15 takedowns. Huge stuff from them.
Yeah, I mean, that was really nice. And Yoshi still giving us some humor value, and the banana still remaining on Chaos's podium. SK, they're going to need to make something happen here on Layer Cake, and I do really like this map. I actually do.
What were you thinking in terms of draft with Hypercharge in play?
Pearl, funnily enough. What a surprise. Out of nowhere, Pearl. But honestly, I think we might be seeing the return of Dynamite again, possibly.
Yeah, it's actually a really good map for it. Look out for that Mortis ban or other various counters, because you know, it's not a one-trick wonder by any means. Luki's very accomplished in other brawlers, but you know, it's a very rare thing to see, you know, a player really take the mantle with that particular brawler. It's very hard to make it really count. Many brawlers can counteract it. Could be potentially an Edgar would be a very solid pick from SK to be able to counteract it, but those that are as good as Luki Bear is on that Dynamite pick know how to handle those situations. But Pearl, yeah, I mean, I feel like when Pearl is playable, she's going to be very high up on those play rates. Bans are in. Sanity, Gene, and Crow
banned.
For STMN. Banned out, yeah, by SK as well as Cordelius and the Grey. SK are learning.
Nightmare. And they've even taken the tick as well, just to rub it in, bring another thrower into the mix. Piper going to be on the other side from STMN, and I think that's a solid pick. Against the tick, not really. But I mean, I feel like I'm being taken. I was going to say I'm being taken back to like 2021, but at this point, Shelly wasn't really played on Layer Cake. But I mean, Piper and Tick were.
Yeah, Brawl सा जेल रहा. Quest complete कर रहा हूँ.
To be honest, I mean, in the hotel last night, you know, every player just constantly saying about Shelly being so strong. Toast in particular did
एक मैच और जीतना है.
discussion with Adrian for about
एक मैच जीत के फिर
specifically around Shelly.
6 बजने वाले हैं, फिर तो वैसे ही खेलना ही है बजमी. तब तक ये खत्म ही हो जाएगा.
Nani coming in for SK, certainly going to give Piper a tough matchup there, as particularly a hard counter to it. The return descendant as well, devastating, and you know, even if Piper jumps away, she cannot evade that damage if it's going to connect off the back of that return descendant gadget. A change that I'm not actually very fond of. I really like that evasive maneuver that Piper had as a counter. Nonetheless, though, it is going to be a very tough comp that SK running, combining the roughs with the Nanny. It's going to be a really, really nice combo. Macy coming in, we've said it pretty much for the entire LCQ. We're not necessarily sold on it, but it can't be denied that some players do take to it and like to experiment with it.
Yeah, and I think definitely in a show match, it's nice to see as well, to be honest with you, because I don't think it's awful. It's definitely not the bottom barrel of the brawls, you know. Like, it's in my opinion, it's mid to high, just not at the top level that's required for esports at the moment, at least. Some players have proved a point with it this weekend. Some players really have proved the opposite.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those brawlers where with the gadget combo and super, you can get some great value for it, but ultimately the shots have got to land to obtain it in the first place, and that's the struggle for some. Blue Star for S. Oh my word, what a return descendant from Chaos. But Blue Star is still with him as OG tries to be able to secure that final takedown. Homemade recipe not going to find Chaos there from Luki. And meanwhile, Pedro does take down Sans. And there, another pickup from Chaos. 8 stars to 3.
Yeah, a bit of a trade there with the return descendant. Now he's going in. Pedro's cleaning up Sans time and time again. I mean, obviously has that matchup. Dash out of the way from OG. Nice stuff from him. Should be a nice super coming in from Sans. He's not even seeing him. I mean, they're even talking on stage. Pedro slid in there, but wasn't able to make it out alive.
I like the idea, though. Just really trying to keep STMN guessing and hopefully escape unscathed. But now the reset is there, and STMN have taken a good affirmative role in the mid. Sans lurking on that right-hand side with the speed gear in motion. He'll close the gap very quickly if left untouched, and now pushes forwards. K-Pigeon gadget in play, but Pedro does take care of business and spins on that the place where he lies.
I mean, he was getting dominated, to be fair. I think Pedro's maybe like a 4-on-1 against him in this game, to be honest. Luki's even going to go down. 1 star between SK and the game. Now, 35 seconds on the clock. I'm pretty sure there's no comeback for STMN here.
Stands low as well, and Pedro is looking very good on that right-hand side. Of Chaos will pick up the final kill. And that's going to be SK Gaming looking good in this set. I mean, that's the most convincing set that we've realistically seen. Not so much of a back and forth affair as we've seen with STMN previously to that. That was just
हर भाई पॉपकॉर्न बना लेता हूँ. Act 2 नाम से चे आता है. अरे हमें तो पता ही नहीं था. Oh my God, ये तो Act 2 नाम से तो पॉपकॉर्न बना लेता है. वाह. कुछ चीज होती है मेरे को तो आज पता चला
Sands now swapping lanes and going towards Oshi. Gets her down
भाई
before she
पर
can
मिथिक
block
मिला
that
भाई
last draw, which is difficult, but Pedro was
मिथिक
really dealing with him quite well last game, so he's going to rotate back over.
Sands there now.
उसमें से कॉइंस मिल रहे हैं और लेजेंडरी से मिल रहा है झंड चीज 607 कॉइंस मिल रहे हैं और उसमें 1000 क्रेडिट्स मिले थे लेजेंडरी में क्या नल्ले लोग हैं बे With that quest complicated.
Luki trying to get Oshi, and he might actually do it. Beautiful from him, but Sam's going to have that supply drop landing on him once again. Chaos getting hit almost round that corner by Luki there. Beautiful shot from him. And they're only 3 stars behind.
Luki trying to find Chaos here. It'll be a lovely bounty for Estiman to pick up, and it'll turn the tides very quickly as Sans goes.
थैंक यू के नाम पे तुरंत 151 रुपीस प्लस थैंक यू तुरंत भेजिए धनिया पुनीदीनाबाद कौन सा नशे कर लिए
The smash, he gets his revenge on Pedro. 1, 2, 3, and SK are all down. 15 stars now for STMN. What an amazing turnaround!
I mean, Sans has stayed in there as well. He's not backing up. Complete confidence, this man. Pedro's going to go down again, 17 to 13. OG looking for some shots there, but Chaos going to get this super off. Just survive it for OG, but a head coming down now from Oshi.
It's only 4 stars in it. Luki is playing a dangerous game. If he goes down, and he does, the lead will go straight over to SK. A big smash from Sans, but he can't really find the ability to seal it. SK bring back a set, and now we've got a match on our hands.
Yeah, I would like to say Sans feeding for his absolute life across that set, let's be honest here. Pedro's absolutely dominating that lad, and that's coach v player, bear in mind as well. But a nice little W key from Sans to get things going. But it is 2-1 now. SK are back in the game.
Great stuff. Can't wait to see the stats for Pedro off the back of that game. Very good stuff. He's looking at him, he's pointing, he can hear. He knows what's up. We see you, Pedro. We see you, buddy. Yeah, tough one for Sans. I'm sure he would have made up for some of the lost time, but that 1v1 interaction every time went the way of Pedro. Yeah, just spinning there on Sans' dead body just to rub in the salt.
I mean, it's got to be done, hasn't it? It really has.
This, though.
I mean, that's beautiful from Sans, really. Hypercharge, the pretty much only Hypercharge brawler in this game, was definitely showed its worth, but it took him a long time to get it. What was it, 2 games?
Yeah, it took a while. Definitely took a while. I feel like there as well, if Luki had just jumped back a bit further, it didn't really have the distance to land there, really did it. But yeah, just the 4 kills from Pedro, but the pressure that he exerted throughout the entirety of things really did show its worth.
Yeah, Maisie, 34 DPS, bear in mind.
कुच्चा मार दूंगा इस सार को क्यों मार देगा बे
I mean, there's a reason why we say things on the casting desk.
Yeah, I mean, that's like 2021 Mommy Jordan level of DPS right there.
हैं वो जी वो 34 डैमेज मिला है
It's all right, I don't think he watches Brawl Stars anymore. I'm allowed to say these things.
I'm going to make myself look very small and just moving into Brawl. Stepping stones will be the
ओजी को देखो हाँ भाई इतना सारा डैमेज कैसे कर लेते हैं बंदे
nonetheless when it comes to the draft hypercharged brawlers have been showing a great deal of promise so far, and I think you can't really ever go wrong with a solid Spike and Shelly pick in Brawl as a mode, regardless of what terrain.
इतना तक कौवा थूक भी दे तो उससे ज़्यादा डैमेज हो जाता है भाई
Certainly a very safe pair of hands for that coin flip. Whoever gets first, it's gotta be Shelly.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Sprite भी मिल गई भाई
Right answer, but Pearl surely should be on the menu as well. I think it's just a very solid brawler all round at this point, but tanks available as well. So Bull, Jackie can be good in Brawl Ball. I think they should probably something that people might reach towards.
Wow, that open space center is certainly going to accommodate to Pearl. Banter, Squeak, Crow, and Buster. Crow, Otis, and Squeak for STMN, who have the coin toss here as well. Considering their options, not rushing into things, but yeah, I mean, that's no surprises there.
Well, my favorite coming in next. Tara is up for Pedro, and obviously it doesn't have a hypercharge, but we still have faith in it because it's Draft's favorite. B coming up next for the SK Gaming roster, and we're back over to STMN for their next couple of picks. Will they go hypercharge or will they go something not normal, because hypercharge is normal now, but a bit more regular?
Tara's a very good pick here for SK.
नुबड़ा में
I feel like
नुबड़ा
would be a solid third pick if STMN do not snap it up, which they've got to be highly considering doing so.
मनोज कितने बार गर्लफ्रेंड कॉल कर रही है तेको?
Oh, this just got spicy.
Sunday है.
Shelly on their side as well for safety, and the Hank as well, as we saw previously in Siege, working out very well. How are SK going to respond to this?
Well, they're going to go with the Gale, and I can't blame him against the Mortis, really. It's probably the smart thing to do, but if he stays away from it, and obviously he's got a bit more mobility than Gale to be able to stay away, and I think he can still do something against the B and the Tara, but it's going to be a big ask for Sans here.
If there's any team that know how to place a twister in the corner and the ball beneath, it's certainly SK, isn't it? It's
really
going back in your time machine a little bit here to previous years. Let's see how each side fare, and I think what seems to be a relatively even draft so far, but the Mortis pick, I mean, we know how enjoyable it is when that particular brawler makes
3 मिनट में 5 बार बोल के जा चुका है, आप बोल के आता हूँ 5 मिनट में.
Yeah, well, Mortis dashing up straight onto the right-hand side, trying to open up a bit of room for Hank and the others, but he's actually going to get the kill onto Pedro there, who was playing the game. Oh! Clean up from Sans. Beautiful little trick shot pass as well. Even going to try and trick shot Pedro. It's not happening, but he gets the ball back as Pedro walks into the goal twice.
Oh dear. Disaster for SK Gaming. That should have been a defense, let's be honest. Lukey popping there, the Clay Pigeons putting some pressure onto things as OG there keeps Chaos low, but that is a very good pull from him in retaliation. A tap from Yoshi and a finish off there from iChaos, and the connection super from Sans will not land. OG just going to keep the pressure on, but iChaos won't fall now. He sucks in OG, he might come out on top, and he does, with the help of the Black Shade now going on the offense. It puts SK Gaming back into the center field.
Yeah, well, Clay Pigeon used again. Pedro trying to be cleaned up by it. As Sans wants to go on a bit of a tear here. Going to go to the left-hand side. Chaos gets his super. The super's available from Sans. He gets that as well. Pedro pushing forward, has the knockback, but gets hit by that shot from Hank. And now OG just trying to play this defense.
Ball push forward from Pedro, who after that connect. Oh, what a spicy one from OG. Finds the angle perfectly on that super, and Sans knows it's the time to strike, but iChaos is still there. A double suck yet again, surviving on 120 HP. That man is unstoppable until OG finally lands it, but it's bought valuable time for SK to respawn.
Yeah, I mean, Lukey's got his hypercharge as well, so that's something to be scared of. The only one on the map who does. Mortis just having a little spin. I don't know what Sans is really doing here, just waiting for his opportunity to go towards Oshi and get the kill, and he does just that. Chaos has a super, though, and that's dangerous, especially with only a Hank on defense, but he manages to get it anyway. Pedro got the knockback. Can he get the super shot in? He actually doesn't. Maybe there was an opening in there, but he doesn't manage to take it.
Yeah, I thought there was an opening. Then look at the spins on STMN. I mean, that is some serious thumb work there to get that kind of speed. A good knockback from Pedro. Sans, though, still aggressing the situation and almost comes out on top there. There could have been a shot on goal, but it was very hard to even find a possible angle. OG now low, trying to keep that damage gear in motion. I think healing up now, probably the approach to consider here. 5 seconds on the clock, the walls are going down as STMN, who should be taking this game. No chance for SK to get that ball. And that's going to be them moving on.
कितने बजे से बजनी है? 8 बजे से करेंगे भाई. अभी जाके खाना वाना भी खाना पड़ेगा, कुछ पूछना पड़ेगा. ये स्ट्रीम खत्म तो हो पहले.
Wasn't me there, was Lukey looking pretty much towards Yoshi there in a very adorable manner. I'm sure there could be a screenshot taken out of context there to be had. I want that man to look at me in that same way. Let's see if SK can keep fighting for their lives here, or whether STMN will seal it here right now. That is the team wipe right there. Oshi there with a honeypot trying to slow the advance, but it is a very tough push. Now with Oshi falling, Chaos trying to get the ball clear. It's into the hands of Sans. The twist though from Pedro, able to defend.
Yeah, nice stuff, but there's another follow-up bubble from OG. Good knockback from Pedro, but he doesn't really get much of a chain off there. He only connects a few shots. Sans is looking at this, and he is ready to dash in, but he actually dashes out away from the super. Nice move from him, but I couldn't have helped feel like that should have been a goal.
Sans, very aggressive though, punished. SK haven't been able to find a goal just yet. They've got to break through this line of defense before they can even think about it. And that is definitely a big ask in the grand scheme of things, as Lukey goes again with the Clay Pigeons.
मैं भी रेडी रहूंगा ना कि दो जल्दी 8 से 10 बहुत मजा आएगा.
Yeah, Sun's going in again, actually eats the knockback that Pedro was cooking up there, and now we do have this hypercharge available for Luki as well, but doesn't have super to be able to make the most use of it. Can't be far off though. Get some shots in. Chaos going to get his super. Hank very low there, and OG has to back up. Look how low all of SK are.
They got to spread out. If Luki gets super, combined with hypercharge. Oh, there's a miss pull there from Chaos. SK is still not out of the woods. The honeypot taken care of by Sounds, his ability to connect with that super. Defense stance.
Yeah, OG gets the kill there though, and Chaos now pushing forward. Has this pull, might be using to break the wall or try push this ball forwards. But Luki just trying to go towards it now, gets the shot off, gets the super in his face as well, and uses that.
Super से wall तोड़ना.
Square wants to get that hypercharge.
क्या बंदे हैं बे?
Oh, nice there from OG, and that's going to mean that Pedro's going to have to come back now. It's a very comfortable and confident defense there from STMN. Luki now with another gadget, getting value from it.
200 टारगेट इंडिया को. यार इतना ज़्यादा टारगेट देना गलत बात.
Now Pedro finds a very good shot, because if he'd been left alive, it would have been disastrous. But STMN in a great spot. The pass here from OG should be enough to seal it if Luki can find an angle. The walls are going down in 1 second.
Yeah, he might be able to get a super. His super's there. Hypercharge was as well, but he's just neglecting the hypercharge. Doesn't want to use it. The pull just missed because of the gadget from Pedro. He bounced over it, I think. And now OG just getting absolutely beaten down by a shade. Chaos gonna get the kill, and STMN starting from the back again.
Well, SK have got beaten over time. I mean, that is always going to be good to have, but this is where the additional speed of Luki can help to juke around things. But I think Oshi, she goes towards OG here, could get some value, trying to stay alive, but there is a good amount of pressure from Sans and Luki. OG sucked in, almost Pedro found a moment. It's Sans as the last man standing, pushing down the field. He's got super, will he find the shot? He's waiting his time down. It's Oshi off the line.
I mean, I'm not sure what that shot was from Sans, to be honest with you, but he tried it nonetheless. Possibly could have just dashed forwards and gone for a little trick shot, a little dash or something like that, but...
ball उठा.
Chaos picks him up. Oh, she's looking for the shot through, doesn't get it off in time. Sans cleans that up. Still match point, but it's a draw.
Better though from SK. It's got to be said.
Mortis being Mortis.
Able to keep up with the heat that STMN continue to throw their way. Sans though, he's just so dangerous with this Mortis pick, and if he gets a couple more dashes onto Pedro, it exacerbates those twisters at an earlier point in the match. I think that once that defense mechanism is gone, STMN can really start to go to town.
अब 8 बजे नहीं खेल पाऊंगा.
Well, OG.
देखो अगर मैं खेलूंगा अभी तो मैं फिर जल्दी चला जाऊंगा, फिर रात में तो आऊंगा नहीं, फिर आज संडे है. अपने को क्या, आ जाओ भाई, खत्म ही होने वाला है, आने ही वाले हैं.
Sans now going in towards Chaos, might be able to get the kill, but the shade actually cleans him up.
Chaos, if he can now
अभी खेलूंगा तो 1 घंटा खेलूंगा, उससे छुट्टी भाई. आ जाओ अभी, आ जाओ, कोई दिक्कत नहीं. रात को मत आओ, वो तो तुम बोलते तब भी नहीं आता. या तो अभी आऊंगा या तो बाद में आऊंगा.
Twister, surely on defense here for Pedro. Yeah, there it is.
I mean, the value OG's getting in this position, though. Sans just dashing forward. Super gets there as well. Shots coming through now. The break from Luki and Sans surely gets this one in. I mean, you got to question it considering what he's been doing so far, but I'm pretty sure he'll get this ball in. Or maybe he won't. Actually, he's going for something special.
STMN are farming kills at this point. Pedro's having none of it. Comes in with the blow back there, and the Twister goes down. Great defense, let's be honest, considering things, and SK stand a fighting chance of being able to bring back this game.
Yeah, well, Chaos gets the kill, but actually gets found through his support from beyond now, and super and hypercharge available from Luki, but he's getting beaten down by those support from beyond as well. But Sans, again, he's always getting the kills, but finding no end product, or he could have found an end product, but at the end of the day, he just doesn't want to.
Going in again, he's got super Luki with support from the left. I just feel like Sans is going to put the ball around somewhere that's not into the goal. He's going to be going in for more and more kills. Great cycling there from him. Low HP. Oh, it's a complete and utter T-wipe. Will they score it? Are they going to score it? He actually will go for it this time around. 30 seconds on the clock does not leave much time for any response.
Curse got a pull, but hypercharge there from Luki. No super available though, and Sans going to get pulled in, get taken out. OG cooking up a little bit of the thing, but Pedro might find the angle here. Needs Strang in his knockback, gets it. The knockback's there, and the goal is
oh yeah,
beautiful from Pedro. Anybody to think he's a player?
मनु कहाँ है? पूजा करने गए हैं। पूजा।
And what a quick way to return the favor. A 10-second goal, effectively. Now, an SK with some big taps. Lukey being low. One moment of weakness here from STMN is starting to show, and this could be it. SK bring back the game against all odds.
Well, now only one game away from the set number 5, or STMN will be able to finish it off in the 4th. SK looking better and better as time goes by, but I can't help think that Sans maybe could have finished this game about 15 times.
Do you think?
Can't help but think it, Ark.
That man wants to just make a record on the stats, it feels like to me. He wants that MVP as well. That's what it's all about. Better start though for SK, going on the aggressive very early on for the first time realistically here, but Sans is still behind. The action here does find the pickups, and that's a very comfortable defense for STMN.
Yeah, we're starting to push this ball forward now. Sans has this super as well, so that's dangerous in this goal mouth area. And just to make his way around that, the super's not going to be used just yet, and he does go down because he could not get it off that knockback from Pedro. Gale's just trying to farm his, and he does manage to get it.
Well, OG now in a very, very good spot. Continuing to aggress, but Chaos now has got pull. Just got to time it wisely to use, and a bit late on it, let's be honest, because if that had gone just a bit sooner, he may have been able to get OG taken care of. Sans still such a demon going in yet again. The ball in his hands, and Chaos will be there for the defense. Will he find the angle there? Gets a, oh, what a dash, what a heal as well, staying on the left-hand side. Lukey from the right, OG from the mid, and that's going to be surely yet another goal for STMN.
Well, it's still match point, they're 1-0 up, but Super's available from SK, got this Tara pull, and you know, that's a big thing, especially against the opponents they are against. Sans gonna go for it, Super goes backwards as well. OG doesn't actually get the ball here, and Chaos is having to come back, gets the Super off and kills him as well. Pedro's not healthy enough to make this move. A minute on the clock, and SK needs something.
Definitely gonna be a tough one now for SK. If STMN want, they can just keep the ball in their possession and just go completely on the offense, and Oshi placing down the honey pot, very quickly taken care of by Lukey. Chaos though has pull. Sans though utilizing that heal and staying firm. Now going for Chaos, gets taken care of. Lukey making a run for it. Oshi has the amplified shot here, and that is definitely going to help out considerably with Lukey on the left-hand side. Pedro as well has super. This should be a defense now.
Yeah, nice super there as well from Oshi to slow Lukey down, but Pedro's just going to push him straight back, and Sans comes in, gets one. No, I think he missed his super there a little bit. One of them should just tank this shot, and one of them should go and score, but they're choosing to actually not score the goal yet again.
Wow, Lukey now going to make a championship moment here. He buys it, he threads the needle, and STMN take home a well-deserved victory.
Well, Hypercharge showed its face sometimes, but a lot of all the brawlers showed their worth still, even without them.
Very, very good
और
stuff.
रात में खेलोगे अभी रात में खेलो प्लीज भाई। देखो मैंने पहले तुम दोनों को ऑप्शन बता दिया भाई, मैं अभी खेलूंगा तो फिर रात में नहीं खेलूंगा, और रात में खेलूंगा तो अभी नहीं खेलूंगा। तो तुम अभी खेलो, रात में मत खेलो तो अभी खेल लो भाई, मेरे को दिक्कत नहीं है।
Yeah, I mean, it's brilliant to see a glimpse into what the future could look like, hopefully with the Siege included as well as the Hypercharge. But I'll leave that decision up to someone else, because this Hypercharge, I mean, still quite a lot of the time they just weren't being played, you know? Like,
तीन लोग बॉल डिफेंड नहीं कर पाए, नुलिश। खत्म हुआ LCQ, अब मिलेंगे सीधा वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स में। अभी सिर्फ 1 घंटा खेलेंगे, बैरली रात में 2 घंटे। अरे तुम लोग जल्दी डिसाइड करो, क्योंकि अब तो 6:08 होगा, वो 1 घंटा भी नहीं बचा और अभी खेलना है। रात में तो अपन नहीं खेलेगा फिर, अगर अभी खेलेगा तो जल्दी सोच लो, टाइम निकल रहा है। भाई देखो, एक के बोलने में कुछ नहीं होता, एक बोल रहा रात में, एक बोल रहा अभी। एक एक वोट मिला है दोनों को, अब एक वोट जिसको भी एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाए भाई, अपन उस साइड लुढ़क लेंगे, अपने वोट हैं। अब एक वोट चाहे इधर जाए चाहे एक वोट चाहे उधर जाए, अपने को उससे क्या, बट वोट आना चाहिए। मैं तो कभी भी खेल लूं। ये लो, इससे तीसरा वोट अलग चला गया भाई। थर्ड वोट गोस टू समवन एल्स। तीसरा वोट तो किसी और पे चला गया भाई। हेलो हेलो, आओ इधर आओ। आओ इधर इधर इधर, इधर। हाँ, ऐसे उठाएंगे तुमको, इधर आओ। आ जा, आ इधर आ जा, चलो। ऑस्ट्रेलिया तो आउट हो गया, नहीं कितने में आउट हुआ? 200 का टारगेट है इंडिया को। चालू हो गया बैटिंग? नहीं पता, मैं तो देखता नहीं। यही लोग बताए थे। काम करने दो, लगा के कान में जा। बोला नहीं तुम जाओ, बाय बाय कर रहा है ये तुम निकलो। टाटा बाय बाय कर दो, बोल दो जाओ, नहीं आ रहा मैं। यार तुम डांस करते हो यार, डांस करो ना। तुम क्या यार यहाँ खड़े होकर डांस करके बताओ। चलो इसी पे खड़े होकर डांस कर दो, टेबल पे खड़े होकर डांस कर दो। खड़े हो जाओ, अरे अरे अरे, खड़े हो जाओ। अरे खड़ा ही नहीं होना उसको। मतलब मैं नहीं खड़ा हो रहा भाई, डांस कर दो। हाँ चल, हम टीवी में देखी था। हाँ टीवी में देखी, चला जल्दी है। हाँ टीवी देखेंगे हम, जल्दी है। टीवी में देखी क्या चलता है, जल्दी है। लाइट कहाँ है ना, चालू कर देना। ठीक है, देखते हैं। मैं जो करूं भला, बस तो फिर। कभी भी देख लूंगा भाई, 2 वोट आ गए, कभी भी देख लूंगा वो। एक का कहना कभी भी खेल लूंगा, एक का कहना कभी भी देख लूंगा। 2 वोट होगा भाई। चला जाता हूँ किसी की धुन में, रिश्ते दिल के तराने लिए। तरन्नन्नाना, तरन्नन्ना, तरन्नन्ना, नन्ना। क्या करोगे आप? मूड होगा तो आएंगे, नहीं तो नहीं आएंगे। स्पिन द व्हील करो। अब इसके लिए भी स्पिन द व्हील करना पड़ेगा। तेरे बिन कितना सारे राज तो है ही नहीं, राज तो गुच्चा होकर चला गया, बोले ये लोग खेल नहीं रहे भाई, मैं 2 बार बोल लिया, अब भी खेल लो, उल्लू भी बना दिया इन लोगों को, ठीक कर लिया, रात में नहीं खेलेंगे, अभी खेलना पड़ेगा, फिर भी नहीं मान रहे। चलो तो फिर हम जा रहे ले, मिलते हैं अगली स्ट्रीम में, तब तक के लिए आलू गोभी मटर मटर कर देंगे हम, मटर बता रहे हैं, मटर कर देंगे हम, हमसे पंगा नहीं लेने का, मटर कर देंगे। मैं भी सेल चल रही, सेल, इस सेल में अगर आपको चॉइस मिले कि आपको या तो सैमसंग ले सकते हो या तो एप्पल आईफोन 15 तो ले नहीं पाओगे, आउट ऑफ स्टॉक है, या तो फिर वो सेल वाले तो नल्ले आ रहे हैं, कोई गर्म हो के वापस भेजना पड़ रहा है, किसी की स्क्रीन नहीं चल रही है, तो 15 तो भूल ही जाओ। तो अगर आपको इनमें से कोई फ़ोन लेना पड़े, S23 अल्ट्रा तक भी 1,05,000 10,000 तक आ रहा हो तो, और या तो फिर एप्पल आईफोन 14 तक, कौन सा लेना पसंद करेंगे आप, चप्पल या चैमचंग? क्योंकि उसके अलावा तो कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है इतने हाई बजट में। तो चप्पल, वाह, चप्पल लेना पसंद करेंगे आप, 13 या 14? 14 प्रो मैक्स भाई साहब, बजट की तो भाई साहब बजट डिसाइड करना पड़ेगा यार, नहीं तुम तो 1 लाख 1.5 लाख वाले फोन को भी सिलेक्ट कर लोगे। 1 लाख बजट, अब डिसाइड करिए, अब सही है, 1 लाख का बजट हम डिसाइड करते हैं मित्रों। थर्टीन प्रो मैक्स, वाह, चप्पल 13 प्रो मैक्स ले लो, फिर तो चैमचंग। अरे 1 लाख में 14 भी आ रहा है भाई, 14 प्रो भी आ जाएगा, इतना भी दाम नहीं है। S23 अल्ट्रा नहीं आएगा, S23 अल्ट्रा का अभी लोएस्ट पहले भी उतना ही था और सेल आने के बाद भी उतना ही है। मेरे को समझ में नहीं आता उल्लू बनाने के लिए ऐसी टेक्निक रखते ही क्यों है कि भाई सेल है, सेल है, कि सेल, कोई सेल वेल नहीं है, उल्लू बनाने की निंजा टेक्निक है और कुछ नहीं। पहले भी उसका दाम लोएस्ट में 1,05,000 था, अभी सेल आने पे भी 1,05,000 ही है, पूरे सब ऑफर बॉफर लगाते तब भी। तो मतलब क्या है, कहना क्या चाहते हैं? रोग फोन ले लो, रोग लग जाएगा भाई उसमें, रोग फोन में तो रोग लग जाता है। रोग फोन जो है वो बेसिकली सिर्फ और सिर्फ गेमिंग के लिए है, ऑलराउंडर फोन नहीं है। सैमसंग और ये अपना ये हुआ चप्पल, ये ऑलराउंडर फोन है, इसमें आप कैमरा का बोलो या तो आपको गेमिंग करना हो, सब चलता है भाई, सिर्फ एक स्पेसिफिक फील्ड के लिए फोन नहीं बने ये। चप्पल तो भाई कैमरा तुम्हें पता ही है, गेमिंग भी पता है चप्पल के बारे में तुम्हें। सेम फ्लैगशिप फोन में अगर सैमसंग में जाओगे तो उसमें भी तुम्हें कैमरा पता ही है, गेमिंग पता ही है, तो यही है। उसके अलावा तो ऑप्शन नहीं है, इसलिए मैंने 2 फोन का नाम लिया, मैंने एंड्रॉयड और आईओएस भी नहीं पूछा, मैंने पूछा सैमसंग या चप्पल, चप्पल या सैमसंग। लोगे या नहीं ये तो बताओ, डिपेंड करता है, डिपेंड करता है। 1 लाख लाइक होंगे तो 1 लाख का फोन ले लूंगा। कैसा लगा मेरा ऑफर? इस वीडियो पे 1 लाख अगर लाइक होते हैं तो 1 लाख का फोन लिया जाएगा मित्रों, 1.5 लाख लाइक होने पे 1.5 लाख का फोन लिया जाएगा मित्रों। बेस्ट फोन अंडर 1 लाख, अरे पता नहीं कौन कौन सी डील बताते रहते हैं कि भाई अभी अमेजोन पे डील आएगी, सैमसंग S22 S23 ये तो वो डील में आपको इतने का पड़ेगा, ये होगा वो, और जाके देखो तो उतने का ही पड़ रहा होता है जितना बिना उसके डील के होता है। बिना डील के अगर किसी ने पहले ध्यान दिया होगा कि हाँ भाई, अगर वो पहले सर्च आउट कर रहा होगा कि हाँ मेरे को एप्पल आईफोन 14 लेना है, इतने का आ रहा है विदाउट डील, डील में देखता हूँ, डील में जाके देख रहे तब भी उतना कही है भाई, चोमटे में नहीं है, वापस आ गया भाई। एंड कर दीजिए, ऑफर बहुत बेकार है। नहीं, नहीं, नहीं। चलो तो फिर अब हम मिलते हैं, 8 बजे आएंगे, बजमी की सब्जी के साथ आएंगे और देखते हैं कितनी देर खेल पाते हैं। तब तक के लिए टाटा बाटा, बिरला, अंबानी एंड पपॉय द सेलर मैन with the spinach. See you on to the next one. Bye.
We'll be right back.